to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? Why did you say goodbye?
You know
It's too cold in the river, and it flows wherever I go. You know it's too cold in the river, and it flows wherever I go. You know I thought you were my man. You know I thought you were my man.
You can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah.
Just about everyone else. Think you've lost yourself. You can't find yourself unless it's at the bottom of a bottle of Tanqueray. Cleaning up white dust at a party in LA. Oh no, I won't find you in your mind, 'cause you can't think of where you left off. Think you got lost. Where do you go? Where do you go from here? Who do you run? Who do you run to, dear? There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide from fear. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to run. You got lost between what you want and what you really, 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 really need. You got lost between a nightmare and a really, really, really bad dream. You had dreams, but you can't find them unless it's at the bottom of Tanqueray. Cleaning up white dust at a party in LA. Oh no, I won't find you in your mind, 'cause you can't think of where you left off. Think you got lost. Where do you go? Where do you go from here? Who do you run? Who do you run to, dear? There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide from fear. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to
Hello and welcome to the Complexity Tour to Walsh. I'm Toolez, and joining me is HunterJJX. And Hunter, I got one quick thing, because I think everyone's sitting here and they're like, what is a tour de Walsh? So Hunter is someone that's been around the scene for a long time. I need the historian out here to tell everyone what exactly is a tour de Walsh.
I could just tell that you were going to hit me immediately with the old man slander. You know, you said it. You had a nice way of saying it. You know, you've been around a long time. You know, you could just come right out and said, you know, I can see the gray in your beard and in your hair. You're old, man. Tell me about these Tour de Walshes. But as someone who's actually played in Tour de Walshes back in the day, I guess I'm kind of the specialist here, right? So way back when, back in the day, 07, 06, we're talking Halo 2. We're talking the grassroots origination of esports. We had a couple, you know, grinders in the Halo scene that were a little bit on another level than the usual pros or AMs coming up. Folks like Strongside, folks like Walshy, who would just be gaming all the time, right? So Walsh, the reason why it's called Tour de Walsh is because Walsh originally came up with this idea, I believe. Essentially, back in the day, those boys would throw a free-for-all on, and if you know anything about FB back then, they were the superstars of the scene. Everybody wanted to play with them. So Walsh would essentially throw on a free-for-all with unlimited time limit, unlimited kills, and he would just play, and he would just keep the lobby going. If people dropped out, someone else would get invited back in. And oftentimes I would go into these Tour de Walshes. You'd see him getting into the 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 kill mark. I remember being in a Tour de Walsh with Strongside one time, and it literally went for longer than, I want to say it was over 24 hours long. These guys were literally that psychotic about it. So we're bringing it back a little bit here with a little taste of what that used to be like. Obviously ours are only going up to 250 kills, but you'll get the idea. These things were a grind session.
Right, and not only do the kills matter, we're also going to have a little bit of an extra bonus this time. They're going to be in the form of bounties. So not only do you win money if you win the game, you can also win money if you win some achievements in your lobby. The king of quads, which is going to be the most overkills. The best kill streak, which is going to be unkillable. Multi-master. Anyone gets those kill tags. I think kill tag's probably going to be the highest we see, but you never know, Hunter. Someone could get way higher than a kill tag. We'll have to see. Or, for the people that shoot real good, like you, HunterJJX. Best accuracy. Damage dealer, but this is the one I like the most. These 3 at the bottom, because sometimes you're not going to win a lobby, right? If I'm in here, I'm shooting the walls, you know what I'm saying? Because the least accuracy, blindfold, is going to win you $250. If you die the most, that's right. If you're out there inting, you're going to win $250. Or if you stand in that coveted P3 position, standing in the hill, you will get 250 points. It looks like we're right into this one, Hunter. I honestly, buckle in, go get your, go get the little apple juice, whatever it is that you need to stay strong, because we're right into it. And you might notice the map's a little bit different. A classic midship remake from Unique has hit the stage. 250 kills for each heat. Let's get right into this one.
Yeah, I mean, we used to grind those FFA lobbies for free back in the day. So having some bounties and prize pool up for grabs is awesome, right? It shows just how far esports has come that we can now do something like this with some pretty big prizing on the line, right? Those bounties come in so clutch. I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction right now, Tools. That highest multi-kill medal is going to go to Frosty. I think he'll be the one that we'll see pop off and end up getting something higher than an overkill, especially in this lobby. You shouted out Unique. I want to do it as well, man. This map is so sick. Just seeing the way this map plays, it really brings you back to that classic midship feel. In my opinion, the greatest FFA map in any game ever made. So many millions of hours spent on this map across the Halo scene, just, cutting their teeth, getting their chops up, right? Working on their game. And starting things off here, we're seeing an early lead by Deputy Goober, 11 kills at the moment. That is all, better known as Porky J, one of the best FFA players we have in the HCS scene today.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? We recognize the pro players, obviously. Gilkey, Mikwen, and Frosty in here, namestays in the HCS scene. But some players that are FFA demons as well. We have the top 3 from the Halo World Championships. That's going to be Goober, like you said, Porky J in the past. Love the rebrand, though. Flurriously also making his appearance. And then the FFA winner at Worlds, ItzTheLastShot, joining the lobby alongside 2 content creators. This man, you saw Mikwen just leave the position of the map, but this map named after him a little bit. EliTheNiNja has a little spot. If you're ever in the Eli on this map, that's all after him. And then Gamesager, a really interesting player. Already 7-7. I want to talk about Gamesager a little bit because he has a unique way that he plays the game, Hunter. He does a mouse and keyboard controller combination, moving his left stick with his hand right on that controller, but aiming with that precision of the mouse.
Yeah, really, really interesting setup. If you guys ever tune into a stream, you'll literally see him holding the controller like pretty much up in the air in his left hand, and then mouse on the right hand. So really sick, something we've never seen. Gamesager, one of the most folks don't know this, but literally probably one of the greatest BTB players ever. Most certainly, I can say without the shadow of a doubt, he is the best Banshee pilot that Halo, in Halo history.
Yeah.
Back in the day, BTB tournaments, you'd see him go like 62-3 in the Banshee. So just an absolutely insane talent, and someone that doesn't get talked about a whole lot because he's not necessarily in the comp scene, but a really sick Halo player nonetheless. And I'm loving the combination of this lobby, right, Garrett? Like, I'm really excited to see how these new HCS free-for-all pros stack up against kind of the old heads, right? The guys that have been on midship before. Like, I don't even know if LastShot has ever played on midship before, right? But he's our current reigning world champ in FFA, so really cool combination of players in the lobby.
I'm pretty sure he is the reigning world champion. We're looking at the game chat before this all started, and he said one thing that caught me by surprise, and I was like, oh yeah, that is true, because he is, I believe, just 18 years old, maybe just turned 19. He said, this man came out before I was born. And I was like, oh, that is true. This map predates this man coming into the world, but already an FFA champion, right? So, hey, LastShot picking up right where the grandfathers left Halo for him, and he's made quite a bit of money playing in this specific game type in Halo Infinite.
the amount of pain I just felt hearing that sentence, right? 'Cause if he wasn't born yet, and I was already grinding, right? We were already in the mix on this map, but yeah, really, really, really cool to see, you know, the Halo scene, the new talent kind of coming in and taking the reins here in our circuit. You know, LastShot, in my opinion, is one of the players to watch. I could see him being on a pro team by the end of this season. That's how talented this guy is, and if you've played him in playlist, you know he's a problem all over the map.
Right, it's something we haven't really seen in Halo Infinite is the rise of new talent. Remember in Halo 5, it was like every single player was like brand new. All these superstars we know today like came in. There really hasn't been that much, right? Colette comes into mind. Bound, I really consider Bound from that Halo 5 era, but I feel like this year is going to be the year where we maybe see some of these guys start breaking into the scene. ItzTheLastShot, I think, is top on mind for me. Like, you can just tell the way that he plays on the map. It's like he has that it factor, right? He's just, you can see that he's playing at a different pace. He understands the game a bit more, and I think you're right on point. That like we're gonna maybe see something new. We might see the first overkill. Oh, LastShot with the triple. Not gonna get himself that first overkill today.
Yeah, he's really talented, really has a good head on his shoulders and understands the game at a high level. I want to talk about Goober, though. Porky J has really kind of been silently running the FFA scene in Halo Infinite. You know what I mean?
Right,
pretty much been in the finals of every single LAN that I've seen him at in FFA, and winning multiple ones online as well. And right now he's kind of putting on a clinic. He's up by 8 kills on Frosty, who's in second. So far Goober looking really good here. There's a double kill from him, playing the bubble area here, kind of patrolling. I love this map. I was actually talking about this yesterday. We were doing some community FFAs, which we'll be doing later as well. But one of the things I love about midship is there's no set way that you should play midship free-for-all, right? Like, you can either play the P side and play for height advantage and shoot out across the map like that, or you can play a window strat, or you can play a bubble strat. You can pretty much make something happen everywhere all over the map, and I think that it leads to some really versatile play. You'll see different players taking, obviously Eli is going to play the Eli Legends, right? You're going to see different players with their different FFA strategies on midship, and all are viable. However, the best FFA players in the world, the Pistolas, the Straight Six, the Goobers, they know how to play every position, right? So no matter where they are, whatever the game gives them off spawn, they're able to make something happen there, and we're seeing that so far with Goober up by 7 right now on Frosty.
So I wanted to pat, you know, because I get a little bit jealous, I'm not gonna lie, Hunter, when I see all this stuff. Like, we talk about how there's the Eli Edge, even Trippy's got a spot named after him now, right? Trippy, Walshy has plenty named after him in the game. I'm trying to stamp my history, right? I want to put my stake in Halos. So I'm gonna say that the bottom mid strat, I want to go the tool strat. I'm gonna say in FFA lobbies, I like to go bottom mid, and then, you know, you have access to everything, right? You can shoot everyone. And honestly, I haven't seen many pros adopting it right now. Do you know why? Like, why no one's using the tool strat, going right to bottom mid and just shooting at all these bases? It's so easy.
I think naming it Tools is perfect, because when you go middle map like that, you're gonna get melted by everyone. So it works out just right. But yeah, honestly, it comes down to the fact that you are in the bottom middle of the map. It's not the top middle of the map. You have no height advantage. Not to mention you have very little cover. Everyone else can kind of shoot you from all over the map. You know, we'll see some players here and there dabble in bottom center, but it's usually just to survive or get away or make a rotation. It's a hard place to clean up kills from, right? You can do some damage there, but you're not going to get very many kills. A nice triple kill coming in for Flurriously there, taking down LastShot. Mikwen puts an end to that streak. Gilkey, though, another perfect. We've seen him hit play 2 or 3 perfects already in this game. Gilk, 20 kills behind Goober already in this game. I mean, this man is really just on another level. Gilk's such an insane talent as well. Gilkey, one of the few players in this lobby that played many midship FFAs back in the day as well. So, you know, he's got his work cut out for him here against the players like Goober and Frosty and LastShot.
I think Goober might be, yeah, there's definitely a few players that practice, right? I'll say no one practices as much as Goober. Just knowing Goober and like his work ethic when it comes to FFAs, it feels like he is the guy, right? So we talked about LastShot winning the world championship. Goober also won the optic event, right? HCS Arlington took first place there, is consistently in those finals, like you said earlier. And honestly, I'll say I think he is the best FFA player. Like, if you put bar for bar, stat for stat out in the like Halo Infinite, I think Goober is been phenomenal, and you're seeing that right now. I mean, dude, 45 kills already into this lobby. You know, he's trying to send us home early, which I appreciate. I want to see Eli. I want to see Mikwen. I want to see Frosty. I want to see these guys start emptying into Goober. Like, find Goober's position. Oh, that nade was pretty. Okay, I was about to say that was almost a pretty little kill right there, but I want to see Goober just start really finding some separation here.
Yeah, Goober, a really humble, soft-spoken guy who, you know, grinds in silence. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, you can ask any number of players. He more than likely could be on a competent team, you know, competing if he wanted to be. He started season 1 on XSET, if you guys remember that as well, and just kind of decided, you know, fours maybe isn't for me, and so he's kind of poured himself fully into free-for-all, which is interesting. It's interesting to see a player be so good at free-for-all with pretty much zero interest in transitioning over to fours whatsoever. He knows where he wants to be.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I thought maybe like the bandit rifle would like maybe be like, oh, you know, it's a little different meta. Maybe I'll try it out in fours, but he's like remained pretty steadfast and staying in that FFA realm, and I mean, it's paid off, right? He's been in like, I feel like, is there pentafinals where he hasn't been a part of in Halo yet?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he got knocked out pre-finals.
He's literally like, you can just guarantee. I don't know why 343 just doesn't like say, okay, like, just, you don't have to play. We'll just put you in the finals lobby. There's a couple players like him and LastShot. I really feel like they're always there, right? Flurriously, also another player that's had a lot of success in those FFA in the FFA world. And honestly, it's impressive to see these guys come up. One thing I kind of wish that we had is sort of letting some of these pro players join the FFA lobby, right? It's great to see Frosty, Mikwen, and Gilkey playing, but right now there's no way for these guys to compete in any of these FFA tournaments that happen on the lands.
Yeah, and I think that was a big difference back in the day. I mean, I hate saying that. It sounds like you know, it sounds like ancient history, but before I even get into the ancient history, we've potentially got a special guest we'll be bringing on. I'm gonna wait for confirmation on that. But what I was saying is, back in the day at these lands, Garrett, Friday was dedicated to free for all, right? Everyone was playing, the pros and the AMs, and so pros back then took it really serious because they were all going to be playing against each other. No one wanted to take that L, right? And so it was a situation where everyone was practicing, bringing the heat. And as I say that, I'm going to bring in some more heat to the broadcast on the mic. A true OG, one of the absolute gems of the scene. Golden Boy, welcome to the broadcast. How you doing, my man?
Hola, amigos. Hello. How are you guys doing?
Oh, fantastic, bro. We got so much FFA action happening today.
I know. I was told the format, only Walshy would be as obnoxious to make a 250 kill tournament. Freaking bum. How could he do that to the people? You know, making them play for this long. I would never do that to anyone.
Right, he's doing that to these players, and he's nowhere to be found, right? It's not like he throws himself in the blender with them. He's like, you know what, you guys go ahead and grind it up. I'm going to sit back here. I don't know what he's playing chess somewhere right now, right?
Oh, what is he, a man with responsibilities and a wife? Get out of here. Get out of here.
Well, welcome, GB. We're so excited to have you, man. I am personally excited to have you because I remember seeing the Golden Boy gamer tag back in the day in these Halo 2 lobbies in the FFA. So why don't you give the folks a little bit of your ancient history, right? I don't know if a lot of people know how far back you go.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, you know, as like a competitive Halo player, I mean, my career was about as useful as a, I don't know, like a spoiled bag of chips. It wasn't particularly that momentous, if you will. But, you know, I did have a lot of fun just being like a fan of it all, right? You know, I used to go to like the MLG tournament, try and participate. I would oftentimes get clapped and, you know, think that I was like way better than what I actually was. But the reality was I was quite trash. But, you know, I think what's really fun is that, you know, these types of atmospheres, like these types of lobbies, especially like when I was doing it mostly when it was like Reach and H3, like old, like end of H3, when I was like popping up in a few of these lobbies, like participating, it was always fun. And I always learned something, you know, because yeah, it's chaotic and there's 8 players in the lobby and it's midship and there really isn't much you could do. But it kind of just shows you how to be resourceful and how to like maneuver around the map and do the things you want to do. So I think it's great to see formats like this, and I loved it when I used to participate in them back in the day. But I will be honest with you, man, I do not miss them at all. I'm very happy being a boomer who isn't doing this anymore. It makes me quite enjoyable.
Yeah, as the kids get younger and they get faster and faster, you know, and we get older and older, we're not getting any better, right?
No, we're not at all. And you would think that like wisdom would count for something, but it really doesn't. You know, it's quite depressing. But it's fine because I get to watch some of the best players in the world and talk about them. So we all do. So I think that's just the best part about this.
Kill.
Right? Absolutely. I was explaining to Garrett a little while ago just how you know, how insane these lobbies used to get back in the day. You know, as Walshy would throw one of these things on and you just presume like, well, we're going to be here for at least 3 or 4 hours. You know, there's no time limit, no kill limit. And, you know, interesting you said it's really chaotic, which I would 1000% agree with. However, like the best free-for-all players in the world, you know, your Pistolas, your Straight Six, your Goobers in this lobby, they still somehow found a way to win consistently. Oh, yeah, you know what I mean? Which is crazy. So, like, there's obviously a skill there. It's just so different.
There's a method to the madness, right? It always has been, always will be. And I think that's what makes it so fun. But it's always great to see an FFA players, you had mentioned some of the names, transition over to 4v4, right? Because to me, FFA has always been like, and to many others, right? This isn't a controversial opinion, but this is the proving ground, right? This is where you get an opportunity to make a name for yourself, really stand out, especially if you are an aspiring young player. This is your platform to do so. More so than in 4v4s, because sometimes, you know, you kind of get lost in the sauce. But I think these types of competitions and also just these types of lobbies always help to kind of like drive new talent forward and find people and discover new folks, right? It was happening a lot in H5. It was happening a lot in, you know, the H2A days, you know, as well as in H2, most definitely. It's just been really cool to see the development and the growth, right? And support for these young players.
Oh, I kind of wish that we go back all the way to the old days, and I wasn't around for it, but I always thought it was a neat idea.
Everything was black and white.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. You know, when I discovered Halo, that's when the world turned to color. But
yeah,
back in 2010, right? Those combines were really interesting, right?
Dude, yeah, I played in the Providence one. No, was it Providence? Yeah, I think it was Providence.
Tell us the placing. What was the placing?
64. We were in the Last Resistance. It was myself, Sir EJ, Assassin from Call of Duty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and James Cloud, who now, I think he's not there anymore, but he used to work at Epic, was a former Gears of War Pro coach or pro player, and then a Rainbow Six coach. It was one or the other, flipped in. I don't remember because it's been a while. And yeah, we practiced for like a whole month. Like Cloud flew out to my place in the Bronx, of all places.
Oh my.
and we land every single day. We actually used to be teamed with CDN the Third. He was in our team for a little while. And then, you know, as much as I love Caesar, I just don't know if he had the right mindset for Halo. And it didn't work out. And then I got dropped because I don't think I had the right mindset for it either. So, you know, hindsight looking back, it was a fun experience, though.
It's really funny you bring that up, and I love a setup like this where we can kind of just shoot it a bit, you know, and chat more about than the usual, you know, in-game action that's happening because we're here for so long. But you bring up a good point on, you know, so many of your ex-teammates and how far they've gone in the industry and different things. And it made me think, like, I wonder how many folks high up in the industry you could check in on and see, like, that had attended an MLG event where we're into comp Halo at some point in time. You know what I mean? That moved on to bigger and better things. It feels like they're everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you got like what Hokum in YouTube or in Twitter, right? Twitter or YouTube. He's a YouTube, I think it is.
He was YouTube gaming, yeah.
Yeah, which is like super sick. You know, even like old school guys like Arctic from ZYN back in the Gears of War days, right? Found a ton of success over at Epic. Cream, who was also a pro Gears player, still streaming to this day, still killing it, still, you know, like enjoying what he's creating. Like there have been a lot of people that have come through the doors of an MLG event, and I think, you know, it goes without saying it was a very impactful point in a lot of our lives. But I'm also very excited for the future, right? And to see how like it's kind of grown, because it was nice back then. Don't get me wrong. It was old school. We were really flying by the seat of our pants. Like being a caster, for example, that wasn't like a thing that people wanted to do. You know, like no one wanted to cast. It was like, hey, do you mind showing up on a Sunday because everyone else is like partying too hard and doesn't feel like waking up to cast these like lower bracket matches between the slippery slipslickles and the rainbow trouts, right? Like no one wants to watch those games. So And I always think that, when I look back on it, it's like, damn, right? Like how I could have just abused that and taken advantage and become an even better caster. But, you just didn't have the hindsight back then. It didn't exist because this wasn't a thing. This wasn't, we weren't getting paid.
I think MLG, I mean, and a lot of that early esports was that kind of moment for a lot of folks where it was like, wait, like, this gaming thing doesn't have to just be a phase, right? Like, it doesn't. I think there's something more here. I think there's something that if I invested into it, I can, potentially see a livelihood here in the future, right? And it was so grassroots. It was so early on, but to see how far esports has come in such a short period of time, like you said, it just gets me so excited for the future.
It's come far, but let's not forget, it's got a long way to go.
Absolutely.
And there are a lot of like structural issues, I think, in esports that exist right now that need a dramatic course correction. I personally feel like Halo, and this isn't biased, by the way. I've been blessed to have witnessed a lot of programs come and go, and whether that's a blessing and a curse, but I have seen that. Whether it's like Vainglory back in the day when I worked on that program, or when I helped start like RLCS, right? Like, or even HCS. Like I helped make the HCS in the beginning, and not a lot, don't get me wrong, I did barely anything, but like I was in those meetings, you know what I mean? Like I saw what was happening, and I saw the direction of everything, and I think like as good as the MLG days were, right, it was realistically only good for a certain amount of people, and it needed to become more equitable, right?
Absolutely.
And opportunity be presented across the board, and I think that we're on that path. It's going to be a long journey, but I do think that we are on that path. At least for Halo, because I talk to a lot of industry friends of mine, and they all look at me and they're all like, dude, what the hell's going on in Halo? And I'm like, hey, let me go ahead and preach the gospel, baby. Like because they're it's not perfect, but I mean, it's moving,
It's sustainable,
and I'm just optimistic. I'm optimistic. Maybe that's just my toxic optimism rearing through, but
no, I agree. And I think back in the day, like we saw it, we definitely have the rose tinted glasses on a lot of things, right? The fact of the matter is, like, the reason those programs ran and ran as well as they did is because we had people in every aspect of it that were down to do things out of passion,
I mean,
right?
We were
it was like
out of our ass. Like honest,
all the players were playing because of passion. They didn't care about money. All the staff, you know what I mean? Like half the people there weren't getting paid. They were just like wanting to be a part of something that seemed special, and that's obviously nice for the beginning of something, but that's not sustainable long term, right? And so, like you said, kind of figuring out what the future looks like in terms of sustainability. And I think we've seen a lot of those course corrections in a sad way this year, right? Like we've seen so many layoffs across the industry on all sides with orgs and game devs and everything else. So we're seeing like a industry-wide kind of correction being made. I just hope that on the other end, esports comes out for the better.
Yeah, same. But I think that in our pocket and what we're doing right now and what you guys are doing, what LVT's doing, and how I guess the game is kind of seeing this resurgence, if you will. That's a positive thing, and again, it's not perfect, and I'm sure like there'll be tweets about network issues and all that stuff, and it's all fair and valid and 100% precise. But when I look at a lot of other esports that are out there and how HCS has been scaling, it's been smart business. It's been smart, good partnerships that they've been making. Complexity actually being a really good example of that, because they're a team that I love the Cole guys. They're not the flashiest group. I think that will change soon, but I really hope that we get to see more and more of the of these teams that genuinely give care, give a crap, right? Like get those opportunities. Teams like Quadrant, right? Very well deserving of those opportunities in the partnership program. So I'm stoked, man. There's so much to look forward to, but at the same time, you always got to keep everything honest, and even that goes for myself, right? Like as a caster, because I'm not an employee of 343, but I still like love Halo, right? Because that love never goes away. Like we've loved this game for so long now, it's almost unnatural.
Yeah, it's like the majority of our lives at this point, you know what I mean, since Halo 1 dropped, and I know life with Halo more than I
say the word Halo at least once a day. Right? Like, that's a problem, right?
For better or for worse.
For better or for worse. I think all three of us, actually everyone in this call and everyone that's participating in the production of this tournament feels the same way.
Absolutely, man. Well, it is so good to have you, bro. And I love just shooting it with you about the old days, the good old days. But man, I gotta say, you've absolutely just been crushing it, man, in everything you do, and super inspiring. So I would love to ask you, for anyone, you know, aspiring to get into esports or maybe production or broadcast, like, what's some advice that you would give to those folks?
You know, man, I'm really glad you asked that, because there have been a lot of tweets making the rounds lately. There have been a lot of things that have been, you know, said, and I think it goes without saying. It's very important to note that esports, or this thing that we are working in, is not, you know, all sunshine and rainbows, right? But it's also important to recognize that there are ways that you go about you become successful in this space by being easy to work with, by being a decent human being who just has general empathy, and by showing that you are working incredibly hard. There are no cuts, there are no shortcuts in any of this. There's no, like, honestly, like, this has been my game plan since I freaking started, has just because I worked as a social worker and I saw what it was like, and I was like, you know what? I think maybe if we just like all treat each other like adults, we'll be okay. And guess what? It works. So just stay on the course, but most importantly, like, always be willing, be flexible, be a team player in those situations, right? Because you'll learn something, you'll extract something from the situation. It doesn't mean in life you're only living it to extract info from other people, but there's always a lesson to learn. And if you feel like you have gained nothing, if you haven't learned a single lesson, then you are just not paying attention, because there's always something to pull from it. So I hope for any aspiring casters out there, any aspiring players, coaches, whether it's people who want to get into production, you know, obviously recognize your value, but recognize that there is so much more to extract from experiences than meets the eye, and you will be shocked at like what you're able to develop and grow as an individual in this industry. And also, that was a nasty play. That was a freaking overkill. So I'm gonna stop talking, because
that's the first overkill we've had on broadcast. So
the Gilkey is putting some heat. So I'm gonna step aside, let the professionals do their job, and yeah, just have fun, boys. I'll be watching.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Golden Boy. And like you said, first overkill of the day. Gilkey gets the job done. Absolutely love to see that work put in. Remember, that's going to go towards the bounties today, Hunter, with the
absolutely
the overkill. First one on the board, the highest multi-kill will get them $250, and then the most overkills will also get them $250.
Yeah, I just want to shout out GB, obviously hopping on with us, an absolute legend in the scene, and one of the best casters in the game. I don't care what game he's casting, I am watching. Funny, you know, like a lot of folks have their different goals. Another triple kill coming in for Gil, because you're gonna challenge the ever. Oh, but Goober says no. But you know, a lot of folks in the scene, you know, they have their financial goals and things they want to accomplish. Right? For me, it's like I just want to cast one match with GB, and then I'll be able to ride off into the sunset. Good, you know what I mean? I could die at that point, happy. It's just such an absolute savage. So thankful to have him on the broadcast. Looking back at this game, though, hopping back in, Goober, first person over that halfway point in this free-for-all. That's right, folks. We're barely over to the halfway mark, and we still have a pretty competitive game. I've seen some folks cut the lead to less than 10 a number of times. However, Goober right now distancing himself again, going up by 18 over Mikwen. Just absolutely putting on a clinic, a consistent clinic. And with free-for-alls like this, it is absolutely a marathon, not a sprint. So getting consistent kills like he's been doing, like right there with that trade, is just only going to help him further his goal.
Right, and if I'm Goober, right, after I win this tournament, I'm gonna make some thank you letters, right? And the first one on board, I'm gonna say, hey, thank you, Eli. Thank you, Gamesager. And who else? Let's go last shot, because look at those assists, right? 65 assists from Eli. You know, Goober's just waiting there. He's listening. He's hearing. And then look at that one shot, right? Pick up the one shot. Pick up the one shot. He's like methodical at the way he's been doing it. And so far, he's just been really capitalizing on some of the damage that other players have been able to put down.
It's interesting, though. I see him taking a lot of pages, funny enough, out of Mikwen's book. So, ancient history story. Back in 2010, it was, I believe. Mikwen and I were both in the finals of an FFA event. I believe he won and I got second, or maybe he got second and I got third. I can't remember the exact place. And him and I were both in the top 3 at the finals of Columbus 2010. And afterwards, I think it was his interview or something, people were asking him how he plays free-for-all, or it might have just been in hangs. Sorry, it's been so long, but he essentially said in free-for-all, to be successful, this was in Halo 3, get a kill and trade, right? If you get one kill clean and then you're able to trade one more kill before your death, you're going to be in good shape, right? We've seen Goober multiple times get a cleanup or a kill or two, and then immediately in the next fight, if he's up close, he just goes in for the trade, knowing that the damage is done, that he's gotten multiple kills per life, right? As long as you get a kill or two per life, you're looking good, especially in a long free-for-all like this.
All right, one thing you can see, you know, we haven't seen a lot of players go for it yet. When you look at the bottom of Goober's screen, you see that points tab right there, right? So it has points for it. That means he's at 4 seconds in that P3 position, right? So when we scroll over players, you might see that points tab there. That's how long they spent in that P3 position. You can see it on your screen. The more time you sit there, the more seconds will accumulate. That'll get you closer to that $250 period. And can you talk a little, Hunter, about the importance of P3? Because I feel like when people think about this map, oftentimes they think about getting lasered down from that P3 position.
P3 can be so sick. You know, for me, it was never really a spot that I want to like just sit up there on, but if I get a kill or two in P2, you can hop up to P3 so quick and have a transitional, you know, angle basically anywhere on the map. So it's such a good spot to have access to be able to hop up to for multiple angles if you know those jumps. And then obviously on top of that, we have that bounty, like he was saying. Shout out to Skizma and Unique and the rest of the crew for putting that all together. There's an actual invisible hill up on P3 and you get points for being up there, and that's one of the bounties. Another triple kill coming on broadcast here. Mikwen doesn't check the base though. Oddly enough, I would expect him to know that there might be a spawner there for the over. However, he's still, you know, doing pretty well in this first game, sitting in second place. I don't know if anyone would have predicted Mikwen in the top 2 here based on this lobby to go. I mean, Garrett, were you one of them? Did you see him doing this well?
Ooh, yeah, I was thinking Goober for sure, right? I was thinking Goober, LastShot, Frosty were my top 3 for this one.
I think me too. I think honestly I'm exactly right there with you.
Yeah, but then, you know, like I feel like this is like the Mikwen career, right? Mikwen's always there, like the second you think I'm not gonna do something is when I start heating up again, right? It's like people will be talking about, oh, like Mikwen, he hasn't played, and then he gets top 4, right? And it's like Mikwen back in Halo 5, he's like, oh no, I can still win these tournaments, and he does it time and time again. Honestly, I think Mikwen's one of those players that he's just like a natural born winner. He's a natural born competitor, I should say. He's gonna do whatever it takes to win a game.
And Mikwen has incredible Halo instincts, and hopping back on here with Porky, aka Goober. I should probably not call him Porky, right? Just out of respect. Deputy Goober here in first place, 149 on the board. He's about to go up by 20. There it is. He goes up by 20 on the next person. So Goober has to be feeling pretty good right now, but at the same time, this is about that point in the game where in a normal free-for-all, I would start to actually feel worse if I was in first. I'm like, man, I'm up big, but that means I can just choke big, right? Like, I gotta keep my foot on the gas. I mean, still got 100 kills to go there, Goober, so I'm hoping he can keep this momentum up, which I don't doubt the man. At this point, he's been doing this for so long. Last shot, a little bit of milk in his life there. I respect it. I respect the attempt, however. Sometimes in free-for-all, better just to die and get back on the map so you can get some more kills.
See, but for me, it's like a spiteful thing. It's like, I'm not gonna let you kill me. I'm gonna run out so someone else can get the kill, so you feel bad about putting damage into me, right? I want to be like, you don't start engagements with me, but when
I will absolutely do that. If someone's chasing me, I don't know if you've ever been this petty. If someone's chasing me for a while, like I feel him behind me, shoot me, I run out the base, he's still chasing me, still shooting me, I run below the base, I run out, I go back to the top of the base, he's still chasing me. At that point, a lot of times, I will literally just jump out to the middle of the map and be like, someone else kill me, please, other than this dude who's just been chasing me on the map for so long.
Don't give them the satisfaction. Like, you can't let them have satisfaction in these in those.
It's moments. Like, there's no way you're playing like this and getting this kill. Sorry, brother. Someone else. I don't care. Anybody else can have this. Nice shots by Eli. What an absolute savage and legend. I mean, and the stick. No, the stick does not come. I think it was stolen right before it blew up. I think the guy got cleaned up. But Eli, I mean, some of the sickest clips I've ever seen on this map are from this man, and love to see him here in this lobby in 2023, all these years later. I remember first seeing his montage in 06. Quite literally changed my life in the way I viewed Halo.
Yeah, the montage scene so big back in the day, and it really came off with the cool multi kills, right? And we already had one in today, and we might just see another one. Last shot looking for the overkill. We've seen a lot of triples. Not quite in time for the overkill, but he might chain it together. That was a sick little spree. That should count. You know what I'm saying? But I want to go back and reminisce. You know, back when Golden Boy, right when he was finishing off his sentence, we saw an overkill from Gilkey. I want to go put that back in the replay machine. And Hunter, like, break this down for me.
Yeah, so Gilk obviously comes in and gets the early cleanup on a fight that was happening there. Piece on the base. When you're playing base, you kind of know to check both sides. You have the car side and the P side, and Gilk just playing it perfectly from the window, getting the cleanup, sees Gamesager across the map, gets the cleanup there in slow motion. Such sick use of the window. The window strat was my go-to strat in Midget back in the day, so to see him go to work there using that so well, cleaning up fights all around the map, that's pretty much textbook window play out of Gilk, and first person to get an overkill on broadcast. So sick. I think in the game, right, because we would have seen it in the kill feed if someone else did. I think he's the only person so far to secure an overkill.
Yeah, I believe that's the case at the moment. You know, he's a little bit down on the leaderboard right now, right? You know, how many kills is he behind right now? Let's do some quick maths. Like, just over 50. Yeah, right. It's just under 50, right? It's like, holy, that just shows you how much of a lead Goober has at the moment. And it's like Goober's like creating some real separation between everyone right now. That's going to be important because remember, it's going to be in flights. Right, so getting to 250 kills and having that much separation when you get to 250 kills is going to be a big deal when it comes to the format of this tournament.
I mean, he's letting everyone know there's levels to this, right? And so the question then is, if you're one of the other players in this lobby, do you start hunting him on death cam, right? Do you start using the OG strats of like, I'm finding him on death cam, making sure he dies every time? Or are you doing the opposite? Are you finding him on death cam every time and avoiding him, right? Two different strats to play out, because you can switch that death cam in Halo Infinite, much like Halo 2 or Halo 3, and see what's happening with the other players on the map. So in a sense, you're able to get information while you're dead. If I'm Goober on death cam, I'm looking for Mikwen every time, right? Like, he's the only person that you could even have a miracle shot of coming back after me. I'm going to find him on death cam and make sure I grief every fight that he's in as part of my play, right? Like, I'm not going to alter my game plan altogether, but I'll incorporate, you know, griefing you a little bit to make sure you stay in second and don't have a shot at coming back.
So far, let's take a look at the leaderboard. I want to see Frosty starting to make some room up right now, right? We haven't talked about Frosty a little too much, but as he gets perfect kills right in the back from Gil. Oh, Gilkey might just get another overkill. Gamesager's up at the top base. He's flying. Mikwen got the damage in, but just not quick enough, right? That's a tough
Lots
one.
of triples out of Gilk, though. This is a good life out of him. 5 kills. Being on a killing spree in a free-for-all is insane. I mean, 5 kills to no death Goober, though. Look at him, just not willing to let Gilk stay alive there in a situation he doesn't get taken down. Mikwen now under this base trying to survive, takes down Frosty. Eli with some kills of his own. I'm yet to see Eli on his ledge. That's got to be why he's not in first right at this moment. Eli, if you got a ledge named after you, you're 1 in a million in the scene. I want to see you playing that ledge a little more.
Yeah, right. It's like no one has as much experience playing Eli than Eli. You got to make sure that you're over there doing your best. And I think Flurriously is hunting himself for some quick cleanups right here. He's going to be able to get 2 of them, killing spree. And right, like you talked all about going positive, right? Getting 1 kill and then finishing the next, right? If you get 2 kills per life, you're doing a great job in FFA. Getting a killing spree, that's like the equivalent of taking a rook off the board on a chessboard, right? It's like,
absolutely,
it's so massive, right? And it's that game theory throughout multiple games. Like when you play like trading card games or you're playing chess, like getting positive value per piece or per move is the name of the game, and getting like a +5 is important. But there's also times where you're just coming off respawn and you're dying over and over again. I think this is my problem. I think a lot of players' problems when they first play FFA Hunter is they get into that splendor where they're spawning and dying. Can you talk a little bit about how you get yourself out of those moments, right?
Yeah,
when you're on that death spiral, how do you get out of it?
Yeah, a lot of the times when you're in a sort of a cycle like that, it's because you're playing reactive Halo. You're kind of reacting to what's happening all over the map, and the map is dictating the way you're going to play. Whereas someone like Goober, for example, he's going to play his game regardless. He's not going to let what's happening all over the map kind of force him to speed up or slow down. He's playing at his exact pace at all times. A couple things I want to point out as well. You know, a lot of times if you're feeling it, dude, if you just take a breath, you know, know, maybe you crouch in a corner or something, try to regain a little bit, focus on trying to get some cleanups on the map that can help you a ton. Goober, I want to point out, he's pretty much sitting at a perfect 1.5 KD in this game, which he's crushing when it comes to get a kill and then trade, right? Like, he's at that 1.5 KD. Not to mention, he also has the least amount of assists on the map. That tells me one thing and one thing alone, as someone who's played free-for-all for a long time. It means he's not taking a lot of his own fights. He's not taking a lot of individual 1v1 50-50 toss-up fights, right? Because he's in a lobby. He's not necessarily in a lobby where there's bots or anything he can farm. Everybody in this lobby is good, right? So in order for you to have that little bit of assist, he's really guaranteeing that the fights he's in the advantageous position, right? He's coming in late to a lot of cleanup fights, fights that are already happening. So just overall a clinic here that we're seeing him put on, now nearing going up by 30 on the second place position. So if we could hop on with some Goober POV, that would be absolutely sick. Just see the way he's kind of playing this, as right now he's working the red base. He sees the fight coming in P2. He probably knows that trade happened, checks under the base. So see, he kind of knows the lanes that people are going to approach from, and is ready. Like, even in that situation where you think he would get caught off guard, he was ready for it and able to get a trade at the very minimum.
Yeah, that's what's interesting to me is, like, right, he's playing like very close positions and then tries to sweep out and like get the cleanup. But when he does find engagement where it's 1v1 full health versus full health, he seems to always be going for that 3-shot beatdown, because to him it's like, worst case is you just died, you don't get a trade out, right? It's like, like, you're doing fine, especially if you have a lead, just going in, getting that punch, getting that trade, and then just respawning it and working on trying to find that those vulture kills again.
And he's guaranteeing a lot of the situations he's in, as the young kids like to say today. I still don't quite understand the saying, but whatever. I'm just old.
The new era is here, man.
I mean, we can say that, but it's still the same people winning tournaments. So,
hey, bro, you know,
this map
experience is experience. Yeah, it takes time. It takes time.
I'm not saying the new anything is here until someone else can win a tournament. We're still seeing the same vets from 20 years ago winning the events. So it's
Goober. Oh my, that could have been a kill tag.
Could have been a kill tag, right? You hate to see the people trading right in front of you when you're going for the cliff, right? I'm just trying to see who wins some of these bounties, Garrett. These bounties make things spicy.
Yeah, I love it, because it's like, even if you're like someone that's not doing too hot right now, let's say Eli, who just eclipsed the 100 kill barrier right now, it's like you could still win by, like, let's see, who has the most deaths right now? Like, he's right up there. He's second place in the most deaths column, right behind Flurriously right now. So, you know, even if you do bad, you can still like come home.
But do you start just tanking on purpose? Do you start just like dying?
My strat would be like, if I know I'm doing bad, I'm shooting the wall. You know what I'm saying? I'm pre-firing. I'm pre-firing just a little bit more. Get my
accuracy down, get my deaths up. Well, we all know why you're not in this lobby now, Garrett. Anyway,
hey, I would be $750 richer if I was in this lobby. I would be inting to P3 every single life, shooting the wall on my way there. I wouldn't get a kill, but I would make more money than half the people in the lobby.
Well, there you go. We see it. It's whether or not we're playing for money or passion, we know which one you're all about. Garrett,
cash rules everything around me.
So we got to get this rent real quick. Got to get this rent paid, and we're seeing just chaos all over the map. Flurriously gets a melee down on the Mikwen. Look at that health, just a sliver. If he breathed on him, he would be dead there. Able to get away with his life. This is the worst position ever, though. When you're stuck under the base and you know fighting is going on all around, you can't be part of it. It is could be an annoying situation. I love the way he's playing this, though. He's not really rushing out. But yeah, you're not gonna get anything done. You're not gonna get anything done just sitting on the base. He does eventually trade a last shot. So Flurriously there. I do appreciate the fact that he was playing his life there under the base, not just sending it. Gilkey here gets in a 1v1 battle with Frosty. That's gonna be a cleanup. Last shot comes in to grief that fight. Great free-for-all players know how to avoid these 50-50s, right? And know how to put themselves in situations where they're getting cleanups at all times.
So Gamesager, he was at that P3 for quite a bit. I want to take a look at his points. He had 24 seconds of P3 time so far. So I think he's obviously starting to shift his focus a little bit more towards the bounties. We're seeing him go up into that P3 position. What's interesting to me is that there's some players that just they're not even going to try it, right? I think they're more focused on getting the win the other way. But here we go, Gamesager right back in that P3 position, getting some big time. And well, you can see the danger of being P3. We saw in that little 3P view how fast he just got instantly shredded from that top position.
You die quick up there, especially in free-for-all. P3, I think a lot more effective in 4v4, right? Where you have some coverage to keep you up there, whereas in free-for-all, it's you, yourself, and you. That's all you got is yourself, right? So going to a spot like that where there's potentially 7 guns on the map that can see you, P3 is a pretty exposed position. You're going to see some folks getting absolutely shredded off of that spot on the map.
Right now, Gilkey... Right, it's just such a hard spot because it's like sometimes you're in these moments where you're in a position. It's like I haven't seen anyone, and I feel bad because I haven't seen anyone. And then Goober comes in, and right when Gilkey has that icky feeling, it's like Goober comes in. He's like, oh, easy dinner on my backside. And I feel like that's always my position when I'm playing these FFA lobbies. Is I'll get to my power position, I'll get to my spot where I want to be. It's like crickets for like 15 seconds.
I do want to bring up really quick, Garrett, that we are seeing, I mean, with free-for-alls that are this long, I would expect players to start to find their rhythm, right? And I do want to shout out LastShot, who's officially taken 2nd place from Mikwen. LastShot was kind of riding that 5th, 6th, 7th early on in the game, if you remember, and at this point, he's kind of becoming a threat to Porky J, potentially. He's cut it to less than 30, which is just insane to say, but starting to kind of find his way here in this lobby.
Right, Goober also just passed that 200 point threshold, so he is in the official last quarter of this run right here. He just needs to get 49 more kills.
We just say that so casually, right? Only 49 more kills.
One
to go.
Slayer's worth of kills.
One whole Slayer's worth of kills by yourself.
Yeah,
is what Goober has to do here, but. You know, if I'm Gilk or Mikwen or any of these guys, you know, I got my music on. I'm just trying to find my zen space, right? Because we're playing for the long game here. We got a couple more matches to play as well after this one. It's not all over here in this one free-for-all. So with these guys, it's all about finding your pace, finding your rhythm. And I know with these extended free-for-alls, you know, even some of the folks that are in the bottom half, you know, we could see take some leaps here in the next game.
So far, Gilkey's been a big fan of just flying up to his top tower. And you're seeing why. Triples in, games. Oh no! He looked the other way. It would have been guaranteed.
It was no shields. You hate to see that. That would be a situation where I would say the new FFA rules that don't have radar factor in, right? Because back in the day, OG FFAs, you had that radar, he would have been able to see that guy coming and make a play accordingly. However, a little bit of missed time in there, and LastShot able to take him down and grief the potential 2nd overkill. Gilkey's still in the lead though when it comes to that multi-kill master bounty with 1 overkill. We haven't seen another one yet in this game, which I'm actually kind of surprised about, Garrett.
Oh, okay.
Here
well,
we go.
You say that?
Oh,
no!
my.
Ah!
Out of ammo. He ran out of ammo going for the over, but who else than Goober? Look at the shots and the strafe and the grief he just caused Mikwen to get that kill on him, even though he was already weak. Mikwen, though, in this powerful P2 position, gets 2 kills so far. Make that a 3rd. 3 kills to his life there. See, so Mikwen really efficient in that last life. LastShot now at 187. Mikwen at 180. Frosty falling out of this one a little bit here at 173. Kind of out of contention here in game 1.
Yeah, this is where you really got to make up that ground, and there's a player that probably won't be able to make up that ground. I want to bring in, because, you know, he's a friend of the broadcast, right? I want to pull EliTheNiNja. I want to see maybe we can get some live comm checks with him. I want to pick his brain about who's been causing him some problems on the lobby. So Eli, if you can hear me, you know, so far out of this lobby, what are your thoughts so far of all these players, and who's been causing the most problems for you?
Man, they're all causing problems. These guys are insane at the video game. I spawn, I'm dead in 5 seconds. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, they all have insane strafes. They're hard to hit the last shot on. Like, I don't know. It's definitely an experience where it's forcing me to play my best. I have to think super hard. I can't start many fights because they're almost always stolen. So I'm having to adjust my strategy a little bit, but man, at this point, I'm thinking about shooting the walls to go for that lowest accuracy bonus, to be honest with you.
You are the 2nd person to bring that up on broadcast. Garrett was talking about shooting walls and running P3 every time off of his spawns. I do want to ask you though, Eli, as someone who's been doing this a long time, I remember starting FFA lobbies with you in tours like this back in 06. How does this lobby right now compare to some of those insanely stacked free-for-alls you played in back in the day?
I mean, it's hard to compare in a lot of ways, because I mean, back then, like, they were the best of the best. I actually would consider myself to have been like one of the better shooters at the time, so actually won some of these with stack players, but I mean, like, now we're in a super fast-paced movement. Like, you die so much faster now than you did back then. I don't know, it's just so different to even compare the two, to be honest. But this has to be the toughest lobby I've ever played in my entire life, because these guys are all ridiculous at the game.
I want to bring up the Eli ledge. I have to. I feel like having you on broadcast, you know, it's necessary. I don't know if a lot of folks at home watching know, but every time you get an Eli ledge call out on any map, it's obviously referring here to EliTheNiNja. Eli, I'm curious as to if you remember when that started happening, that ledge kind of became named after you, how that kind of happened. I'm so interested to know how something like that happens. How do I get my own call out is what I'm asking you.
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, like, I don't know exactly how it started. I know that I used it a lot in FFA back then. I had like a Killtrocity on broadcast from the ledge. And I know that Ghost Ayami in particular used to complain about me sitting on the ledge and getting kills from there. So I think it really started from that Carbon roster. Like, they were all good at FFA, and I was beating them in a lot of the FFAs, and I think they like complained that was the only reason I was winning, was because I would camp on that ledge. But to be honest, like, I took a break from Halo and came back, and, you know, I'm checking on some of my old teammates like Snipe Down, Pistol, and those guys to watch Halo 5, and I'm hearing guys I've never heard of screaming Eli in Halo 5, and it's just like a weird mind-blowing experience. I'm like, they're still calling it that? Like, half these guys probably don't even know who the hell I am.
You're like, it's been 20 years.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
It's definitely weird. And there's actually some teams are calling like parts of Aquarius or Catalyst the Eli now. So I don't know. It's a weird thing for me, especially if I'm playing with somebody on my team who's calling out my name. I don't know if they're talking to me or if they're saying an enemy location. Like, I don't know. It's a weird experience for sure.
Well, very, very sick. I remember you doing just absolutely things that no man should do to another man from that ledge back in the day. I mean, if you were coming out that base unaware, you were getting a flying BXR to the face. So you had to check that ledge every time Eli was in the lobby. But yeah, so legendary. And I remember thinking that too as time progressed, and you know, you obviously were away for quite a while. And I remember being like, man, like this is the call out that just keeps on giving, right? The only one I can think of similar is like the Walshy, I believe, was in multiplayer in multiple games. It was kind of like anytime there was a nerdy little crevice crack behind something, it would end up becoming the Walshy. And I was like, it really kind of speaks to Walshy's playstyle, much like how the Eli ledge speaks to what you used to do to folks. So congrats to you for, you know, now almost, like I said, almost 20 years running, continuing to have a call out named after you in these games.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, it still blows my mind. I remember meeting Barcode, who's like 21, and I did not expect him to know who I was, and he's like, yeah, I've been using your call out for years in Australia. I'm like, what, on the other side of the planet too? Like, it's just weird, man.
Well, they're truly everywhere. Eli, I think you maybe try to get those deaths up a little. Actually, no, you're in the lead right now.
I'm in the lead for deaths, bro. I'm gonna start shooting the walls.
Yeah. Well, we'll let you go for these last 20 kills. Focus up, try to make up some of that ground as we see Deputy Goober getting just one step closer. 232 kills at the moment. Mikwen and LastShot, the only other two players to reach that 200 kill threshold.
Yeah, it's pretty telling. We thought we might have seen a little resurgence from LastShot, but Goober completely perfectly maintaining his lead and putting an axe to any sort of hope there that anybody else might win this one. I think he's in trade territory at this point, right? Just trade every life until you win. Being up right now by 25 against the best players in the world, let's be honest. And so a really great showing here, game one from Porky J, aka Goober. But would we expect anything less from him, Garrett? You and I, seeing what he's done, I wouldn't have. I definitely had him in my top 3 or my top 2.
No, I think Goober's underestimated, or I shouldn't even say underestimated, because the people I know. It's just like there's a lot of people that just need to experience his FFA play to like be like, oh, okay, this guy is like truly something special. And I think that's a large part because he's like just honed the FFA skills for so long. You know, when FFA is not in ranked, like he has a Discord where he's like running them every night, like getting those reps in, and that's why a lot of the players that you see in those finals lobbies, like Flurriously, like ItzTheLastShot, Kid Nasty, and the like, are in those lobbies every night, like getting their FFA reps in so that they're ready for these tournaments, because in the HCS world, like there is quite a bit of money. Like if you win an FFA tournament at Worlds, like you're making more money than a lot of the players that are getting top 8, top 6.
Absolutely, and I would be fascinated and interested, and hopefully later on we can get Goober on broadcast on the mic, because I would love to ask him what kind of team offers he gets, because I know there's a lot of people that really wish they could convince him to play fours with him, with them, but I just kind of, from what I understand, he's not interested in competing unless he's doing it with his friends, his little friend group, you know, like we're talking about players like Omega, if you remember them, and what was the other one? Filthy J and those guys. He's kind of not really interested in competing unless he's doing it with his boys, which I respect it, right? You know, like if you know that competing isn't your thing, or like, you know, competing with people you're not really familiar with. Oh, here it comes.
Oh no!
He will get it here though. He does
still got
get
it.
the overkill.
Kill
tag comes in. No, it's an assist. It's an assist there. How did Frosty get that kill from behind? Oh, Goober's so close to getting the highest multi-kill we've seen on the day, but he does get the over, so that puts him within 1 overkill of Gilkey. Anything can happen with how much game we still have left to play in some of these other matches.
Right, and it's just so crazy, because it's like when the multi-kills happen, it happens, right? You start seeing those players like feed into you, and because of the nature of FFA, they're usually weak. You can really go on a spree, and that's the thing. We have 4 heats of this, right? We're about to finish this first one. There's plenty of times for players to get the kill tax, to get the kill atrocities. And Goober,
another triple kill coming out of him though.
I want to take a count at the end of this lobby and see how many triple kills there were, because I feel like we've seen just a ton of them on stream so far.
I love that about free for all. There's so much action all over the map. There's so many players making plays. The perfect kill comes in. Trying to get the trade, does not get that second trade. However, he's only 2 kills away. You gotta be feeling good if you're a Goober. Last shot looking like he's gonna lock up that second place position here in heat number 1. Frosty and Mikwen will be 3rd and 4th, but there it is. The double kill comes in. Goober takes 1st place in heat number 1. No surprise there whatsoever. Garrett, what makes him so special?
Goober, it is the training, right? It is the practice, and a lot of people, I think, underestimate like how far talent can take you. Like just because you have a good shot, just because you're good at the game, doesn't mean that you're going to see results. Goober, he's someone that not only has talent but hones talent, right? Is consistently putting in the work in the lab, and it really shows, right? He has one of the fewest deaths in the game, right? I think the only one lower is Gilkey at 177. He keeps those assists down, keeps the kills high, right? He is just playing textbook FFA to get the job done.
Yeah, lowest assists in the lobby as well, man. So chances are if he sees a player a kill that he wants, he's getting that kill. Very few times is he giving up those kills throughout the game, right? And so as you look through the stats here, for example, last shot, who came in 2nd place there, 217 kills, 26 more assists than Goober had, right? So if you say 26 times last shot got that kill instead of Goober, that puts him at 243. Like that's a pretty big difference there, Garrett. And just being able to secure the last shot on those kills when they're in front of you. Goober with excellent trigger discipline. A lot of times we saw him holding off the last bullet on players fighting to try to make sure he could get the cleanup, and just little plays like that, heads up plays, securing his kills. But heading down the list, Mikwen in 3rd place as well. A great showing from him in heat 1. Frosty in 4th with 207. But let's take a look at some of the multi kills that game. And we had Gilkey grabbing a couple overs. We had Goober. Here's Gilk, 2 overkills himself. 7 triple kills from Gilkey. 7 triple kills. I would love to see how that compares to Goober. We saw Goober get 1 over on screen. How many triple kills did Goober have that game? He had 9 triple kills, right? So lots of multi kills coming out from some of these lobby leaders here, looking good.
Just over like a 10% conversion rate. One thing I did see, 75% accuracy, 76% accuracy. That's actually going to be a big deal, right? I wonder if we can go and take a look.
76% is insane.
Yeah,
bro.
honestly, dude, someone could hit 80. You know what I'm saying? Like with how good these players are. What's insane to me is they're all averaging like 70. At the moment, right?
and I remember back in the day, like I remember being in FFA lobbies and in Halo 2 where they also had the accuracy stat, and Snipedown, who had not been competing at LANs yet, was always viewed as like one of the highest talented young players around. His gamer tag was Talk Snipedown, and he would be shooting 60%. And back then, you know, the average was like between 40 and 50, and so he was shooting 60. We thought he was the God's gift to the sticks. And now we're seeing here in 2023 kids shooting 74, 75%. It's just absolutely insane. Speaks to the level of talent here. Look at the top four.
Yeah.
Every single player in the top four over 70% accuracy. That's psychotic. I don't even know what else to say about that. That's just absolutely freakish.
Yeah, LastShot's leading the charge right now with the accuracy. Remember, we're going to tab up all those shots hit, shots fired. So at the end, we'll have a true accuracy of them all. So, you know, it's definitely a game throughout. But right now, I think Goober leading the charge in a lot of our bounties and in the FFA itself. Remember, this is very similar to like a Tour de France, right? When they're going through biking the mountains of France, there's a lot of pit stops, right? And this is just the first pit stop on the way. So what's happening right now is these players are leaving the game, they're crashing it, right? They're restarting it. They want to make sure everything's good to go. They're getting up, getting those bathroom breaks, right? Making sure that they're ready to go for this next round. But we're gonna do the same, right? So we got, just like the players, we gotta rest our voices a little bit. We gotta make sure that we're all good to go for this next round. Here's our leaderboard. We'll be right back with the Complexity Tour de Walsh after this break.
They see the ice on the window to the soul. I'm cool as ice, but I'll never let you go. Hop on a flight, tie the knot in Mexico. Come close and sign it out with X's and O's. Sign it out with X's and O's. I don't remember life before you. Guess I was sent here just to adore you. And I like it that way. I like it. Do you like it that way? I like it. No, I don't remember life before you. Do you remember life before me? 'Cause I like it that way. Do you like it that way? They see the ice on the window to the soul. I'm cold as ice, but I'll never let you go. Hop on a flight, tie the knot in Mexico. Come close and sign it off with X's and O's. Nothing's gonna change with the lights on. 'Cause I don't remember life before you. Guess I was sent here just to adore you. And I like it that way. I like it. Do you like it that way? I like it. No, I don't remember life before you. Do you remember life before me? 'Cause I like it that way. Do you like it that way? They see the ice on the window to the soul. I'm cool as ice, but I'll never let you go. Hop on a flight, tie the knot in Mexico. Come close and sign it off with X's and O's. No, I don't remember life before you. Do you remember life before me? 'Cause I like it that way. Do you like it that way? They see the ice on the window to the soul. I'm cool as ice, but I'll never let you go. Hop on a flight, tie the knot in Mexico. Come close and sign it off with X's and O's.
Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Whole team winning. Truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Whole team winning.
Double kill.
Truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Yeah. I bring the truffle right back. I bring the truffle right back. Whole team winning.
kill. Triple kill. Overkill.
Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you only believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you only believe in me, yeah. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you only believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Hello and welcome back to the Tour de Walsh. I'm Toolez, joined with me, HunterJJX, and we are done with one heat. But hey, we liked it so much, we're going to go to our second one. 250 kills on the table, plenty of bounties up for grabs. And Hunter, after this first round, what are you thinking so far? Who's taking what bounty?
Well, King of Quads, we're looking like we've got a 2-horse race there so far. Gilkey and Goober both getting overkills last game. I want to see Frosty get in the mix a little bit with some of these, you know, multi-kill master King of Quads type deal. Sharpshooter, best accuracy, looking like last shot so far. He had 76% last game. Absolutely absurd numbers. Biggest loser, most deaths. Maybe Eli. I'm not sure. I think he's in the running with Sager for that one.
Eli and Flurriously, right?
Yeah, Eli and Flurriously both had a bunch of deaths that game. I mean, it's still up for grabs. I mean, that's only one heat down. Let's be honest, Garrett. Any of these bounties are still up for grabs. There's still a lot of money on the table here. Hopping into heat number 2. Eli off to a hot start in in first place, 8-3 to get things going. We need to hop on with the old man, the sensei. He used to be a ninja, now he's a sensei. Let's see how things are going for Eli.
I thought maybe he's winning his Eli position a little bit more, but no, all the way over at tower, looking left and right. And looks like Mikwen will be the first victim. Looks like we just got confirmation. Oh, Eli got an overkill to start this game, so he's putting himself right into that bounty. You know, he can get most deaths, least accuracy, and most overkills. That would be an insane combination for the bounties.
Yeah, and some great place to start things off for Eli. I'm so happy for him in the way he sounded a little on the interview. He sounded a little dejected, right? He sounded like he'd been in the blender. We were hearing him live from the blender as he was getting blended. So starting things off here, hot 10-5 in heat number 2. However, we sadly know free for all is a marathon, not a sprint. However, if it was a sprint, Eli would have won the 100-yard dash.
Yeah, if we're matchmaking, he's like almost halfway there. You know.
True.
Unfortunately, doing the math, I think he's like maybe 100th of the way there, so plenty of time.
Yeah, that's some insane perspective right there, right? And matchmaking free for all would be up to 25 yet here. Each game is 250 per, a 10x multiplier per game. If you want to count all of them, it's up to 1,000 basically. Insane, lots of game to be played here, but Eli started things off really well. 12-7, make that 12-8, so a perfect 1.5 like I was talking about earlier on the KD thus far. Goober starting things off a little bit slower here, right? An 8-7 start with 8 assists, so lots of assists racking up, something that was uncharacteristic last game.
Oh, I thought Eli was going to come down with that 5. So far, Eli, Mikwen, Frosty, Goober, all these guys. I mean, obviously it's early game, but don't want to get too ahead of yourself. But so far, so good on this damage. And you know what? I want to, you know, we have so many players we can talk to. I want to talk to you. Who do you want to drag up? Who do we want to talk to in this situation?
Ooh, we get to just take our pick. We get to just break someone's concentration right off the rip.
That's what I like. We got to start like finding whoever's in first. Like.
Do we want to start taking these lobbies into our own hands? Let's see who's the biggest threat to this lobby that we can pull up for a quick conversation. No, in all seriousness, I would love to jump in. I mean, I don't know, Mikwen maybe some Mikwen, maybe some Goober. I want to hear from Goober. Actually, I mean, he just won the last game. Let's show him some love and get him on broadcast so folks can get to know him a little better.
All right, so we're gonna bring in Goober to the broadcast. Welcome, Goober. You're on air. Everything you can say will be heard. But a first place finish in round Heat 1. How you feeling so far in the tournament?
Hands are getting a little tired here, but.
Yeah, you're not quite as young as some of these other spring chickens. I know you've been in the scene and around for quite a long time, but just want to show you a little love and help the chats get to know you a little better. We had a lot of folks asking, who is Goober in the chat? So if you could answer that question for yourself, who is Goober?
I'm just Deputy Goober. I used to compete under Porky J, used to play for XSET, and just kind of playing free-for-alls nowadays. Pretty much it.
Now I know. Sorry, go ahead, Garrett.
I was gonna say I think he's a little, I don't want to say shy, a little bashful right now because he says just playing FFA. I'd say just dominating FFAs because it feels like you're always in the finals. And well, you have an FFA victory underneath your belt as well at Arlington during the Optic event. So it's like, why did you commit so much to FFA at the moment?
I just wasn't enjoying the 4v4 aspect, just playing every day. I couldn't put in the same effort as my teammates, so I just stepped back and just still wanted to compete a bit, so I just stuck with free-for-all.
Able to practice and grind the free-for-alls out on your own time and not feel like you're letting down the rest of the squad. I get it. I 100% get it and respect it. I mean, but the work you've been putting in the free-for-all has been very apparent. You've basically been in the finals of every event, whether it be online or offline. Just an insane consistency, and so we wanted to shout you out for that. I had a fun question out of curiosity, because I know for a fact that you're not necessarily going unnoticed down there. What kind of team offers have you gotten? I know for a fact that people are hitting you up all the time trying to pick you up.
Year 1 I had a few offers, but after basically year 2 everyone stopped getting offers. I'd say end of year 2, I'd say, for the most part. don't want to
kinda
say
understood
who.
where you
but-
stood. Yeah, of course not. Of course not. I just, I wanted to, because I know for a fact you were getting some good ones there. Really interesting to see a player take so much focus into free-for-all, but it's obviously paid off for you, as we've seen so much dominance from you in the FFA scene in Halo Infinite. Now, would you say that you enjoy playing the way free-for-alls flow more than fours, or is it just one of those things where that's what you chose to focus on because of the practice situation?
Just Halo Infinite wasn't really my style. I just don't have as much fun as I used to, like when I was younger. So my biggest thing, if I'm gonna compete, I want to be enjoying it. Because for me to be the best I can, I just have to be having fun at the same time.
Yeah, so you would say you're having fun now with the free-for-alls.
Yeah, it's like you don't have to. You still have to practice, but you don't have to put in the work, like the same amount of work. But I still like that. I still have that competitive drive in me.
Yeah, well, we can tell. You're in the finals every time, so you obviously take your competing very seriously.
Yeah, I need to get a world championship first, though. Then I'll retire maybe.
Ooh, okay. Target inbound. Now I'll say, we don't have the big $25,000 prize pool or $5,000 up for grabs. Obviously, you're in first place for the main prize, but are you eyeing any bounties? Any bounties you're specifically like going out of your way to try to accomplish today?
I was thinking about going for P3, but then I saw Gamesager was up there like all of last game, so probably just I was trying to go for most overkills and probably damage. It's probably the two I'm going for.
Well, I mean, you're right up there with accuracy as well. I think last shot had 76%. You were shooting 75, and honestly, that's kind of insane to me that you're shooting 75% accuracy at the moment. Can you talk a little bit about like how you're shooting that well? Is it just the Bandit? Is it a little bit easier in Halo Infinite than it is compared to other games? Like, how do you keep that accuracy so high?
It's just like shot selection, not shooting pointless people you don't need to. So you're just really picky with who you're shooting. So you're not just pre-firing everything for the most part.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Goober. We'll let you focus up. I know you're wanting to take first place in this heat as well. Thank you for coming on. And honestly, Hunter, Goober, fantastic.
Appreciate you, boys. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Mikwen with the overkill. We got to make note of that. The kill tech does not come in, though, but lots of folks kind of making this overkill bounty a little interesting now, Garrett, right? We've seen 3 or 4 players now get overkills of their own. Shout out to Goober for coming in. Thank you so much for being on the interview with us. Great player, great guy. You could just, you could tell he's got a good head on his shoulders and knows his role, right? Knows where he fits in the best. Knows that free-for-all works for him and his schedule. I know that he is a grown adult, right? So doesn't quite have the time to grind a lot of these other kids do, but still has found a way to grind in a way that would be impactful for him in his career. So shout out to him there. However, we have a new leader of the pack now, Garrett. Take us through it.
Oh yeah, right now leading the charge, the overkill man himself. Getting him into that conversation. Mikwen with 39 kills, and so far, I'm honestly impressed with how he's been playing. He is a man trying to get himself into that conversation for first place.
Yeah, great plays from Mikwen, a very, very consistent free-for-all player through the years as well. So we saw him in the top 4 last game. This game we see him currently in first. Eli's still doing really well. I do want to shout him out as well. Currently sitting with 33 kills. He's kind of in the mix, right, in that middle pack area. Wow, that frag just stuck Frosty right there. You can see it, get stuck in the armor there a little bit. Gilkey able to clean up the last shot there. Goober as well, very much in the mix. That 34 kill mark is kind of a bloodbath right now. There are 4, almost 5 players in that 33 through 35 kill area. So things pretty tightly contested here to start things off.
Right, and in fact, I would like to maybe take a look at the scoreboard from last game, try to give people an idea of where everyone's sitting at the moment, because I believe Mikwen was in that top 3, right? So you saw 212 kills last round. You gotta remember, whoever gets the most kills after these 4 heats will be the first place victor right now. So I think priority for Mikwen, right, trying to find that separation. In particular, you find separation from Goober, but I think Goober, man, he is, ever since he got off the call, I think his focus kind of regained, and he's been just going right up the scoreboard.
That's the thing with Goober. His start was so strong, like to win a game by 33 kills. That's an insane cushion to take with you into the rest of the heats. Like if you could just play consistent, even if he doesn't win any of the other ones, but they're all close, it's going to be so hard to come back on that deficit, right? He has kind of set himself up for victory here. So it really puts the onus on the rest of the players in the lobby, right? If you're going to win, you got to win big now to have a shot to get back into this leaderboard.
can see a couple other players. We had 4 players that got past that 200 kill threshold. And I think that's where you're trying to be each round, right? If you can get to at least 200 kills each round, you can be pretty confident that you'll have a shot to at least play for first place at the end. But it's honestly a huge benefit to get that big of a lead and to win at 250 kills. Like, Goober has a lot less pressure on him in the following rounds because he knows how much ground these players have to make up.
Yeah, a lot of great plays coming in from players all over the map right now. See Mikwen still sort of in the lead there with 48 kills. He's got a 6 kill cushion off of Goober, but after game 1, I'm not feeling comfortable ever, right? As long as Goober's still on the map, he has a shot at winning. Eli with a little bit of a resurgence as well, back into second place now with 43 kills. Let's hop on board with the old man when we get a chance here. Now pushing top center. I've seen this movie before. Get some shots down into the base, some great shots there. I love the way he's playing top mid, kind of panning around. Nothing really coming his way, sadly there. Here comes a fight. It's going to be traded out. Gil gets in the mix there. Just the timing so unfortunate. Everyone trades, everyone dies there, and Eli gets nothing out of it. So a bit of an unfortunate situation there. That's just free-for-all timing for you. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it does not. Flurriously desperately trying to stay alive. He goes down. He's taken down as well. But so far in this game, we've got Mikwen. His lead is now only 4. Make that 5, right? Goober climbing back into this one. Goober with another kill there onto Gilkey. Down now by only 5. Goober and Eli both tied for second.
Yeah, Goober is he's like a Terminator. The way that he just is approaching this game, getting back into it, and just out of ammo. Frosty's gonna steal that one away from him, and Frosty might be able to turn it into another triple kill. He will do just that. Frosty also having a pretty good I would say everyone kind of stepping up their game. I don't know, it only takes 250 kills to get your thumbs like truly warmed up, right? So I think everyone is truly playing at their highest level.
When you're as old as me, it takes a lot longer than 250 kills to go on. Let me tell you that right now. But these guys put on an absolute show. Something I noticed when we were on Goober's POV last, I just wanted to point out briefly for the folks at home watching, is he is very conservative with his sprinting. He is gun up a lot of the times. There's a killing spree coming out of him now. Only 1 kill behind first place, putting on a show there from P2. But he is so aware of his ability to engage in fights and put out damage that I saw him for a good 10 or 15 second period not sprint at all. He just had his gun up, walking the map, knowing where everyone was at, ready to do damage and clean up kills. And so just little things like that, right? To maximize your damage output, your ability to be ready for the next fight. A lot of folks, I feel like, get a little sprint happy, especially in Infinite, because of all the sliding and everything else that you can do. However, oftentimes you can set yourself up for a disadvantage in your 1v1 fights if you're not gun up, ready for engagements. Goober is ready.
So far, trades in, trades out. Mikwen in this first place position still, but Goober has just within a kill now. Goober has just been a man possessed trying to climb up that ladder. Eli, I'll say I'm very impressed that he's been able to keep this momentum going. 50 kills still. He's right in that conversation in that first place position as well.
People don't give Eli enough credit, man. I mean, back in the day, he was an insane talent, and everyone always talked about his mechanics and stuff like that, but he was always extremely smart. And the brain, you don't just lose that, right? He's still a very smart player. He approaches the game very analytically, and that sets him up for success. Eli getting backwhacked from his own ledge by Frosty. Frosty saying, "Take that, old man. I use your spot and take you down with it." So some great use of the Eli ledge there from Frosty to take down Eli. What a moment.
I really like that from Frosty as well, because not only was he sitting on that ledge, he saw that Eli and Flurriously were fighting. He's trying to set himself up for a double kill. Flurriously took a lot of damage from Eli. He just couldn't get that reticle down right after it. But it's little thought processes like that can make a big difference, right? Turning 1 kill into 2, 2 into 3 is really the key focus for a lot of these players.
Yeah, these players trying to string together something, right? Trying to get some sort of momentum. Some great plays coming there out of Mikwen. The P2 battle right now is absolutely out of control. Where is the player? Where the nades are everywhere, the shots are everywhere. Absolute dogpile P2 right there. Last shot comes out of it with a triple kill somehow. Puts the nade down. The 4th player is not pushing him. No overkill in sight here, but way to take an absolute blender bloodbath and turn it into an advantageous situation there for last shot. Comes out with a triple.
He might not be done yet. Mikwen though. Oh, Mikwen don't get a kill out of it. Oh. No.
Mikwen reminding the young folks who he is, right? He's like, I may have started a year late, but I'm still here to play. Mikwen still in first place with 65 kills.
Yeah, that's a little vet play, right? It's like the second you get away, I think we talk about it a lot, right? If you make mistakes, right? How pro players just punish you. It's like you let him live for one second longer. Well, he's gonna take that as far as he can, and getting that extra little value, right? It's like getting that value time and time again, right? It adds up plenty. We saw that from Goober in the first round. It's just getting those double kills, finding that extra kill for your life is going to provide separation later in the game. While it's so close right now, right? It feels like every kill is one of them is going to keep you close. When we're talking 20 minutes from now, that's when we're going to see some true separation from plays like that Mikwen made.
Yeah, but you also can't lapse, right? Like, yes, we'll see some more separation as time goes on naturally, but that separation occurs because over time, if you disengage your mind, if you're not locked in, you string together some bad deaths, and all of a sudden you're 10 kills behind the pack, right? And so it's all about keeping pace. It's very much like running a race, right? Where there's that kind of that clump, that pack of everyone trying to keep pace with one another. You don't want to be the straggler that falls behind, right? Because at this point, for example, if you're Gamesager, sadly, I don't want to just throw shade, but I mean, he's basically 20 kills out of where the big fight's happening right now, around that 60 to 65 kill mark, right? Goober, however, as I'm talking about this pack, Goober establishing himself once again in that first place position, up by 5 at the moment on Mikwen in second place.
He's impressive, man. The way that he's been methodically getting himself back into this game. And well, here we go. First versus second, and first place establishes its dominance from the top of the tower. Goober takes down Mikwen, and oh man, Goober is like, he sees all that. That was a feast for his eyes, and he just couldn't finish those kills because he just ran out of ammo.
But notice how he's just sitting. He's content to play his own game. He's not feeling like he has to force kills. Looking for his cleanups, gets the cleanup, stays alive. Gonna get his shields back here.
Mikwen is targeting him.
Just such good fundamental play by Goober, man. A killing spree P2, dodging all the nades. Finally, he's gonna be taken down by Eli. But I mean, we got to see it there. The patience, right? Like, Goober knows his game plan. He knows his FFA play style, and he's not trying to force it. He's willing to let the game come to him. And over a long, extended period of time, we see him consistently putting kills on the board, and it's landed him right back in first place.
I'll say it's a little bit of a lost art. I feel like the map design and newer Halos hasn't been quite the same as the old one, but like the true positioning and power, like those power positions, right? The way he played at P2, you notice like he stayed alive, but he had to do a lot of work to stay alive, right? Dodging nades, playing left to right, knowing how he can dodge damage up there. It's an art that's lost, and it's like, I think, a faithful recreation from the Forgers, like Unique, when he makes this map that allows players to kind of recapture that essence. It really felt like you were watching some old school Halo right there, with how he was just jumping around left to right. There was no sprint, there was no nothing. It was just pure movement, getting himself to stay alive right there.
Yeah, it was like beauty and simplicity in that situation, and seeing all the nades getting up there to P2 and getting landing where their people wanted them to, right? They're not getting stuck on random objects or clutter on the map. It's just being able to put a grenade where you want to put a grenade is a lost beauty, right, in the game. And so we saw some excellent plays there from Goober dodging nades. We've seen some great nade plays across the board in this lobby. Folks landing bank nades off the ground to hit people right in front of them. On the edges of the base is a nade that like, these spots have been around literally since 2004, which is crazy, and a lot of those same exact nades working, and that just speaks to Unique, right, and how excellent of a job he did putting together this map. Saw some sick spins there by Gamesager. Like, he got shot in the back and was instantly able to 180 with that half and half setup, half controller, half mouse and keyboard. For those of you guys just joining us now, Gamesager moves with the controller on the left side and then aims with the mouse and shoots with the mouse on his right hand. So very unorthodox setup, but it works for him. He's you know, here in this lobby and competing and putting kills on the board.
Yeah, you know what? I want to pull up ItzTheLastShot, right? He's our global champion at World, to see if we can get him down here and talk to him a little bit, because I want to get a perspective from him. Last shot. Welcome to the broadcast. Everything you say is going to be live to the audience, but honestly, you've been playing really well right now. I just wanted to bring in your perspective. How are you thinking about this tour to Walsh right now, and how do you feel about your position at the moment?
Well, man, I wasn't born or wasn't even alive whenever this map came out, so I'm the youngest on this map, and this map is quite frustrating. I'm not gonna lie, getting spawned on and just the amount of things that happen is you know, wild sometimes and gets really frustrating, but it's pretty fun all around.
See, that's a perspective I didn't expect to hear, Hunter. Like, because like you said last shot, you don't have that experience, but so far, I mean, without that experience, you've been doing a good job like getting in there and getting yourself right. What does it? What sort of preparation did you do coming into this tournament?
Not really much. I just kept playing my 4v4 and just hoped to just come in here and be able to shoot back a little bit and, you know, watch some like Mikwen's POV whenever I die and just try to do what he does. And that's about it.
That's a good solution right there. Just look up to the elders, make sure they show you the ways how you get it done. Look at that, a little good last shot right there on Mikwen. By the way, a little last shot. Where'd you come up with that name, man? How'd you get the
it was just a tag that I got on Xbox. I got last shot like in a bunch of numbers, and I was just like, yeah, I don't want numbers in my name.
Okay.
And changed it to ItzTheLastShot.
It's the last shot.
It's very interesting to hear your perspective, because I know free for all from obviously competing on this map, playing on this map for years, and this was the go-to FFA map for, you know, multiple Halo titles. And so for me, the new free for alls are just boring. I feel like there's not a lot going on around the map. There's not a lot of opportunities to clean up kills, and there's not a lot of sight lines. And so it's really fascinating to hear the difference between my perspective versus yours, where it's like you've never played this map. I never thought I would meet someone that plays Halo that's never played this map, and so really fascinating to see the difference there. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about the action. Goober though gets an overkill there, so another one. He's now tied with Mikwen. He got the kill tack.
Oh, he got the kill tack.
So he's now leading that bounty. Last shot. How
do you let him do that?
All right, listen, I'm going for the highest accuracy since I got the highest accuracy last game, so I'm just trying to keep hitting shots and just keep shooting back at people and hope to get rewarded. And, you know, sometimes, you know, trades like that happen, but
I do want to ask you before we let you go and lock back into this game. Don't want to keep you distracted for too long, but I shouted you out on this broadcast early on, saying that in my opinion you're one of the hottest up and coming players that I could see potentially being on a pro team by the end of the season. What are your current team roster plans moving into this next season of HCS?
Currently I am teaming with Cherish and Nemesis, and our fourth is up for discussion right now, but going into the next season we're probably going to stick with that and see where it goes.
Very cool. So you got some veteran leadership there with Nemesis, a player that I love. You got Cherish, another cracked up and coming player, but that's a great position to be in, where you're in the mix with players that have been there, done that, as well as some new talent, and just wishing you nothing but the absolute best moving forward into this next season, brother.
Thank you.
Love that last shot. Thank you for coming on. And Frosty looks like he's getting himself closer to another kill tag. I
believe that's Frosty's second overkill. So I believe we have 3 players that have 2 overkills. I believe it's Frosty, Goober. Well, Goober got the kill tag. Does it count as an over as well? It probably does. I believe it's Goober, Frosty, and Gilkey all have 2 overkills apiece, maybe more. So I'll have to get confirmation from the rest of our stats there. But we're starting to have a little bit of competition now. Things are heating up in some of these bounties. Players wanting to get that extra cash.
Yeah, I mean, getting back-to-back overkills like that, insane, right? And it looks like the ramifications of what that is, right? You can see Frosty, he's immediately right back into the fight for first place. It also feels like we're seeing players, like, this lobby speed up quite a bit. We're seeing players just die over and over again. Frosty eclipses that 100 kill mark. Goober right there, and Mikwen just 1 kill away. So right now, kind of a 3-legged race for first place between 2 of our pro players, Frosty and Mikwen, and our FFA phenom, Goober.
Well, it's very interesting that you bring that up, Garrett, because, I mean, Goober isn't necessarily playing super fast Halo, right? Like, we watch how he was playing, very methodical, meticulous, knows his spots, right? And so he's consistently racking up kills at a pretty high pace, even though he's not necessarily playing like super fast mechanically. But because of the pace that he's racking up kills at, it's forcing the rest of the lobby to feel like they need to do more. They need to be faster to get more kills. And so we're seeing people start to kind of throw their lives at situations more, which is kind of like a catch-22, right? Because Goober's getting those kills not playing that way, and the rest of the lobby is speeding themselves up to try to keep pace with him.
Right. It's like you have so much power when you're in that first place position. I think that's like one of the first lessons a lot of players, like whenever I get advice from FFA players, they always say the same thing. It's like, do not worry, play your game, right? Like, get to the spots you want to be at. Like, things will come to you eventually. Like, do not try to keep to push too much, right? Because it's like when you start playing not your game, that's when most of the time you're feeding into someone else's game, like you said.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, when you're playing your best game, for example, me, I actually specifically remember at Columbus 2010 when I got third, I don't think I even checked the scoreboard for like a 5-6 minute period, you know, just locked into what was happening in front of me on the screen. Like, you don't want to let the things happening around the map dictate the way you want to approach your game, right? You want to play your game no matter what and have a solid game plan going in. I'll tell you who does have a very solid game. It looks like someone's sitting a little still there. Is Goober, but we're seeing Frosty now in the mix. This is a player that, you know, I had potentially in my top 2 for this whole event. One of the most talented, if not, you can make the argument on any given day he is the best player in the entire game in the league, right? And so starting to now put the onus on Goober a little bit, starting to put a little pressure on him, saying, hey, look, I'm right here, man. I'm right here. I got this. Tied now for first place, Frosty.
Double kill.
Triple on the horizon from Frosty. Can he chain it in anything? He only has 3 shots.
Yeah, he's hoping to see a weak guy there, right? It's nice job getting the triple kill though there, and Frosty for the first time in the lead.
Yeah, Frosty's been phenomenal on this second game thus far, and that's the other thing with this bandit rifle, right? You get 3 perfect kills worth of shots in your gun, right? So it's oftentimes you're needing some sort of luck to come to you, some player that's going to push in while one shot chain it together, especially with how long it takes to reload this bandit. It's pretty hard to chain your multi-kills without those weak players coming into your view.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a bit different than the BR. The BR allows you to get a lot more bleed damage, a lot more cleanup damage, right? This gun, if someone's weak, you need to pop their shields first, and you can kill them. You can't bleed through, as well as like those situations where players melee each other. Back in the BR days, if 2 players melee each other in front of you, you could shoot one burst into both of them and potentially get both those kills. It's happened to me hundreds of times on this game type, specifically in Halo 2. So you don't have that potential with the bandit. However, with the bandit, you have, oh my goodness, first of all, Gilkey, nasty shots. But with the bandit, you have a lot more range potential damage. You can shoot this thing across the map and get a cleanup if you have the aim for it, right? So there's pros and cons to every gun. And the bandit, obviously, the 1v1 fights are just absolutely awesome to watch. A lot of skill expression there. So give and take, right? Not as much damage to clean up kills, but more potential for plays like that. Frosty getting the perfect 5 while weak to get the double there. Now in second place with 118 kills.
As I try to hunt down Eli on the other side. You see, reminding everyone of what those scores were like, and we can see quite a bit of movement from round to round. If Frosty's able to take himself like an established lead, right, the biggest thing he needs to do is he needs Goober to slow down, right? Because it's like, if he gets 250 but Goober's right there with him at 240, that gap is gonna still be like pretty big. So like right now, Frosty's priority, just try to get as much separation on that leaderboard as possible so you can try to make up some of that ground lost in round 1.
That's one of the things I love about free-for-all, is that it's on you, man. Right now, Goober is not competing against Frosty or LastShot or Mikwen or any of these other players. Goober's competing against himself, right? It's on him whether or not he can keep getting his kills, whether or not he can keep his pace. And with the lead that he has from round 1, like I said, that 37 kill cushion or whatever it was that he came out with, he really, it's a mental battle versus himself. He's probably thinking to himself, I just got to keep pace, just got to keep playing my game. And he's set himself up so well after 1 heat, which is very impressive considering we're playing 4 of these things.
Right now, let's take a look over at the scoreboard. Mikwen slowing down a little bit, but you can see Frosty and Goober both just going blow for blow. Gilkey, the other player that needs to maybe increase his pace a little bit. Remember, he was dominating with the multi-kills in the first game, but we've seen already that there's been a lot more multi-kills in this game already. Like, we've seen back-to-back overs from Frosty. Mikwen's gotten one. We've seen a kill tack from Goober, right? These are the things that are going to happen throughout the day, but it's insane to see how those multi-kills have already just upticked in pace thus far.
Honestly, this game, we've seen a lot more of the classic dogpile P2 than we did the first game, right? We've seen a lot of players going P2. There's pretty much always been a fight there at all times. I would actually say this game, I've seen Goober go P2 quite a bit. It almost seems like it's a shot from this game. Gamesager with a little triple kill coming his way. So great job there from Gamesager to also put a multi-kill up to get some more kills on the board. Still so far behind though at this point. He's almost doubled up on by Goober there in first but we know Gamesager is looking at those bounties, right? He's eyeing some of those other cash prizes. I was talking to him yesterday, and he had a very specific game plan for how he wanted to approach this event, and doing just that. Back up onto P3 here, we see Flurriously with 28 points, make that 30 and counting. Flurriously doing a good job there, getting the P3 bounty on the board. I'd be curious to see what Gamesager's at. He's also been going up there quite a bit, so hopefully we can hop on his screen after we see Frosty win this next battle against Mikwen. Oh, Mikwen takes him down with the body shots there just to put Frosty down. Gamesager only with 4 points from P3, which is interesting. I thought that he would have far more. Well, I guess he was up there a lot more last game, but only 4 points this game. Flurriously with 30 points from P3. For those of you just tuning in, we have some extra bounties for extra cash prizes. One of the fun ones is there's an invisible hill on P3, and whoever has the most P3 hill time after these 4 games wins a $250 bounty cash prize.
Get yourself up there, make sure that you can get some of that time. In the first game, it was Gamesager who had the most time, 38 seconds. But it looks like Flurriously is like close on that tail. In fact, I'd like to pull up Flurriously. Maybe we could pick his brain about
Did you see that play? Did you see that play that he just made?
It's about to turn into more. Oh my!
Did you see that play from Goober? Oh my goodness! So he was sitting on the Eli ledge in a lobby with Eli, which I'll never get over. Sitting in the Eli ledge after getting his first kill, not pre-aiming the tunnel below him, not pre-aiming P2 above him, pre-aiming the grenades that are right above the ramp, letting that player walk up the ramp, then nade-shotting the nades and cleaning up instantly for the double and then turn it into a triple. Just a sick heads-up play. You can tell this isn't Goober's first rodeo here on Midship, and knows the exact plays he wants to make and put on a show for all of us.
Yeah, phenomenal plays from him. Flurriously, we'll pull Flurriously up, get an interview going with him, talk about some of what's happened in his career. As we're gonna welcome Flurriously. Flurriously, welcome to the broadcast. As you say, can't be heard right now, but I wanted to pick your brain real fast because I see you going for that P3 option. You bounty hunting right now?
Right now, I am so down bad that I just have to guarantee something, right? Well, that's P3 or the Biggest Loser. I just have to guarantee something here. For some reason, these guys just love seeing my sparring and just putting every single bullet into my body. Like, it's unbelievable. I'm just trying to change it up. I'm just trying to like keep composed. I'm just trying to have fun here, like while I still can. I got 2 whole more hours on this thing, dude. Like, it's either P3 or nothing, bro. All
get your money however you can get your money, boo. That's what I would tell you, man. If P3 is gonna get you that check, then there ain't no shame in that whatsoever. We know how these free-for-alls can just be an absolute blender, especially with the Bandit. How are you feeling running around Midship? Have you ever played on Midship before? That's my first question.
Competitively, no. This is my first time, and so I have no idea what the strat is. I don't know if it's P3. I don't know if it's like going P bubble, like car bubbles. I don't know, man.
Hunter,
I've had fun on casual like game mode for this map, but competitively, it's my first time.
Am I allowed to give him advice, Garrett? I don't know.
See, you know what? Yeah. I think Flurriously, you want advice from the man that's competed for years on this map on Halo 3.
I would just gladly take that advice right now.
I mean, you're insanely talented. Everyone that knows you knows that. You don't need a whole lot. I would just say play the edges of the bases more. Like, you can see car side and P side of the base, like just peek those windows, like peek both those lanes as much as you can. And then obviously if you have a chance to go P2, go P2. But it's like playing like the car side of the base and the P side of the base, like not all the way out, but like rotating back and forth through the window will help quite a bit. We see you on P3 though, getting those points. Get your money, bro. Get that. I mean, I will say you are dominating the board this game for P3 time, and you know, putting your body on the line by all means, go for it.
Hey, you know, boys. I will say you're a student gamer athlete. Kill tax, kill atrocities can come at any time. Don't give up on the other bounties. Thank you for coming on, Flurriously, and good luck with all your hunting.
Oh yeah, I will do, guys. Thank you guys.
One last question before you go. Is there anybody you would like to shout out while you're here? Who are the boys right now?
Shout out Team Forsaken for you know, just being supportive and everyone part of that group and community. Shout out to you guys casting this and Complexity for hosting the tournament.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, and good luck in HCS next season. We'll be looking out for you and your team, seeing you guys do big things.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
That's insane. You see a beeline into P3. I love it though. Right?
He's getting it. He knows his spot. Like, it's crazy that after one FFA, folks kind of falling into their spots so much, knowing what's realistic and what is not. I'll tell you what is realistic is Frosty this game tied for first still, just goes down by 1 by Goober. We have what appears to be a 2-horse race here, Garrett.
Yeah, this is neck and neck between Frosty and Goober. And my question is, what's gonna break the camel's back, right? Like what is going to elevate one of these guys? And I think it's gonna come in a multi-kill, right? Who's gonna be able to find that triple, that over? Oh, Gilkey. Gilkey has to feel bad about that one. Just runs out of ammo while there's an absolute player standing in front of him.
Those are the situations that I hate more than any, right? Like you run out of ammo with a guy right in front of you. It's like, do I give that up and run away? Do I sit here in the open while I'm reloading and try to clean them up after? Like, it's just, I hate that dilemma, right? And we've seen players lose multi-kills in these lobbies so far because they ran out of ammo. So stay locked and loaded, guys. Make sure you keep your gun reloaded. Make sure you know the ammo counter on your gun. Great plays here by Frosty, staying alive in the car side of the base. Remember, I was calling out to Flurriously to play these edges of the bases, playing the P side and the car side. You just get such good angles on the main lanes of the map where there's a lot of action. Frosty takes down Goober there. You can tell he was prioritizing that kill, knowing Goober's the pack leader right now. Every time you see the guy in first place, you got to make sure you're either killing him or getting away from him. Oh, nice shots.
Perfect shots from last shot.
He's honestly insane. I've been saying that for feels like years at this point in this game. I just, there's certain players where you can see it coming a mile away. They're going to make a splash, and whether it's, you know, this season or the next, last shot is going to make a splash if he keeps doing what he's doing. It's only a matter of time.
Perfect.
Look at this play from Goober. Once again, P2, like I was talking about earlier, not sprinting around, just holding it down, getting cleanups everywhere. Is going to be taken down, though, so maybe a little bit of death screen hater plays coming through there. Flurriously back on P3.
Dude, I love
he is going to go down. I respect it so much, right? And man, kills coming everywhere, all over the map. It's interesting. I was so fascinated to hear Last Shot's take, like, that this map is too chaotic and all that, because, like, this isn't even what it used to be. Like, it used to be even more chaotic than this. So it's interesting to hear that take on the game type. You know, free for all isn't about your comfort, right? It's about being able to make plays no matter what is given to you, right? Make lemonade out of lemons. Like, whatever lemons are thrown your way in game, you gotta be able to make the most out of it. Do want to give a quick shout out to APG for rating the channel as well, sending his viewers here to the Tour de Walsh presented by Complexity. I know he wanted to be in this event. He was asking, was like, dude, where's my invite? I want to be in this. APG, another great FFA player, especially during his come up years.
Well, I think this has to be like an annual thing, right? We got to start making it like once a year, the Complexity Tour to Walsh. I want to start, dude, next year. I know you do you pull all the strings behind the scene, Hunter. So yeah, I'm gonna direct this to you.
Oh, that's a lot of credit.
I want to get the studio, right? Let's get all those boys in that facility over there in Texas. Well, let's get them all sitting down in the same spot.
You want a live Tour de Walsh?
Bro, I want to go we put 4 hours on the line, dude. It's like if there's no breaks, right? It's like you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta set that controller down, you gotta have the mayhem ensue if you want to be able to get to that top level.
Somewhere in the world right now, Strong Side is smiling. Let me tell you, this guy was a grinder unlike anything I've ever seen. There were times where I would literally boot up my Halo 2, right? And I would be in the main menu, and the second I got to the menu, it's like game invite from Strong Side, and I'm like, I look at his party details and I'm like, oh, it's a free-for-all. Oh, the free-for-all's been going on for 6.5 hours. Oh, he needs an 8th. Someone just dropped. You know, I come into the lobby and he's already at like 4,000 kills and continues to go, right? And would not let people leave. There was all kind of rules, like if you wanted to leave, you had to call like last game, you know, or you had to call this or that. Like, he did everything in his power to make sure you stayed in that lobby, stayed in that Tour de Walsh, because he wanted the real grinders, right? So when you talk about throwing that land Tour de Walsh, that would be something special for sure. Something we'll have to, you know, we'll think about it over at the headquarters.
I'll say I think Flurriously's strategy is working to a T right now, Hunter, because
45 points,
45 seconds. Well, he's been emptying to P3. So he has 159 deaths. Now let's go take a look at everyone else's deaths.
Here he goes.
Here he goes.
Misses the jump.
You gotta slide. So if you want to make it from the front side, you have to slide your way up, which is it's a little weird feeling to do. But so far, Flurriously, he is
getting some kills.
Yeah,
that's one of those plays, though, right there. Like, we wouldn't see Goober make that play, sliding out to the P street when he's no shields, right? Like, furiously feeling the pressure to get more kills on the board, even if it means giving his life up. Like Goober in that situation would have got the first kill and then walked around P2 until his shields came back and then peeked another lane, right? We see Flurriously kind of just like sending his life away. He's all or nothing right now, right? He's like, either I'm gonna get lucky on something or I'm gonna get melted, and 9 times out of 10 he's been getting melted.
Also, we have seen some serious separation between first and second place. Oh, kill tack is in!
From Mikwen. He's gonna push a B side and see more. There's more here, there's more here.
Oh, I think it's gonna chain in time.
But he does tie the highest multi-kill of the lobby at a kill tack, right? Oh my goodness, the reversal perfect from bottom mid from the tool spot on the map.
The tool spot,
take him down, Eli there. Great plays out of Mikwen. I want to know what sense he's on. He's whipping that thing and he's looking kind of cracked. It's reminding me of the old Austin right now.
Yeah, that was an insane kill tag. I wonder, I don't know exactly what the tiebreaker is. Now we gotta find someone to get a kill tross, right? We can't have a tiebreaker.
The tiebreaker is whoever has most kills between those two. So like if 2 people have a kill tag, then who had more of the main points when the event comes to a close.
So right now Goober is definitely leading that charge.
Was it Goober that got the kill tag, or was it Frosty? My brain is already spacing it.
I think Goober got a kill tag, right?
Goober's definitely leading on that one. Then that's the case. We're looking for someone to get at least atrocity to even have to potentially knock Goober off of that pedestal, just another pedestal that he's on, right? Because he's already leading in the other categories.
Mikwen is beautifully playing the tool spot right now.
Yeah, some great tools playing bottom mid there. Some good plays. Just staying alive. Not the spot you want to be in, but he's making the most of it for sure. Here comes Goober. Here comes Goober.
Yeah, it's so scary to see from the other side.
You just see it coming a mile away. Like, the man knows where he wants to be. So let's see how he plays this next situation. Gets down to the front of the base. Gets killed perfectly from behind there. Like, great shots. Good timing into P2. Now watch as he plays this situation. He's going to play his life. A good nade comes in. Flurriously comes in. There's the double. Going to keep living. Excellent timing there. You don't see him, like, when he's sliding early. Like, he's not sliding out of his cover. He's sliding to the edge of his cover. Does that make sense? And then using his walls. Look at that perfect play. Gets the double. Every time you see him sliding, he's sliding to like the opening, not past the opening out. And it's just like so meticulous, so well played. Like, you getting the speed boost from the slide, but not letting it cost him his positioning or his ability to use cover. And just little details like that. I really want the chat to be paying attention to when you see him controlling positions like P2. Those are the reasons why he has such good separation. I mean, Frosty was contesting him for a while. Now Goober's up by 12. I mean, this guy is really putting on a clinic here and showing everyone that there's levels to free-for-all. It's not just random.
For sure, getting that practice in. What's so impressive with Goober for me is like he is so good at finding the empty pockets on the map and like knowing when he can and can't go out. I think he's really looking at that kill feed and be like, okay, there's this many players up that can shoot, right? If there's like, you see how he's staying down here? It's because there's like 8 players alive on the map, right? And then he sees the kill feed light up. It's like, okay, no one can shoot me when I'm crossing, so let me get to my power position now.
That's really good. That's a really good observation there, Garrett. Honestly, it's super true. There's less pressure on the map when people are dead, right? And so he was waiting there not only for there to be less pressure on the map, but also waiting to get his shields back. Like, how many people do you see take the time to get their shields back in free-for-all instead of just flying out trying to get a desperate trade, right? So he's really commanding his own pace and, like I said earlier, screwing over the pace of everybody else in the lobby because of it. He's getting kills consistently at such a high rate.
We're approaching that 200 kill mark, right? Like, getting to that 200 kill mark, that's really where the game starts to run away. And I will say, I think the pace of this game has been quite a bit faster than the last one. I think we're hitting that 200 kill mark around the 47-48 minute mark now, so we're gaining a couple minutes time. Oh, please, God.
Oh, my goodness. The Needler kill comes out.
From so far away.
That's first place on to second place violence right there. That is just... that is perfect placement of the crosshair there and getting those needles on the target. Mikwen able to take him down eventually. Hopping on board here with LastShot. He's patrolling the base. I like the way he's playing this so far. Knows there's some action coming at P side, able to peek out, does not get the cleanup on the Mikwen though. Mikwen barely escapes red bar, able to get some more damage out, but that kill is gonna be cleaned up. LastShot making sure Mikwen goes down there. LastShot now in control of P2, gets another kill on the Gilk. If we could switch over to LastShot, he might be on a multi-kill here. Gets a triple on the Flurriously. Oh, but the overkill, not able to get it. Mikwen takes him down there, but great plays off screen there by LastShot. Eli playing top middle a bit. We've seen him go up to that position quite a few times and get some kills out of it. Eli, sadly though, has fallen out of contention after having an early and hot start, Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with MFAs. It's like every time I play, even though just like the matchmaking ones, I go to 25. I feel like, especially in the HCS versions, is I'll be going great for that first like 5-6 minutes, and then it's like over time, the really key about FFA, it's not really like, you know, it's great to have a good shot, it's great to know how to play, but it's a battle of attrition, it's a battle of consistency, right? And being able to consistently play at a high level, be thinking, and not like just fall into like, oh, I'm shooting my gun, like this is like Octagon. It's really hard, especially for me personally. I find that after about 7 to 8 minutes, I like stop thinking, my brain turns off, and I go into autopilot mode. And it's, you are going to lose if you go into autopilot mode at any point.
One thing that most folks, I would say, the majority of Halo players, especially in matchmaking, are playing on autopilot. I think that every single game you play, you have the opportunity to be getting better or getting worse. There's like no in between. Goober with the triple, channeling for the over. Goes to the instant slow, not able to get it on the Frosty there. But anyways, back to what I was saying. It's like you always have a chance to be improving your game, and so you got to fight that urge, right, to just kind of be playing on autopilot, to just be going through the motions and really, you know, keep your brain locked in. It's not an easy task at all, Garrett. Not by any means.
Perfect.
I will say next year, when we're doing this, we got to figure out some new bounties, right? We got to add some bounties to the mix.
I like the way you're just presenting it. Yeah, next year.
Yeah,
it's
next
for sure
year.
happening,
For sure
obviously.
happening
So anyways.
we gotta start adding ninjas, right? Like we gotta start adding stuff that's like not guaranteed, but like someone gets a ninja, I want to give like $50 for every ninja someone gets. I want to see someone like doing some high flying tightrope action, trying to get some ninjas on.
Great shots by Frosty.
Saw Flurriously get one, and Frosty might be able to chain this.
Oh, Flurriously got one. I didn't even see that in the kill feed. I don't know how I missed that. Eli shooting a little body there on the Frosty. Having fun with it. The double kill comes in from Gilkey. Another insanely talented player who's just been around forever. I mean, it's like, when are some of these players going to start dying off, right? I mean, that's a complete joke, obviously. Just trying to say he's old, nothing more than that, chat. But yeah, a great showing here from Gilk. It's really interesting to see the resurgence of Gilk, right? He kind of just showed back up out of nowhere towards the tail end of Halo 5, and you know, has spent the first 2 years of Infinite, you know, is still in that top 8 conversation, right? Competing every event. Great job for him to, I don't know, get back into it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, to come back and to place as well as he did right when he came back was, I think, a testament to who he is, right? Like, just built different.
Yeah, he was an insane talent in Halo 3, you know, when he first went pro, and he's still an insane talent now. And yeah, he just keeps it going. He's got the tips to keep fragging for a long period of time. Last shot versus Frosty. Last shot taking that one down with a 5. Last shot with such good shots, right? Like, it's one of those things. If you have last shot in your name, or if your name has snipe or a snipe down or any of those sorts of things, like, you have to shoot good, right? Like, another 5 comes in there from him. You can't be having things like that in your name and not be an absolute shooter. Last shot putting on a show with the perfects left, right, and center. Highest accuracy in the lobby so far.
Yeah, that's the thing, is he said he's actively trying to go for that achievement. So we'll see how that stacks up, right? I'm curious whether it's like, now that he's like thinking about going for accuracy, whether he'll see a marginal improvement, or if it's gonna be like, does he shoot worse? You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes when you think about doing something, like, okay, Eli, oh, this strat's coming in. That's a perfect way to do it. Disguise it, Eli. I know what you're trying to do, but disguise it as body disrespect. That's a perfect way to get yourself a little bit closer to lower accuracy.
Oh, lowering the accuracy.
Yes.
I see. That's a big brain way of doing it. If I just shoot everybody, my accuracy is going to go way down. I didn't even think of it like that, Gary. You're
yeah, you know, you get to disguise what you're going for.
That's a great point there. Eli disguising his quest to get that lowest accuracy with some body disrespect, potentially pissing off every player in the lobby, but who cares? Let me get this money, right? Is all he's thinking. Flurriously back on P3 again. I think it's safe to say no one is anywhere close to the P3 bounty like Flurriously is, right? He's been up there 72 seconds in this game. He's spent getting fried by the entire lobby, because the second you go up there and the entire lobby is looking at you, he's been up there for longer than a minute in this game, Garrett.
Wait, what's his death? He's hit 200 deaths. Oh no!
200 deaths from Flurriously.
Oh,
he's sending it.
man.
He's sending it, and I honestly respect it.
He's still. It's not like he's not trying to get kills. Still, like, he's still like shooting people. It's just he's got other priorities. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Can we take a look at Gamesager when we get a chance, just to do some quick math and see how close he is?
Yeah, I would love to see where Gamesager is at. He's at 39, so he's actually climbed up there quite a bit. And I would love to know what Gamesager was at last game, because we got to tally those two things together. I know he was going for last game quite a bit. Flurriously gets 1 second there, and he's stoked about it, right? I went from 72 to 73, mission complete, right? The damage has been done. Flurriously really taking that bounty to another level, and I honestly love to see it.
Yeah, and you see that's the thing. That's going to be the theme between those two players. I don't think anyone else is even going to try to go to P3 for the rest of the game. But you know, Flurriously and Gamesager are battling on. That's a $250 1v1 that we're going to see for the rest of the tournament.
Well, you're also not factoring in the fact that he's died 205 times. That's the most deaths bounty, right? So it's a twofer. You get up there and you celebrate every time they fry you off of P3 and all the time you spend up on P3, right? So you're stoked either way. Yes, give me another death. That's the money in my bank.
So Gamesager still technically has a lead with the time right now. Flurriously, 73 seconds total of being at P3. Gamesager 77 between game 1 and game 2.
It was very close. So Flurriously only a couple seconds behind now. I look to see him getting that time. Wow, Mikwen just got absolutely melted right there by Frosty and friends. Everyone on the map shooting him there. Take a look at the stats though. I mean, LastShot and Frosty kind of battling for that second place position, but I mean, Goober is just about ready to lock down this entire tournament in terms of who's winning first place after 2 heats. He's up by 26 currently, and remember, he is up by 30 plus in the first game, so we're looking at a 50-60 point margin if things stay the same now after just 2 heats of this.
Yeah, it's crazy that Goober's been this consistent.
That's crazy numbers, man. These are some of the best players in the world. These are the best current free-for-all players in the world. In Infinite. Oh, the old strat. So sick you can still make that jump. Unique. I just got to shout at Unique again. Like, so much of the old mechanics work here on this version of Midship, and it just looks so gorgeous. And I couldn't be more thrilled to spend more time playing on this map, free-for-alls with whoever.
Man, those are little things. You know, I'm sure LastShot Flurriously see someone do that. They're like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, back in Halo 2 OG, you can move the top middle platform. You could use it to trampoline yourself. If you jumped high and landed on it, it would depress and then launch you. So there was like all kinds of plays you could make with the top middle. Since then, it's been static, right? But yeah, lots of those OG moves still working though here on this midship, just like that top middle, you know, climb that we just saw.
I'll say second place is getting pretty tight in this game so far. You can see Frosty, LastShot, and Mikwen all fighting for it at the moment. Frosty's trying to stave off the rest. I'll say everyone, if they see Goober, they should probably start stopping what they're doing and start shooting him, right? It's almost you got to team up on the guy in first place.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my god!
Especially after this one, we're going to be looking at a race for second place at best in this lobby. Goober just putting on an absolute clinic, showing there are levels to this. There's a reason why he's put in the practice. I mean, you got to imagine with the fact that there's obviously not as many free-for-all events as there are for fours just across the board. You got to imagine that you probably start salivating the second something free-for-all related is announced, right? It's like, fine.
Sage is back, 40 points on P3. He's trying to get himself in a position where he can run up to that P3 position.
Yeah, I think I'm back. I had a weird internet situation there or whatever. But I was saying, you got to imagine Goober's probably so excited anything FFA related is announced, because, you know, he does spend all this time practicing this game time, not necessarily on this map, but just his free-for-all game in general, and you know, he gets less opportunities than everyone else to put on a show. Well, he's put on a show right here, right now.
Yeah, it's almost like it's unbelievably impressive how much of a separation there is between first and second right now with how Goober's been playing, and it's the fact that he's started off this game like really slow. Like he was 4th place, down by a multiple of 10, and was able to get that job done, right? And it's like to come back and be down by double digits and to now win the game by more than 30 kills
again.
I don't think there's any way
to do that once in one of these lobbies would be extremely impressive, but he's about to do it for the second time. Is win by 30 plus, which pretty much chalks the rest of the tournament in terms of someone trying to get first place in that way. So if I'm the rest of the players in this lobby, I'm starting to think about these bounties here heading into heat number 3 once Goober cleans this thing up.
honestly, if I'm Goober, I think we gotta bring him in. He's gonna be our third caster. You know what I'm saying? He can do it at the same time with how much of a lead he's built.
I mean, with his knowledge of what's happening all around the map, he would probably be a better caster at this than we both are, right?
Right.
He's like, this is happening here, and look for this. So Goober, there it is, locking things up. Heat number 2. Goober once again winning by exactly 30. That's incredibly impressive, to say the least. I mean, we can't really say enough about this guy and the work he's put into his free-for-all craft. There's a reason he's one of the best in the game right now, if not the best, most consistent free-for-all player we've seen. But like he said, he still wants that world championship, which has eluded him thus far.
That KDA.
Bro.
Now, one thing I do want to look at when we get a chance, I want to take a look at the accuracies, because we got to see
last shot
77%. So he did get an uptick in his accuracy.
That's a 78% just about game, shooting almost 1,400 shots. That is unbelievable, right? Great shooting there from last shot. Last shot's going for that accuracy bounty, like he said when we had him on. However, we have other players. I mean, Goober, Mikwen, Frosty, these guys shooting 74. I don't know if they're necessarily going for it. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But to be shooting in the 70s in general, that's not a lobby I want to be in. I would be getting absolutely cooked left and right.
I think Mikwen is complaining about P3 in the chat. Oh no, Mikwen's complaining about the cross mapping. You think some people are just not playing standard FFA, right? Like
I mean, they can do whatever they want to do. That's, you gotta.
None of these 7 deadlies.
They're. I mean, you also gotta understand that people doing the cross mapping aren't gonna be the people winning, right? Like, you're not gonna see Goober mapping unless it's a situation where he's getting that kill. So, yeah, there's always been the griefers in the lobbies, and you just have to play around it, I would say. I mean, yeah, interesting to see him complaining in the alt chat though about it.
I'll say 3 players with over 200 deaths in this game. I think we're starting to identify the players that are going for certain. They're
exposing themselves on these bounties.
Certain bounties. So far. Oh, wait. Can we go to the max killing spree real fast? That's what I'm curious about. I think last game it was 8 from someone. So we see a couple 7s. So no one usurping the 8. So right now on that lead is Gilkey. Gilkey had 8 kills in a row from game 1. That one's gonna stay in the top 4 now. But that's one thing to keep our eye on. I'd be surprised if anyone gets a killing frenzy. The overkill is also going to come into play. Kill tacky from Goober is going to almost secure that $250 for him. I don't think anyone's going to probably surpass that one.
Yeah, some great performances here from guys, and you know it's fun to see these 4v4 players traditionally 4v4 players in a different sort of setting, right? It's all about your individual skill. It's all about your ability to put things together, make things happen on your own. No one to blame but yourself, right? And so far, I mean, I'm pretty sure, has this been the same top 4 as last game? I can't quite remember who got top 4 last game.
It's pretty similar. So top 4 last game.
Like we have the same top 4, right?
Goober, Last Shot, Mikwen, and Frosty in that order. I think the order might have changed. Actually, no,
the order's the same.
Same exact order. That's crazy.
The same order then. So, you know, things are definitely being separated in a way. I mean, the difference being, I think last game is Flurriously started going for that most deaths / P3 bounty, right? Otherwise he would have been higher up on the list. But we saw Eli climb a little bit. He was you know, I think he climbed 1 position. I think he was 7th last game, got 6th this game. No, he was 8th last game. So he climbed 2 positions up to the 6th place spot there. Gilk 5th both games. Gamesager was able stayed 7th. So basically the only change from last game and this game was Flurriously and Eli switched spots. right? Eli having a much better heat number 2. I guarantee you after this tournament's over, Eli's gonna be frying in matchmaking, right, from playing at this level for 3 hours straight. But with that being said, we're gonna send things off to another commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Sit tight. We'll have Heat 3 coming your way in just a bit.
kill.
When you're tangled in your life, caught up in the middle.
Perfect.
I can see it in your eyes, only in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold night.
Double kill.
Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye.
Double kill.
So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the
Triple kill.
with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you
Double kill.
when you hide your feelings from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? Better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? Better to say goodbye.
Double kill.
So why did you say goodbye?
Double kill. Double kill. Perfect.
I was feeling fine, I was over it.
Double kill.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
Double kill.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
Triple kill. Overkill. Double kill. Double kill.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now?
Double kill.
You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill.
They see the ice on the window to the soul. I'm cool as ice, but I'll never let you go. Hop on a flight to the north of Mexico. Come close and sign it out with X's and O's. Sign it out with X's and O's. I don't remember life before you. Guess I'll sit here just to adore you. And I like it that way. I like it. Do you like it? No, I don't remember life before you. Do you remember life before me? 'Cause I like it that way. Do you like it that way? They see the ice on the window to the soul. I'm cold as ice, but I'll never let you go. Hop on a flight to the north of Mexico. Come close and sign it out with X's and O's. Nothing's gonna change with the lights on. Silence. I don't remember life before you. Guess I was sent here just to adore you. And I like it that way. I like it. Do you like it that way? No, I don't remember life before you. Do you remember life before me? Do you like it that way? Do you like it that way? They see the ice on the window to the soul. I'm cool as ice, but I'll never let you go. Hop on a flight to the north of Mexico. Come close, sign it out with X's and O's.
Double kill.
No, I don't remember life before you. Do you remember life before me? 'Cause I like it that way.
Hello and welcome back. Heat 3 on its way. I'm Tools, joined with me, HunterJJX, and this is the Complexity Paradox Tour de Walsh. That's right, the Tour de Walsh. Goober in first place with 500 kills thus far. Last shot right behind him at 437. The two FFA kids leading the charge. HunterJJX, what are your thoughts so far about this Tour de Walsh?
I think we just cross Goober out the top and maybe blur his name out, and we just pretend like it's a race for second, right? Because that's where things are interesting at this moment in time. Goober absolutely dominating the lobby so hard, it doesn't even look like anybody is anywhere near him. He's up 63 points, I think, on second place. Just put on such a great show for us so far. However, things are getting interesting in the rest of the pack. Eli, after last game, went up 2 spots as well. So some changes happening, in the rest of the field. Flurriously currently in the lead for that P3 King bounty, so he's also doing work just in his own way, right? He's also leading the charge, I think, in the deaths department, so he's racking up his money just in a different way. But we're hopping on board. Goober off to an early lead. This is a movie that we've seen before, Garrett.
Right, and that's the thing, right? Those bounties are real money. $250 per bounty. You got the one where you can stand over at P3. That looks to be a 1v1 right now between Gamesager and Flurriously. They're going back and forth, and Flurriously is racking up the deaths. He is just flying through the P side over and over and over again. He's already got 7 this game.
Yeah, Goober now at 9 kills. Fully commanding the lobby to get things going here. Last shot though, right there with 7 kills of his own. Trades going left, right, center. 5 or 6 people on the map just died. There was a moment in time there where there was only 2 people left on the map to even move around. Frosty not letting Eli go anywhere without picking him across the map. It's a little bit of that cross map shooting. Why don't you tell the folks about the game chat earlier? Mikwen was getting a little salty in there.
Yeah, this is a tournament, right? But there is a code, right, that some people will say when it comes to Tour de Walsh. of what you can and cannot do, right? And there's one thing that he's getting particularly a little heated about was the cross mapping. People shooting base to base, car to P. Don't want to see any of that in his FFA lobby, so he's telling everyone to cut it out. Let's play FFA like some true men.
Yeah, I mean, with this bandit, I mean, can you blame the folks? It's so effective, so powerful. If you can line that crosshair up across map, even with no auto aim, it's possible to get maximum damage and get some cleanups. One of the cool aspects, I would say, of the gun, right? It's effective at all ranges, and Mikwen getting a little salty about it. You know, doesn't like getting shot across the map. Gamesager experiences some of that himself. He also drop off P1 immediately cleaned up there. Frosty getting shot in the back. Everyone taking damage from all around. Frosty living for a little bit longer than I was expecting. And last shot finally goes down, but it cost him his life as well. So many people dying all over the map. I can't even keep track of what's going on.
Goober, he's got 3 players ahead of him. He's going to be able to take down the first, and Nate got the second. Beautiful plays by him, and once again, this is the patented Goober play, right? He is so efficient at getting the kills, staying alive, and then regaining those shields and taking power positions once again. I honestly feel like we're seeing a masterclass in how to play free-for-all with how Goober's been playing this one.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see him sit P here for a while and really play his life. You see him not over challenging, not over peaking. He is going to be taking down though. Some cross map shots coming in there to map him off. Eli is going to go down as well. It's like no one can get a power position on this map currently without getting melted by the rest of the lobby.
Good shots in from LastShot, doing his best to get in some of that damage, but just a nade kill that's going to be there for him. As we take a look over here at the leaderboard, Flurriously is targeting P3 over and over and over again. 4 and 17 in this game thus far. Mikwen leading the charge at 19 kills. He's so far putting in that 3rd place, right? And so the top 4 are going to get paid. Trying to get to that, trying to change between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is going to be a big deal for these players. So far, it's going to be Frosty in 4th, Mikwen in 3rd, LastShot in 2nd, and then obviously Goober has been taking our 1st place spot thus far.
Yeah, but how many points separate 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, right, Garrett? Like, they are so neck and neck after 2 games. There's definitely position to move there. However, after the first 2 games, we saw those placings be the exact same, both games, right? We had Goober in 1st, and I honestly can't remember the rest of the positions. I just know they were the same. But yeah, it was Goober, LastShot, Mikwen, Frosty. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you see any sort of switch up happening there, Garrett? And if so, who could you see making a move?
I think right now, I'm gonna say Mikwen, right? It's like I feel like it was Frosty the game 2 that I was like, wow, he's going toe-to-toe with Goober. But then at the late moments of the last game, we saw a big surge from Mikwen, where he was able to tie it up with Frosty going into that last game. Ended up getting 3rd in the lobby, just 3 kills behind LastShot. But I'm really keeping my eye on Mikwen. It seems like he gets these big spurts, these big moments that propel him forward. Obviously, you want to see more of that consistency as time builds up. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him go on a big spree and maybe even usurp Gilkey's bounty right now of getting 8 kills in a row. Someone can get to 10, right? Get a little killing frenzy action. That's going to be $250.
Yeah, there's obviously that dilemma of the bounties on the, in the tournament versus just trying to win, right? Like, how do you balance the 2? We see Flurriously very clearly saying P3 and the most deaths is going to be his bounties. He wants those 2. He wants that guaranteed 500 for those 2. But for the players that are higher up that are in contention, it's like, how do you manage having to do both, right? Like, can I keep my accuracy up and also place in the top 3, place in the top 4? Can I contest Goober? Can I make things interesting, right? It's a huge task, and I wonder, like, for Goober, does he adjust his play at all, like knowing that all he has to do is not blow it, or does he just keep doing what's been working? I mean, I feel like he's so consistent when it comes to these free-for-all matches.
I think it's a pride thing, right? You got to try to win all 4. That's insane. You're already halfway there. If you win all 4, like, you've really established yourself. I think is the best FFA player in the lobby for sure, right? But then even a conversation of like, wow, is there even an FFA player that can like come close if he is able to consistently win the way that he did?
Yeah, which is also interesting because if you remember, LastShot is the world champion, right? LastShot took down Goober in the finals, Worlds. So there's a little bit of that playing in here, and we heard him on broadcast earlier, Goober saying listen, I want that world championship. Like, these are all just steps on my journey, on my path to what my real goal is, right? He even said that he would feel good with retiring after he had a worlds under his belt, right? So maybe it's best that, you know, he doesn't win everything, so we get some more opportunities to see this guy, because he's just such an incredible free-for-all player.
So far, a lot of room for Mikwen to make up. Again, these multi-kills is going to be a big part of it, and it might just be perfect shots all the way around. I was about to say, that is like one of the most untraditional multi-kills you could have gotten in FFA. He almost got 3 perfect kills to get himself a triple kill.
Yeah, that would be perfect clip, right? You only get 15 shots in the clip. If you get 3 perfects, that's perfect shooting for the entire clip. A lot of these guys, I mean, last shot shooting 77, 78%. He's pretty close already, right? Just insane accuracy all around. Flurriously just kind of, oh, I understand what that was. The Needler is an auto weapon, so the more you shoot it, the more that accuracy goes down fast, right? So
that is actually the strat. He's going.
Yeah, he's going for more shots fired and missed because he's just spamming the Needler P2. So we see clear strategies here, seeking the bottom, right? A different strat than normal. How bad can I make my game look here? Flurriously, deaths on deaths on deaths, and shooting every auto weapon he can find, right? I mean, the BR play helped too. That's 3 shots at once, right? So I mean, I respect it. At the end of the day, get your money, boo. Like, do what you got to do. But for the rest of the lobby, there's still some contention happening here. Goober back in first place now. Mikwen trailing him by only 1.
Not quite able to get that shot down range on the Mikwen. Guys, if you realize, like, getting those kills over at that top tower is actually pretty important for Flurriously, because if he's able to stay alive, he's able to get to that P3 axis. Right now, I feel like a lot of that P3 movement has been denied for him and Gamesager. It feels like they haven't really been able to get to their throne too often this game.
Let's hop on with Gamesager for a second and get a look at where he's at on the P3 time. So he's got none so far this game, Gamesager. So the next thing to do would be to check Flurriously to see where he's at when it comes to the P3 King of the Hill. See, he's at 9 points. See, so Flurriously continuing to extend his lead. He's currently leading the P3 King bounty. He's got well over 90 points now at this point in time. Really adjusting, shifting his focus and his strategy. He's back up there again on the P3. We'll see how long it takes him to get melted off. He's still up there surviving right now. No one taking him down. Gilkey right below him, happily getting kills below. Does he know Flurriously's there? He doesn't. He does. So Flurriously able to take down a trade there as well. So some interesting plays happen there. P with, you know, folks living next door to one another. P2 and P3. What a live here from LastShot. He's going to be taken down from the car side of the base, though. So, unfortunately, LastShot goes down. But Mikwen now in first place with a 5-kill lead. This is a good sign here for Mikwen in heat number 3.
Ooh, and he just did a little heat check right there. Popped out of that car bubble, was able to get that cross-map shot to get the kill.
The way Goober plays the edges of P2 is just insane, man. I mean, the way he is able to use the walls and really play his cover to his advantage. He's fully in control. It doesn't look like he's at all panicked or fatigued. This, you know, 3 free-for-alls in. Well, you know, we're drawing really close to the 2-hour mark that folks have been playing for, and he's still playing like it's game number 1, right? Just on top of his game. We saw there EliTheNiNja spamming the Magnum pistol in the bubble. Looks like some oddities going on here, some unstable packet loss going down. Hopefully the lobby can survive. Let it pass.
Yeah, this too shall pass, right? This has been pretty consistent, I think, the last couple weeks for me. It'll just go away at some point.
Yeah, and there it is. Thankfully, we didn't drop the lobby there, but you know, we see Eli also seeking the bottom in a couple of categories, right? Trying to get his accuracy down, right? But perfect shots from LastShot. Therefore, the triple on to Gilkey. I think we've seen this guy have like 10 perfects on stream already, man. LastShot, so talented with that aimer, so talented with that right stick, really putting in the work, seeking that best accuracy award. Here we go, top P3 again. It's none other than Flurriously, gets melted off immediately. Flurriously really crushing the lobby when it comes to the death department, right? Only person close to him is Eli with 42.
We're getting some good shots down range. Not quite able to get those kills. Gamesager, I think, been racking up some assists, doing what he can. Getting shots after shot, and you know, this has been an impressive FFA, but there are I think, like, who do you think of, Hunter? Like, if you had to make a Mount Rushmore of like FFA players, like, who are you putting on your Mount Rushmore?
Oh man, It's actually pretty easy for me. I think. How many faces do I need on Mount Rushmore? 4.
Yeah, I think it's 4. Yeah, 4.
So I'm gonna go through eras, bro. I'm gonna go old era through new. So I'm gonna go super OG. I'm gonna say, oh man, we should get 99 in to give the first for the Halo 1 knowledge he has, because I don't remember who was winning FFAs in Halo 1. But from Halo 2, I'm gonna go Karma first. He'd be the first head on the Mount Rushmore. Doesn't mean he's the best. He's just going up there for sure. He was a dominant force in free-for-all. He was even better at 1v1s though, which is why, in my opinion, he's not the best free-for-all player of all time. A lot of folks forget that he was able to kind of ride the wave in free-for-all and make it to the finals. He was good enough to always make it to the finals, and as soon as it went to the 1v1s, that's where he really took off, and he won many championships because he was such a good 1v1 player. So Karma for sure goes on my Mount Rushmore. After that, I'm throwing Pistola up there. Come on, man. We know what Pistola has done. A lot of people widely view him as the greatest free-for-all player of all time. I remember his first event was Charlotte 07. I had known him for a long time heading into that event, and we were all excited to see what Pistola on LAN would be like. And I think he got like 9th at his first tournament ever. No. Yes, I think he may have gotten like 2nd or 3rd at his first tournament ever. I'm thinking of someone else, but yeah. So Pistola right off the rip, we knew he was good from online, and then he went to LAN and really put on a show, and it was so cool to see someone that we could see coming a mile away just really dominate the free-for-all scene. So Pistola, he gets my number 2 spot. My number 3 on my Mount Rushmore free-for-all players is StraightSick. I think, and this is, you can say whatever you want to say. I firmly believe he's the greatest free-for-all player there ever has been, and the reason I say that is because Pistola himself, out of his mouth, said that StraightSick is the best free-for-all player we've ever seen, and the reason he said that was the Halo 4 Global Championship, which we were talking about earlier. For those of you that don't know, probably we'll chat about it with Ace when he gets on here, because he was obviously the Global's winner. But the Halo 4 Global Championship is probably the biggest free-for-all event we've ever had, and you had to compete from, I think there was like I want to say there was maybe 500 players, maybe it was 250.
Yeah, it was like
either
a lot.
Way, it was in the hundreds. It was hundreds of the best free-for-all players. I was there. Everyone who was someone was there, because there was no 4v4 event going. So all the pros were involved playing. I mean, your natives, your neighbors, your strong sides, your Tugers, if you name a pro player who's legendary, they were at this event, the Halo 4 Global Championships, right? And it basically was free-for-all bracket all the way up until the top 4, and then it went to 1v1s. And most people don't know this, but every single free-for-all that StraightSick was in, he got first. He got first, and I think it was like over 20 FFAs for that event to get to the 1v1 portion, and after that, Pistola was like, yeah, he's the best free-for-all player we've ever seen. Like, that level of consistency on LAN against the greatest players on the planet to not get second place one single time is just... I don't think anyone will ever do that again. It's unheard of. So that's my 3. I don't know who my 4th would be, to be honest. I mean, maybe it would be a player from now, more new era. But we'll have to wait and see. We haven't seen like someone really stand out.
We'll have to see Goober maybe establish that.
Yeah, I mean, if Goober gets that world championship, he'll be number 4. Who do we got?
I think right now, I want to talk about the man that usurped StraightSick in that Halo 4 Global Championship, who won that Halo 4 Global Championship, coming to the broadcast. Thank you, Ace, for coming on. Ace, welcome to the broadcast. And right now we're in the middle of this tour to Walsh, but I want to talk a little bit about that Halo 4 Global Championship and what it was like to get through the FFA, right? The tour to Walsh, it's all about grinding time after time for hours on end in an FFA. Did the Halo 4 Championship feel like that, with how long it was playing those FFAs, those 1v1s to eventually become the champion?
Maybe beforehand, like months leading up to it, the 3 to 4 months leading up to it, but that weekend wasn't that hard of a grind, I would say. It was, for me, I had to qualify at the tournament on Friday, and there wasn't too many people, like too much of a challenge Friday qualifying, and then when stuff got real, there was only like 128 people I think that qualified for Saturday or something like that, and then it was like pretty easy from there on. Not easy, but it was only a couple 15-minute games that you're all of a sudden you're in the top 8. So,
well, first of all, Aaron, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us on broadcast. I know you've been around a long time. Folks remember the XL Ace LX tag back in the H2 FFA lobby.
It was LX Ace.
LX, there you go. LX Ace XL, whatever. Either way, you were in the lobbies back then.
I probably got that from you or something back in Halo 2.
But I just want to, pick your brain on, the comp Halo scene, where things are at. We see a ton of talent. Like, what do you think about players like Goober, who are now, kind of running the show on the free-for-all side of things?
Goober?
Yeah, Porky J.
I mean, I've known this kid, so I mean, what was his gamer tag in Halo 2? I don't even remember. Like Falcon or something like that. It was something like I remember been playing against him since forever, And this was always his specialty. He didn't really care about 4v4, so I was actually watching this like the last 30 minutes, and I was trying to get you guys to like stick on Goober, see if he knows anything about free for all. Like maybe I would learn something, I don't know. Have you guys noticed any tendencies from Goober?
Absolutely.
About how he plays?
Absolutely. I was pointing out to Garrett earlier. It's like he is gun up a lot of the time, so he's not just like sprinting around randomly. And when he controls, like he'll go to a power position like P2, for example, and he's just like playing all the edges. It looks like he's playing at his game at his pace at all times. Like you never see him just like desperately trying to make a play to get a trade or something like that. This is very much just like walk, gun up. You see what I'm saying? Like playing edges.
Not like going to around corners a lot to look for people. That
exactly.
was a situation where he was, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I learned actually. You know what? You want a true story? You want to hear a true story about probably why I won? Okay, so I'm not like in Halo 2 I was like 13 and I was playing FFA, but I never really cared about it. I didn't like it that much. I just wasn't that good. Also I was too young to like do that well, competing against like the strong sides and everybody else at MLGs. So like I got to like the last round, but I never made it too far, right? So the Halo 4 rolls around and then they announced that tournament, and like I'm not doing well in the qualifications online in the matchmaking or anything. And then there's AGL Atlanta, I'm pretty sure. Was it AGL? Yeah, AGL. Global Champs.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think I went there and had some embarrassing story with, like, Maniac and Cloud and Regicide or something like that. Like, we, like, lost to Spartan the Dog and somebody else, like, Proverb. We got, like, reverse swept. We were up 5-0. And then the 4v4.
Oh, I remember that.
We were up 5-0 in the 4v4. And I remember Formal was, like, he goes and takes a smoke break and stops coaching us, and then we just lose 6 games in a row. It was like pathetic. Like it was. But I mean, nobody was taking it too serious back then.
Yeah.
Because anyway, after that night, I kept. We were all talking about the championships coming up, and I love Pistola, by the way, guys. Don't I have no beef, nothing ever from any of this, but it was me and Pistola. And after dinner, we're all at dinner. I kept asking Pistola, like, "Yo, what makes you so good at FFA?" But he wouldn't ever tell me. He's like, he just didn't say anything. Like he wouldn't tell me. And then I kept asking him. He finally told me. Okay. And basically, all he said was, "Don't start a fight. Don't just janitor as much as you can. Just hide, basically." And then I started and then, I'm like, I still don't even practice that much H4 FFA going in. And then like on the flights there to Seattle, I was like putting together my game plan on the maps and stuff, just mentally. And I just like pretty much executed it, when I got to Seattle, and it works perfectly, Like he pretty much like, you just, like, look at this. Last shot, everyone's doing it. Like you don't want to be the first guy to shoot somebody.
Yeah.
Because you're maximum gonna get 2 kills. But if you can get 2 kills, if you can like have 2 people fight each other and then you get both those kills and then you maybe get a 3rd kill with a trade or just 2 kills, you know what I'm saying? It's so much faster and your rate of kills. So that's the idea. Anytime you're taking damage and dealing it at the same time is not ideal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it limits the plays you can make. Like the more damage you have on you in 4s as well, the more damage you have on you is the less plays you can make, right? And so really kind of lurking and trying to get your timing, waiting for your moment is huge. Mikwen right now in first place, 101 kills. Goober falling back a little bit. He's now at 87. He's in 4th place or so. So Garrett, you're predicting that he wants to win all 4. I think at this point, dude, it's gonna be a monumental task to pass him overall. So I'm wondering, Aaron, if you were in Goober's shoes, right? You've won 2 free-for-alls out of 4, and you're up by 60+ points on the overall leaderboard. Like, what is your game plan moving forward? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it would take such a task to lose this. What would your mindset be like?
Well, I feel like you can just play without any stress and just chill in the back, and like I said before, just let people, you know, run around the map, and he can just do what he wants on the map. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't watched Halo Infinite midship FFAs too much, but it looks like in Halo 2, it seems like when you got these bad spawns, you're really screwed. Like you're screwed for the next 30 seconds. So it's like, but on this, it looks like you can at least kind of like trade and look for other kills. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Look at this. Yeah. See, it looks like because of the rate of the gameplay, from my initial first impression, is that once you take damage on this, you're not getting your shields back most of the time, unless you're like P2, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
People hear the gunfire going down, and they're just gonna come clean you up. So, hey, look.
Find that max value. You
I
know,
do want to quickly switch off of Halo, Aaron, while we have you, because I don't know how much chat is follows you. I do follow you on socials on different things, and I know you've been doing a lot of really cool things outside of the Halo scene. So why don't you just, for viewers at home that have been wondering where you've been at, what you've been doing, why don't you catch people up on what's going on in the life of Ace?
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know, I got my yoga teacher certification at the beginning of the year. So yoga is something I've always been doing for the past, a decade or so, like off and on with COVID and whatever. And last year I started doing it more, and I found a community I kind of like, and I got my certificate to teach. So I'm teaching now, and one day when I get my technology setup going perfectly, I'm going to be streaming yoga teaching as well. But yeah, besides that, something to like kind of complement yoga teaching came up for me. It's basically learning how to do like assisted yoga for people. So, kind of like massage / like assisted yoga on like getting people, to be able to advance in their flexibility and their, body opening up faster. So I did a whole little course of that for about 10 hours of practice in Thailand. This whole month of November. So I've been gone there, just traveling and enjoying Thailand, which is also, by the way, highly recommend going there. It's a destination for like the entire world for a reason.
Yeah, so sick. I know you've been doing the traveling. I've seen some posts of you maybe doing some singing and some yoga stuff, or maybe it was dancing, but I've seen you in the, instructing as well and teaching, and just so cool to see you advancing yourself in that, because I know it's something that's meant so much to you for so very long. Are there any plans for like, what are you thinking about with, next season 3 of HCS? Are you wanting to continue competing? Or are you wanting to take a different path? Like, where's your head at kind of on the Halo side of things?
Well, last year, there wasn't a lot of like known teams coming, organizations sticking around for season 2. So the opportunities weren't really there for me, at least during that time. And a lot of the players, honestly, like even the players that were getting top 8 at Worlds and everything, they didn't have organizations at the beginning of the year. So, I spent the whole last year not having a salary to compete, right? And I still, because the events were in Texas and everything, I still ended up going and competing, kind of like about 20 to 30% effort of competing, and we still almost beat like native white, still almost beat top teams with just a little bit of practice. So I'm not really like surprised at how we did, or I didn't really know. I can't really say that we deserved to do better or something like that, but we definitely did good. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I did good on the teams, and it's like, for me, even that whole last year, I made pretty much negative money playing. So like per hour and how much effort I put in. It's not like I didn't put any effort in, but I didn't put like my maximum, obviously. But I don't really plan on competing unless I'm making a salary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, priorities change when you get older, right?
Especially because I can't be sacrificing all that time to not have a salary. It's like a lot of work. It's not just 3 hours a day. It's how much I could have probably watched near 300 to 400 hours of theater just last year, like wasting, what I'm saying, like at least.
Yeah, that's all.
And I like just with my teams, just like trying to get better right here and there. So it's a full-time job basically, right? So it's like I can't be not making money to compete.
Yeah, competing at the highest level is a full-time job, and it's hard to obviously as you get older, it's hard to justify that time without you know, getting something back.
The thing is, though, I also feel like I don't know whether it's yoga or just my life or whatever. I do also at the same time feel like I'm almost better than I've ever been. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even want to get started on the whole story of like infinite team situations and stuff, but like things did not go like the way I wanted them to whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, a lot of people don't know this, but like Snipe Down pretty much took my spot on like the teams before Infinite. So, you know, I could have been on a different, like more of a top 6 team, I would say, like guaranteed, like going into Infinite, and that doesn't happen. So, like it was kind of like depressing the whole way through. You know what I'm saying? A lot of different things happen. I'm not saying I don't have any like responsibility or anything for it, but like I'm saying that like things just did not go how I wanted them to.
It's hard not to like question what could have been, you know what I mean, or
exactly.
How things could have been different when you're put in that situation.
Also, I have so much I've been competing with these guys for years, like people like Booba Dooboo and like Falcateds and Spartans and stuff like that. Like that kind of like group of people I have chemistry with to like team with, right? And then when you throw in a bunch of new players that like naturally there's a huge age gap, you know, so naturally like you don't have the same chemistry just in life, right? Oh my god, overkill.
Mikwen with the kill tech. He's tied the medal for highest multi-kill though now.
Well, he looks like he's comfortable. Is first to 250?
Yes, first to 250 on this. He's looking pretty good so far. I mean, but we're just about the halfway mark, so anything can still happen.
Yeah, anyway,
go back to what you were saying. You were talking about how with the new younger players and just trying to connect with them on a personal level, how it's been more of a challenge with Infinite for you than
I think if you look at Royal 2 and Snakebite, and then or any team in Halo or any team in any sport, you're gonna need like personalities, or you're gonna need people to be friends if you want to like win. You know, it's like LeBron James, he's not gonna be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're gonna have to get along to improve and like change what they need, like work on their tweaks and their techniques and stuff to like tweak everything to actually be like a dominant team, right? So when you don't have that, it's kind of like, what are you gonna do? You can only get so good. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And even my team even my team with the Collect and Suppressed and Tylenol, we didn't even go to a LAN. We got screwed by going to that one San Antonio the online Halo Infinite event, and we ended up beating like Native Red. But I
thought that team was insane. I thought that team was going to be the roster.
We never went to a LAN.
And on paper, it was insane. Right?
We were pretty good. We never went to a LAN. I mean, we had like one bad weekend. And I mean, no offense to like the structure, but like basically pointless tournaments, you know, for points, not for money, and then we broke up. So. Like,
that's what you're saying. So a little bit more of the younger mentality coming in, a little bit more immaturity there, where people were willing to just jump ship over a bad weekend or something instead of like wanting to work it out and improve.
No, I don't really blame it like that. I'll take responsibility, but like it was just we never even went to a LAN. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, it's, you know, when you're trying to find players, and especially with how you know organizations make team changes. I haven't even been filled in on the loop of what's been going on. Like Mikwen, he's good. Looks like. Kill tag.
The trade doesn't count for the kill tag.
So Eli's going for like neither kills.
So to explain really quick, Garrett, did you want to explain to them why we're seeing people just shoot to the ground?
There's bounties. So if the most overkills will get like an extra $250. The highest kill streak. There's also $250 up for people that have the lowest accuracy, the most deaths, and the most time at P3. So you're seeing, if you look at the scoreboard, I think you can see who's going for what.
Yeah.
With some of those things.
Flurriously is trying to lock down that P3 as well as that most deaths, as well as that least accuracy. So you're seeing him run up to P3, just shooting an auto into the air, just hoping that he gets the lowest accuracy. You can see him grab the needler here and just spamming out. He's kind of accepted his fate in where he's going to land on the actual free-for-alls, and is just trying to get a really low accuracy at this point in time.
Yeah, they're trying their best over there. But I wanted to bring up one thing with the Ace, is because you say you transition more into like a teaching role with what you're doing right now with yoga. Have you like noticed or like taken any any sort of like, do you have any mentors in Halo that have like kind of impacted the way that you think about teaching, like in your current life, or like people that you'd like to, like, how does Halo come into play, like what you're currently doing right now with yoga?
Like I don't see. There wasn't any like, not any like Halo mentors.
No, I just meant like, just like people in the scene, or just like, because you better like what you were like pro for over a decade now, right?
Yeah, long time. 2000.
Like a long time, right? It's like what did that mentorship, like when you were like, because you came up early, like as like a like you said, like 13 years old, 14 years old, like going to these Halo events and competing, like what did that sort of evolution look like to you, like as you got older, and like who were the people that kind of helped you along your journey?
As far as like having like idols and role models, it would be people like, you know, my older brother, and not just him, but like even after him, like Strong Side. Well, I think 3 names come to mind: Strong Side, Ogre 2, and Walshy. Those are the guys that like I looked up to in terms of like how they conducted themselves outside of the game, and then obviously how they played in the game. You know, and also obviously I was hanging out with them a lot, so just seeing those guys' personality, like Walshy and Ogre 2, for example, and Strong Side, like just such, and my brother really, but so they're such nice guys. You know, like they're willing to, you know, friend request new players, and just because they noticed that they had talent, and then play with them. They didn't have egos or anything. You know what I mean? Like they're very like genuine, nice people. Especially like, you know, all of them really, but like Walshy's like kind of, if you ever hung out with him, he's got a really like interesting sense of humor. Kind of, you know, he's always easy to get along with. If you know Walshy. You know, he kind of doesn't really act like that on while he's casting, but he's such a, you know, he's a good, genuine person to hang out with. Just like those guys I looked up to, but yeah, it doesn't really translate to yoga teaching a lot. But if anything, it's just treating people with respect, like they did.
I was bringing up, that's a great point, Aaron. I was bringing up earlier, I was sharing with chat some like funny, you know, old stories of Strong Side, and like the way he grinded, and like those lobbies, and Walsh, and like how those guys treated the game. Like,
oh yeah,
what's your best Strong Side story? How about that?
My best Strong Side story, maybe all of them. I think I'll quickly, while I'm thinking of a story, say how Strong Side is one of the most genuinely generous people I've ever met. You know, like he'd be the guy that like you're in a hotel room with, and he's just like buying movies and like ordering room service for you. You know what I'm saying? Like he's that kind of guy that is just like wants to, you know, be the life of the party and make everything better for you. I think just the stories would, I don't think it's any like specific story besides like his family. And he only grew up, you know, 20 minutes away from where I grew up with me and my brother. So every weekend during the Halo 1 days, Halo 2, not every weekend, but a lot of times that, you know, I was 11 years old, and I'd be like driving over to the cool kid's house with my brother, you know, because like, you know, for me, hanging out with like 16-year-olds when I'm 11 is like a huge deal, you know, and just playing Halo all night, like eating Donato's pizza, Red Bulls, and energy drinks, whatever there is, like the entire weekend. We don't have any windows, so we don't know what time it is, you know, that we're playing Halo CE and Halo 2, just nonstop watching movies, going to bed at like 10 a.m., watching movies all night and stuff. Like, it was just good times. Like, the fact that he was like opened up his like house for that is like really, really nice, you know.
And playing and grinding for the passion of it all, right? Like, it's a lot different now, and we have so much money in esports, but back then it's like we did that stuff because we loved the game, right? And wanted to be better at the game. And I can only imagine what it must have been like to get into those rooms with those players, you know, with their status at such a young age. And obviously it speaks to where you landed in your career and all the things you were able to accomplish. You know, you had a great support system all around you. What advice would you give someone trying to come up in the scene right now, like the person wants to be the next ace, right, that wants to win global championships? Like, what advice would you give some of these young aspiring players in the scene?
Don't have an ego, I would say, and also, you know, I was surrounded by those players, but I didn't get my opportunity for a long time. I had to earn it, you know what I mean? Like, they knew who I was, but like I still didn't get to team with those guys or anyone that they knew, you know what I'm saying, because of that. So I had to earn my opportunity. So that, you know, just like anyone else, like just like Frosty, if you're looking at, we just saw him die. You know, he started out as being subscribed to Lethal for like 10 months or 12 months before like he got his opportunity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure he didn't even chat that much, but I'm sure he like gifted subs and whatnot, just like, you know, just to get Lethal to recognize him. You know what I mean? And then he starts doing well in Halo 5, and he gets on his team. So, you know, surrounding my point of that is surround yourself with the best players you can, like incrementally. You know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Whether that's veterans or whatever, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in the comment thread, I mean, when we had Golden Boy on earlier, he was talking about like just be a vibe, like just be a vibe to be around, you know, and that applies to all aspects of life, right? Like, it's one thing if you got all the talent in the world, but if no one can stand being around you, you're not going to go very far.
You say that, and you know what? It does apply to all aspects, because like, I know I just kind of thought about this the other day. It's like, you know, you can be a vibe in the most simple ways. It could be like when you're getting a coffee. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're in a coffee shop, like you could be a vibe and like saying hello to like the baristas and stuff like that, or like whoever lives with you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're in a good mood, you'll spread it and then you'll get it back, type thing. Like, you give and receive, like in that way. You know what I'm saying? So don't just think of it in one like single dimension. Is kind of my point. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Garrett.
Yeah, I wanted to go back a little bit about your Halo 4 days, because I want to talk about the 1v1s, because I've heard rumors that you were a little bit of an angle shooter. If you don't know what an angle shooter is, back in poker, it's when you like try to gain unfair advantages. I heard that you guys came up with a gentleman's agreement to play very aggressive. No playing like that quote unquote cringe 1v1. I think I saw that. Like you in particular, like we were pretty aggressive in your 1v1 plays. Can you talk a little bit about those 1v1s? Yeah, I'm just saying what I heard from the streets. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to give up no sources or nothing.
I think you're making that up, but I mean, there was no. I mean, I don't know who said that, but there was definitely no. You know, we didn't even. I hardly even was ready to go 1v1 people. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't. Right. It's not ever practice 1v1ing in Halo 4. I never none of that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I wasn't even at the Mason Cobb neighbor pre-LAN for the event. You know, where everybody was at. Like 50 people were there practicing for like 2 weeks or a week or whatever. And I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? So they might have been 1v1ing, and maybe they wanted to like play like that or something, but there was no talk of any rules or gentlemen's agreements before that 1v1. But I will say that when I went to go 1v1 straight sick, I've talked about him and his dad like 3 times already about this. Like, yeah, I noticed. I mean, there was a literal moment. I still remember it, like kind of remember it, when I'm down like 4-1, and I'm thinking, you know, he's playing a certain way on the map, kind of like, you know, general routes and places, and I'm playing a certain way, and I'm like, okay, I'm not playing this way anymore. That's what I thought. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm changing what I'm doing right now. And what I did was I stopped fucking walking around in the open everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't remember exactly. I have to go back and watch my point of view, but like, I kind of tried to, you know, switch up my rate of movement. You know what I mean? Around the map.
The funny part is on the flip side of that, I was sharing it on broadcast earlier. You know, obviously I'm really close with Straight Sick and that family and his dad and all that. On the flip side, in Straight Sick's mind, he was up 4-1, and he was so desperate for the crowd and everyone else to like him and not think he's playing cringe that he kept pushing fights on you instead of playing cringe, right? And it's like, it cost him, that was like what, like a $40,000 match basically, that 1v1, you know? And it's like, he, like you said, he was up 4-1 with a limited amount of time left. He could have easily just played corners and played hide and seek with you, you know what I mean, and got away with it. But he wanted people to not feel like he was cheesing. But I'm like, man, the difference of $40,000, bro. I'm in every corner in that map. You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting on the edge in random spots. Like I'm hiding it up. But you know,
he might have been thinking that. He might have been thinking that. I don't know. But still, like it's, you know, even with me changing my playstyle, it's just. I mean, it's the same way when you're playing any Halo game and you're like, all right, the ball is down right here. Instead of like running into the room, I'm just gonna like hide in this corner for like 5 seconds on Infinite. You know, that happens all the time in every single one of our games. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's the same idea. You know, like. Sometimes you want to play ultra aggressive, sometimes you want to play ultra passive, and some both have their pros and cons in different situations and whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Right.
I don't know.
Absolutely, but Garrett, we should probably talk a little bit about this match because Mikwen now has a 30 kill lead over Goober, which I mean, it looks like Mikwen hopefully can close this one out. 50 kills left, right? But that would at least put a little bit of pressure on Goober, right? To have the gap closed from 60 to potentially 40 after this game.
Yeah, it's like, can you come back? I mean, Ace, like, right now, if you're Mikwen, right, you're up by a lot, you're gonna get this done. It's just like, do you think that's possible for Mikwen? Like, just knowing Mikwen and like who he is, like, do you think he can overcome a 40 kill deficit in these next 2 games to like get back in that first place finish?
He has an opportunity if he gets enough, like 250 kills faster.
So right now it's 250 kills in the first 2 games. He lost around like 40-ish kills. So right now you can see where it is right now. So he's down 71 kills. So he needs to win these next 2 games by a 71 or 72 kill margin to take first over Goober.
Over Goober, like he has to beat Goober by that much, right? And Goober's obviously not going to just like roll over and die, right? So
Goober's down by 30.
He's down by 30. That's what I'm saying. So after this game, it could potentially go from a 70 kill gap to a 40, right?
5 kill gap in the next game, which doesn't seem like Goober is going to give that up. It's too. Who even knows if Goober will win the next FFA? You know what I'm saying? So
Goober set himself up though with such a nice cushion, man. Being up by 60 over your second place opponent is just ridiculous.
I don't see. I mean, it's possible, I guess, theoretically, because Mikwen is kind of like he's increasing the rate, but I don't know. It's possible, I'd say, but like Goober knows what he's doing. Yeah,
you got any embarrassing stories about any of the pro players in here, Ace? I just want to get to the gossip.
Embarrassing stories.
Or just stories.
If anyone in this lobby is what Garrett wants to know. Garrett wants to know if anyone in this lobby
Frosty, Gilkey, anything that comes to mind with these guys? Any tea to drop?
I don't know. I need to see Gilkey. I mean...
Well, Aaron's an upstanding citizen, but you're not going to get the juice.
That's why I love
He's still friends with all these people, too. Come on, Garrett, what are you doing, man?
Well, it doesn't have to be bad tea. It can be good tea.
I don't really have tea. See, I don't really... I mean, good tea. I mean, Gilkey... One time, I do remember it was the TLN days, and Gilkey was up on me like, and that arcade game, how it was on N64, NFL Blitz, or 2000? Mr. P had the, Gilkey still remember it, he'll remember the story. He's up against me in like the 4th quarter with like, there are 2-minute quarters, and like, in that game, a quarter is like 30 seconds, you know what I'm saying? And he's up by like 3 scores. 3.5 or something like that, and then I came back and beat him in like 1 quarter. It was freaking ridiculous. Like if you can imagine, like the double interceptions to like score a touchdown plus like fumble plus whatever else I had to do to win that game. After the game, I sprinted like 3 circles around the whole house because of how insane it was.
Screaming and freaking out and gassing.
You said this was during the LAN network days.
Yeah, it was during the LAN network days. Gilkey still he'll even like if you ask him, he'll remember it. Because of how bad it was, you know what I mean? Besides that, no, I don't really like to I don't really deal with drama like that.
Nah, it doesn't need to be like drama or anything, because that's actually really fun. And it's like going back like cool. The LAN network days period, like that's like a whole era of Halo that like the New Blood, like I wasn't around for any of that. That sounds like wild to me that you guys would all just go to the same house.
Dude, it was. I mean, it's as good as it sounded. You know what I'm saying? Like we would stay up all night gaming, and then people would have to sleep on like random furniture on the 3rd floor, like random like the sun was out and we'd be sleeping at like 10 a.m. You know what I mean? 11 a.m. on like with no blankets. Like that's how much we were gaming, And then Mr. P would be buying dinners for us every day, lunches like pizza. He went to Sam's Club like every single day, restocking on different snacks for all of us to drink and eat. Like, I mean, they invested tens of thousands, if not more, into us, plus time, like driving to the airport and everything. Like, it was absurd, their investment in Halo.
That was strictly passion too. Like it's not like they were getting a return on that investment at all, or anywhere near. It was just like they were about the scene. Dude, we've been getting some really good clips on the broadcast. Shout out to our observer. Probably was that 90 Night over there, just catching every overkill on broadcast. Goober gets an overkill of his own as well right after that. so many clips coming in and out. But yeah, Aaron, I mean, I remember hearing crazy stories. Obviously, I didn't get to go to TLN until literally after it was even a thing. I went to the P house a couple of years after that, you know, Land Networker days. But I mean, I remember hearing stories of like Garrett. I mean, the way these teams were grinding for these events, so they were so far ahead. They were doing like best of fives, but the best of five would be an 11 game series. You know what I mean? Like you're playing a best of 5 of 11 game series. Like the amount of Halo these players were playing against each other at the highest level was just absurd. Like there's no way to recreate that sort of level of practice and that much of it unless you were in that circle. You know what I mean? Those teams were just on their own level.
Yeah, I mean, we mastered Halo 3 at that point. You know, for those months of time that we put in, like that was the highest level of competition that you're gonna get, higher than Halo 2. You know what I mean? Like my point is that like everybody was making good decisions, making generally good plays at Halo on the maps. Like it'd be equivalent if everybody was landing in infinite every week. You know, the level of gameplay, you're gonna see a lot more closer games. You're gonna see a lot more like better setups and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, if people are doing that, you know.
Well, Ace, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you, man. We'll let you get back with your day as we approach the last little bit of this. Any last thing you want to say before you exit the broadcast?
Well, if you want to catch me in the future, usually probably Twitch would be the best place to do it. I'm AceTV on there. If you don't, you know,
go sub.
You know, go sub, yeah. And you know, I don't want to say I'm quitting competing yet, because I you know, if there's some top org that wants to come through, like, but I don't want to compete for, you know, $500 a month, like, you know, it's just doesn't make sense. So yeah, I'll be streaming no matter what, you know, regardless. AceTV, if you ever want to say hi, and appreciate you guys having me on. Nice to meet everybody listening, and see you guys next time soon.
Thanks for coming in, brother.
So
Keep
much,
crushing
man.
everything you do, and we'll see you on the other side.
See you, man. See you guys. Thanks for having me on.
No problem. Guys, we're in the last 10 kills, and Mikwen is very close to getting this job done. The biggest thing to really focus on, you know, it's going to be Mikwen that wins this game, right, Hunter? The other key is seeing where Goober's at, 212. So right now it's a good margin, but Goober's been making up some good ground. What he can find in these last 9 kills of Mikwen is what's really important.
Yeah, my win condition for Goober was as long as he gets 200. If he hits 200 both games, I don't see Mikwen having back-to-back games like this, right? As long as he's getting close to that 200 kill mark, I think he's going to keep his lead on whoever wins both games. We see Mikwen literally just farming the players in the lobby that are going for those low accuracy or high death, you know, win conditions there. Mikwen with another overkill. We had 3 overkills game 1, chat, 6 overkills game 2, and I can't wait to see how many we had this game, because I've seen overkill in the kill feed quite a bit from quite a few different players, really making things interesting here. Oh, well, that's interesting.
Never see that before. That's crazy, dude.
I didn't even know the observer could get kicked out from being inactive.
There we go. It's right there. Yeah, I think that's
here we go.
Which is crazy because they're actively observing. So it's like there's like a time limit of observing.
Yeah. Mikwen able to take that one though, and he does it with a 37 kill margin over Goober. So Mikwen climbing 37 kills. That's about half of what he needed to technically pass Goober, right? He needed about 70. So theoretically, if Mikwen could do that one more time, he could make things really interesting. It'll be fascinating to see how this plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to get the math done behind the scenes and everything, but that is definitely some great ground to make up. I think it's for sure that Mikwen is going to jump up to our number 2 spot after that game. Phenomenal work out of Austin right there, and obviously we get to discover some new interesting things about the game. I've never seen an observer crash out like that, but thankfully we have someone coming up in our next round that we could talk to it about, you know, get some notes over. We have Tashi that's going to join us for an interview a little bit later on today, and we're going to take a time, tabulate all these scores, see where everyone's at. When we come back, it's the final heat of our Tour de Walsh. Can Mikwen make the comeback happen?
Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, yeah. Whole team winning, whole team winning, yeah. I bring the trophy right back, I bring the trophy right back, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Yeah, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Yeah, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Whole team winning. Right back. I bring the truck right back. Yeah, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Yeah, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Yeah, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Whole team winning.
Double kill. Right back. I bring the truck right back. Yeah, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Yeah, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Yeah, yeah. I bring the truck right back. I bring the truck right back. Whole team winning. Double kill.
You open my heart. I've been wanting you Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever.
Hello and welcome back to the Complexity $5,000 Tour de Walsh. I'm Toolez, joining me HunterJJX and a new visitor as well, Mr. Tashi, the commissioner, back here with us as well. Welcome to the show, Tashi.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Well, we've been through 3 heats thus far, Hunter Tashi. It's been a first place 2 times for Goober. Mikwen just came back with a stunning performance in round number 3, and now it's all up to who can get first in this last one. Can Mikwen make the comeback is the question to be answered. We'll take a look at all the action can happen, but for the first time, let's relax a little bit and get to know the man that runs everything behind the scenes, Mr. Tashi. Join us onto the broadcast. Look at that handsome man. Look, you got the HCS Worlds cap on as well. I gotta say, big fan of the merch at Worlds that you guys had.
Yeah, shout out to our consumer products team and .x, our partners. Honestly, when I saw the kind of V1 for review, I was like instantly approve, ship it. Like, these are great. I want to wear them right now. So I'm a big fan.
Those are sick. Tashi, I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. I know that you're a busy man and got a lot on your plate. And, you know, with Season 5 dropping, Bandit Evo, everyone is, you know, the momentum is there. People are stoked about the next season of HCS, and I'm sure people rail you with questions about that enough. But so I want to chop it up a little different with you, man. I want folks to know the competitive Halo fan that you are. So why don't you share with folks a little bit, kind of what got you started? When did you discover competitive Halo / MLG?
I guess it would have been probably 05. I got an Xbox in 2003 and started playing Halo 1. Used to play with my friends, do like 4-player split screen FFAs on Prisoner, like exclusively. That's like all we played for hours after school. And then Halo 2 came out, and obviously Xbox Live. And that's when I started to kind of like obviously talk to more people and hear rumblings of like, oh, there are these tournaments, MLG, and oh, Ogre 2 is like the best player ever. I'm just like, well, what is all this stuff? Like, and I was starting to play ranked, and I wasn't great, but I was like getting up there, you know, competing against better players. And, you know, all I wanted to do with myself was play against like the best players in the world. I just wanted to like see where I stacked up. And so probably 05, you know, shortly after Halo 2 launch is when I started kind of hearing more about MLG and watching and paying attention. And then the first event I ever went to was Playoffs 06 in New York City. And that was awesome. I still have like video and photos like on the bleachers, on the floor, basically like a few feet away from T-Squared and all those guys. Like, it was awesome. I was just like very involved in the scene, and I just loved watching and playing Halo.
It's such a fun scene back then, you know, just the overall vibe. Like you said with the bleachers, like people would just sit in front of them. You know what I mean? Like there was no seats there, and people would just pack it in. It's rare that I meet someone that gets me beat on their first event. See, my first event was Charlotte 07. You got me beat by like literally one event. So you're
all right. I get some street cred.
You're an OG, and you know, and I remember NY State of Mind in the playlist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I know you're around back then. How did kind of the transition happen from you know, supporting the scene, being a fan of the scene, to then working in the scene?
I guess let's start here. So when I was in high school playing Halo, I started thinking about what I wanted to do for a career. I always wanted to be an artist when I was a teenager. I used to love drawing. I thought I was going to be like a concept artist, like working on games and stuff. And then I started getting into like programming. You built like some of my own websites and stuff like this, and from then on, after Halo 2, I was like, okay, I'm gonna be an engineer at Bungie working on Halo. Like, that's my dream. I was probably like 16, 17 at the time. And so from then on, I just kind of was like figuring out my way to get into Halo, and went to college for computer science in upstate New York in Rochester, and had to flunk out. Family hit some financial hardships, so couldn't afford to go to school. But I kept involved in the Halo scene, and as time went on, I started to just get more and more involved in overall the community. I used to make YouTube videos and montages. I used to stream. I was like one of the first Halo streamers on Justin TV. And I was just like as involved as I could, watching tournaments on the MLG forums, on NeoGAF before it went absolutely insane. And yeah, just like being one of the vocal community members kind of in the scene around that time. And, you know, at the same time, my goal is always to still kind of work on Halo. So during this time, you know, Bungie moved on from Halo, Microsoft founded 343 and, you know, started to create, you know, their titles, Halo CE Anniversary and then Halo 4. And Halo 4, I got kind of less involved in the competitive scene and more involved in like the Forge community. And so I was part of what was called Community Cartographers. It was this group, started I think in the Halo 3 days and continued through Reach and 4. But it was a group of forgers who basically found the best maps from the community to put them into matchmaking. And I wasn't a good forger, but I wanted to be involved because I didn't feel like there was good competitive representation in matchmaking. And Bravo at 343 at the time was the one who was kind of leading the charge for matchmaking sustained for Halo 4. And, you know, I had known Bravo. He'd been on like a podcast that I hosted, you know, a while back. And so I got to work with him more on the Halo 4 playlists and stuff. And so, you know, he would come to me and say, hey, we're building a doubles playlist. Like, we're going to need 8 community doubles maps in like 2 months, whatever. And I would be like, okay. So I'd round up the other cartographers. We'd go play test maps. And I'd have this whole like scoring system for rating all the maps and giving feedback to the forgers to make them better. I'd do play tests with Bravo. And I was just like producing, you know, these playlists for Bravo. And then it came to be that, you know, I just kind of got fed up living at home in New York. And I was like, okay, I think I just need to like find a way in. It might not be my ideal route, but I just need a way in. So I messaged Jessica Shea, who BS Angel, she was a community manager at the time. And I was like, hey, like, I don't know what's available. Like, I'm open to a testing gig. Like, I just want to work on Halo. And she was like, we don't have a testing job available that I know of, but I have a community coordinator role on my team. And she's like, I think you'd be great for it. And I was like, oh, you know, I actually didn't think of myself as like a community type role, but when I thought about it, I'm like, oh yeah, actually I'm like hyper involved in the community. Like I do a ton of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so yeah, I applied and got the job, and a couple weeks later I packed up my luggage and moved over to Seattle.
That's so cool, man. It is I don't think people realize just how awesome it is to have someone who's a genuine fan of Comp Halo and has been around as long as you have, like kind of at the helm for HDS stuff. And I know that the scene overall is really excited for season 3 and some of the changes coming. I do want to ask you, because we are in this free-for-all, you know, you've been around, you've seen just how much free-for-all has meant to the scene, how much talent has come up through it. So this question got asked to me earlier, and I was curious to know what your answer is, but who is your Mount Rushmore of free-for-all players in all of Halo history?
Mount Rushmore. So I feel like you gotta go Strong Side and Karma. You gotta go Pistola. And I think, I'm trying to think if there's any like standouts from like the Halo 5, Halo Infinite. You know who actually, huh?
I said Ryan knew. I think he won Worlds. Like
yeah, Ryan did win Worlds. Yeah, 2018. You know who's nasty? Always been nasty at free for all. Is Straight Sick. And what he was winning in Reach, he was competing at the top in the Halo 4 stuff, Halo 5. He's always been just like nasty at free for all. Yeah, and I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but a lot of times FFA is like the stepping stone to 4v4, and Straight Sick kind of like always did both. Yeah, which is pretty interesting. So like a lot of players left the free-for-all behind once they like got to 4v4 and focused on it, but like Straight Sick was just like always there.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting that you bring that up in terms of like players using free-for-all as a stepping stone, because I would agree wholeheartly. That was one of the things we brought up that's interesting about Goober in here, like, you know, he was Porky J, is that he's fully focused on free-for-all. Like that's his entire, he practices free-for-all, he scrims free-for-all in his own time, and we haven't really seen a player kind of take that focus to the point where he's not even really interested in 4v4, even with getting offers and stuff. And so it's very interesting to see a player kind of go full time in FFA. But as we see here, he's up. In game number 4, he won 2 games. We kind of need Mikwen to beat him by at least like 35 or 36. Do you think there's any chance that Mikwen could pull this sort of insane upset off?
Well, he's only down by a few, so he's pretty close. I mean, really, I think Mikwen needs to stay hot or absolutely go off, or Goober needs to choke or get targeted by the rest of the lobby. That's probably it.
Yeah, we're at that point where it's kind of do or die. Mikwen definitely making things respectable. You can see there on the overall leaderboard, Goober currently has just about a 36 point lead onto Mikwen there, but a great showing from them. Tashi, walk me through a little bit of your thoughts behind, with the Season 3 change, the Bandit Evo coming to play, how that came to be, and how are you feeling about the current meta?
So, let's see. In the beginning of this year, we were working on the Bandit, and it wasn't in the greatest of spots internally. It kind of was struggling to find its identity.
Talking about the original Bandit?
The original Bandit.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. And it candidly was not getting the highest of ratings with kind of the user research that we do. And so what we did was we worked with the Sandbox team to kind of make some last second adjustments before it ended up shipping with Season 3 back in March. And the intent was, we knew we needed to spice things up for ranked and competitive, and it needed to be something big and bold, like a new mode. Sure, it's always great, but it's not going to get everyone to be like, okay, now I'm going to jump back in and play. And there's always been feedback around players wanting a single shotgun instead of the burst with the battle rifle, and a lot of the Halo 5 kids were missing the pistol, which is fun as hell to use. So overall, it just felt like all of the conditions were leading towards, hey, we kind of need a new kind of starting gun here. But it's a really big change, right? I don't think there's ever been a new starting gun in mid-life cycle of a Halo title before. It's always been, here's the one gun until a new game ships.
Yeah.
So, especially against the battle rifle. I mean, the battle rifle's it's the gun. So it's so iconic. And so the idea of moving away from the battle rifle to something else was very daunting. So we kind of took a multi-stage approach where we were like, hey, let's just get the Bandit out there, make it a on-map pickup, but let's change the tuning so that it kind of fits more in line with what the competitive community really enjoys. And the hope was that, the competitive community would start telling us hey, this gun is awesome. With a few tweaks, you should make it the new starting gun. Mm-hmm. And so we were kind of hoping that players would tell us that, because that's where we wanted to take things long term. And so we made the commitment pretty early on. This is March or February, that hey, for Season 5, the Bandit is going to be the new starting gun for the competitive, and that we need to tune it to kind of fit the utility role instead of what it was, which was on-map pickup in the kind of assault rifle class. And so it just went months and months of tuning and tweaks, and obviously we added a new scope, and that took a lot of work to get done. We also had to figure out the customization. How does that work, right? If I have a coding for the regular Bandit, does it just work on the Evo? Is it a new gun entirely? There were a lot of questions that we needed to kind of figure out and answer. And we didn't want to just get rid of the regular Bandit, because other players would like that too outside of competitive. So, we didn't want to take a gun away from all the other players. So there was just a lot of open items that we had to figure out. But we just kept tuning and playtesting in partnership with the competitive insights team and the Sandbox team and all the artists, and kind of everybody touched the weapon to make sure it was ready to ship. And during events throughout the year, I was also just gut checking a lot of top pros, saying, hey, I think we might be changing starting guns, to the Bandit and this stuff, just to kind of like gauge reaction. And there was like excitement around like changing the gun, and so we kind of like knew, okay, we're still on the right track with this. And yeah, and then when we shipped it with with Season 5, we were so pleased. Honestly, like it was very it was scary at times of like, hey, is this gonna come across the finish line the way we want it to? Are players gonna love it? Like, we didn't know exactly what the reception was gonna be like. Obviously, we were hopeful, and we kind of feel like we were upholding the correct principles for competitive Halo to make sure it's a good gun for starting weapon. But you never know 100%. And so I think when we announced it and people got their hands on it, there was a lot of people like, hey, we were skeptical at first, but holy crap, this gun is fun as hell to use. And that was just very rewarding. So, now
the reaction was insane, by the way. Because I saw a lot on Twitter and Reddit that was like, the BR is going away. Like, how can they do this? It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. And it's almost been like not universal, but I'd say like a good amount, right? A majority for sure that have been like, kill. I was wrong. Like, you never see that when Halo players say like, I was wrong. Like, the Bandit is the way. Like that's when you've done something truly great. And I just want to say that like this Bandit Evo has been something that's truly great.
Yeah, I'm so glad to hear. Yeah, kudos to everyone back at the studio who kind of worked on it and went along for this kind of bold adventure to change the starting gun. This is a little crazy.
Yeah, I give you major props for changing the starting weapon in Halo and like having people actually be stoked about it. Like old heads and young players like combined. Like for me, I really enjoy the Bandit start, and I think you guys, you could tell that the effort went in. It's funny because I was on tour in February or something, and I'm not gonna leak names or anything, but like a lot of pros came to different shows, and I was on a show in February, and one of the guys was like, yeah, dude, like it's switching to this Bandit. There's gonna be a new Bandit with a scope on it for next season. I was like, bro, we're barely starting season 2. What are you telling me about season 3 already for? You know what I mean? But like I knew in my mind, like I knew that a change would be good, and that we kind of needed something to spice things up, but for you guys to kind of nail it, like the weapon just not really, the weapon hasn't needed to be patched or anything. I think it's like pretty dialed is really cool and really exciting. And so we celebrate 343 dubs, especially with something that's that. I don't think people realize how big of a deal that is to get rid of like the most iconic weapon in Halo. Not get rid of it, but you know what I mean, like move away from it as a starting weapon in ranked is a pretty big deal. So I'm happy that it's been going really well for you guys. I do want to ask you, with season 3 coming in, there's a lot of exciting moves happening on the roster side. Is there any roster that has any change that's gotten you super excited for season 3?
I'm actually glad you asked this, because I sent a text to Clutch after I saw this roster announcement, but it was the new Shopify roster.
Yes, dude. Yeah.
And we were actually talking in the HGS room a couple weeks ago, Clutch and I was like, who I really like as a player? I said Mental. I think like Mental is kind of flying under the radar a little bit, and I was like, this dude's a champion. Like, he knows how to win, obviously. And he's got the skill. Personally, I thought he was like the most skilled player on that original team. And now to see, a lot of young guns on the squad. Interesting to see like the old kind of native red guys go their separate ways for first time in like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be that team is gonna be dangerous, I think. So I'm excited to watch them play, and all of it, honestly. So curious to see how all these teams stacked up against FaZe now, and the new optic is really interesting. So yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, I think for a player like Soul Snipe to leave that native red roster that's been together for so long, he's got to have an ultimate level of confidence in this new roster in order to be willing to make a move like that, because the longer you spend with people, the harder it kind of is to want to venture out. And they just got third. You know what I mean? It's not like they were doing bad. It's like so there's got to be some level of confidence there, and I'm really excited to see how that team plays as well. Obviously, the optic is the big one, but there's some other pretty big changes in the pipeline that haven't been announced yet, and I'm sure it's just going to lead to more hype for season 3, which will be super exciting. Garrett, I'll let you go ahead and get your chops in with the man Tashi here.
Well, Tashi, I want to bring your attention to the man that's in first place right now. Mikwen, we talked about whether he could do it or not. Right now,
He's doing it.
He's kind of doing it, right? He's getting that lead, but he's also a competitor that like was also a coworker, right? So it's like, how do you feel about like that journey about Mikwen, just like the story of Mikwen of like going out, like retiring as a pro, like helping develop Halo Infinite, and then getting back on those sticks? Like, do you have anything that really comes to mind when you think of Mikwen?
Yeah, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Austin. You know, he obviously was a really good player in Halo 5, winning events and getting top 2, top 3. And then to kind of hang it up and want to be part of the process for making the game when he could still compete, you know, it's not an easy decision to make. And game development's hard. It's very unglamorous. It's just a grind. And it's working with hundreds of people. Everyone's trying to do their best to make the best game and the best product for the fans, and everyone has different opinions and comes from different backgrounds and whatnot. Like, game development's very hard, and to go from, you know, obviously competing at his level is extremely hard too, but you know, it's I just have a lot of respect for people who want to kind of be part of the process of making the game and wanting to you know, support the community in that way. And then, you know, he's a great coworker, obviously, always had great conversations with all the guys in the Competitive Insights team are amazing. And now it's for him to take a year off, right, because of the rule we had in place, to then come back and compete. And what they get, like 3rd, 4th place at the first event in Charlotte, was it? So really impressive. And now he's out here winning this FFA. Like, a tremendous amount of respect for Austin. Like, this is absolutely incredible performance.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, sometimes he comes back and I'm like, damn, is he better? And that's one thing I wanted to ask you in particular, right? Do you think developing the game has made you better at Halo or not? You can be honest, right? Because, you know, it's been a minute. You have a lot of tenure behind you, both playing and now working at 343. Do you think developers get better at the game by developing it?
No.
Oh.
I played far less Halo when I started working at 343. And, you know, ultimately, in the situation of, like, Mikwen coming back to competing, we always take a probably more strict than necessary approach with the time that we require, you know, folks like him to sit out, because there's a perception issue that we would have to face as well, where even if like a bunch of players think that he has an unfair advantage, then that alone is kind of damaging enough both to the player and to the league's reputation. So, you know, he probably, in terms of like gameplay knowledge and whatnot, could have started competing on a fair ground probably after 6 months, but we extended even further just to rule out any possible, you know, doubt that anyone in the community would potentially have. And so from a gameplay perspective, you know, as soon as the game comes out, like, all of the pros are grinding, and when you're competing in tournaments, it's a lot different than when you're part of the development team and building the game. Like, yeah, you know, those guys competed against each other, but when you put a bunch of money on the line, like, the game starts to play and evolve in different ways, and different situations come out at the top that, you know, you don't quite exactly see even, you know, internally. And so, yeah, he's just a freak of a player.
Truly is. And then the other thing I want to bring attention to is there's 3 players in this lobby that got top 3 at the World's free-for-all. And I want to talk about a little bit of that commitment that the HCS has given to free-for-all this last year, right? So obviously it was a $25,000 prize pool at Worlds, which was insane, right? I think all the FFA players were really hyped for it. But now, like, even this offseason, we have these $5,000 FFA events that are going on. So what was that commitment from the HCS side to, like, kind of double down into free-for-all and put on all these events that we've been seeing recently?
I mean, really, it's a reflection of the HCS community and what players want. You know, the FFA has always been part of kind of Halo's DNA competitively. And yeah, it's just important for us to kind of reflect that and give players what they want. I do wish that FFA was more popular in terms of like ranked players and whatnot. And unfortunately, we had to kind of like bench that rotational because it just wasn't honestly performing well. I think it's just like such a super hardcore game type. And that's probably why a lot of
15 minutes unlimited kills, like that's just
that's just
hard
like
to put in a playlist.
I mean, it's masochistic, and so but there's players that love it, and I used to grind midship FFAs all the time in Halo 2, so like I get it, but it's just not for most players.
I was gonna say, I mean, were you around? Do you remember in Halo 2 they actually made the midship FFAs a hardcore ranked FFA playlist, and even that did poorly. And in Halo 2, FFA was, I would argue, like that was the biggest FFA that's ever been. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so the fact that playlist struggled even in that game kind of says that like free for all is a weird thing when it comes to like matchmaking, you know, as opposed to like a custom thing that you do with the homies just shooting it. You know?
Yeah. You gotta be super hardcore to just like love FFAs and be willing to grind them. But you know, there's a community that comes to our events and they turn out and they support it and they sign up for the online tournaments. So you know, we want to foster that and continue to support that. And we know it's like we talked about, it's a stepping stone for 4v4. It's where a lot of the talent for the next generation are found, and it's important that there's an entry point that's like, hey, I don't know anybody in the scene, I don't have any friends, I can't find a team of 4, but I love competing in Halo. Like, there's something I can compete in. And FFA, I mean, what's better than FFA for something like that?
Right. I'll say this off season, there's been a lot to compete in. Like, obviously, shout out to Complexity throwing on this like event, this tour to Walsh, right? But we've been seeing the off season tournaments, the FFA things, that Mountain Dew tournament that happened as well. There's one interesting thing about this tournament and the Mountain Dew tournament is we've seen a lot of Forge maps come to life and been being used and have been seen largely in a positive light, right? Because you guys did add like some Forge maps into ranked. It was kind of mixed reviews, right, on some of them. But now, like, I feel like the Mountain Dew playlist has been like really largely positive reviews. The Mountain Dew tournament did like all those like remakes. I think everyone's really happy with. Everyone's been really happy with this remake thus far. Is there like a future where some of these Forge maps can start making their way potentially into like ranked again, or maybe like an HCS season down the road?
Yeah, I think 100%, and we're always on the lookout. Richie on the team is in charge of basically working with forgers and finding good community maps. I know he's working with the forgers who made a Coliseum remake, and so we're looking to get that into the ranked playlist at some point whenever it's ready. But yeah, there's always been a history of Forge and community maps and competitive Halo, and I don't think this game is any different. So you know, we'll just continue to keep an eye out and work closely with the community and, you know, find the maps that get the best feedback and fill the gaps that we need in the rotation and bring them in. So yeah, I think you know, no promise on timelines or anything like that, but you know, we're, regardless of who makes them, like if it's a great map, it's a great map, you know.
I'll say you got.
What you're saying is Richie kind of has your old job.
No, that's one of Richie's many duties is to work with the Forge community on the maps, but he does a lot.
Go ahead, Garrett.
I was gonna say the Coliseum. That's got me grinning ear to ear. It's like
I think it's the best Halo 5 map
for Coliseum.
He just slipped that in so casually, right? Oh, yeah, it's a little map. You know, he's trying to keep it on the DL. It's like that's a big deal. That
you know, while we're making, you know, while things are going right for me, right? I feel like
don't push it. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Cliffside and Sylvanas, right? Those two. I dare I say, you know, not to be too bold right here, Tashi. Not only do I think those are ranked ready, I think those are HCS ready. You know what I'm saying? Is there a potential pipeline, or what would that pipeline look like to add a community Forge map to HCS competition?
Yeah, so I think for us, we would need to be in a position where we were ready and needed to add a new map to the rotation. And it would have to be married with the right map. So if we're in the off season and hey, we need a CTF map or something like that, and there's a really great option out there that's kind of captured the hearts of the community, then that's how that would probably go down. I would say we have Forbidden that just shipped with season 5, so that's probably the newest kind of map for the HCS rotation in particular. So we're not kind of immediately looking. Other things we've done in the past is just like contests, or honestly just like put out a message of like, hey, we're looking for new community maps for competitive. We would also probably partner with like Forge Hub, like they've done competitions in the past, and I think those are good ways to get the community involved. But we have an idea we're cooking on for the events next year, where we hope to foster the creation of like new really cool Forge maps. I won't go into too many details because we need to figure it all out yet, but imagine like we did like Forge hackathons at events, and there were like competitions where we're like, hey, you have to make the best 2v2 map, and don't worry about the art, just figure out the gameplay, get the community already there to like play test the map and give you feedback, and winner gets whatever, $100, or I don't know what the right amount is, but like
it sounds like one of those game jams. Have you ever heard of those? Where it's like you lock people in a room and you're like, here, make a game in a day.
That's 100%. Yeah,
that would be so cool. Yeah,
and who knows what will come out of it, but I think it'd be cool if like because we have obviously the open brackets and a lot of players who just show up at the events. It'd be cool to get them involved in like play testing and giving feedback to the forgers, and just bring Forge kind of more officially into HCS in terms of just the community members and their touch points into it,
That's one of the ideas we're cooking up. Yeah, one of the things I do want to give praise to in like this modern HCS is like the events feel like there's so much more than just show up and watch a couple matches or get knocked out early and have to watch all weekend. They kind of feel a lot more like Halo cons, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's like there's so much other things going on for people that are attending and they want to go. And that's why I've been like, people ask me all the time, like, hey, I don't really compete. Like, should I go to an event? And I'm like, dude, you have to. I mean, if you love Halo, I'm like, you literally have to go. I mean, you don't understand like the magic that's happening in the room. And so the more of those like engaging side events that can happen that makes sense, the better, I would say, because it really just opens up the weekend for folks that aren't just like the hardcore sweats, right?
100%. Yeah, I think the majors are really mainly focused on the tournament, and then there's a few different like booths and side activations, but Worlds is where we want to make it like half a World Championship, half a Halo Fest.
Yeah.
And internally, that's the way we talk about it. It's like, hey, this is what's the festival part of the World Championship, and we call it the World Championship because when you say Halo Fest, it means something else. Like players have a totally different expectation. So we'd rather you come to a World Championship and then you're like surprised and delighted by all the non-esports things going on there. But the spirit of it is like, hey, no matter why you love Halo, you feel like there's something for you at the World Championship. So we do the developer panels, we have the voice actors, we have cosplay, we have all different types of stuff. And so, we just want to keep that energy going around, have it in Seattle where we have all the dev team there and Xbox and whatnot, and kind of make it just a big communal event for all of Halo and not just esports.
I was very happy. I was like a child giddy on Christmas Day when I could go to a Halo event in 2023 and play Halo 5. That made me very happy at Worlds. Even just commentating Halo 5, I was having a blast. So I appreciate that coming back. The side tournaments I think have been brilliant at Fort Worth and at Worlds, like Hunter was saying, and I hope we get to see that continue. I mean, hey, a little lob up for you, Toshi. Do we get to see that continue? Any confirms of the side tournaments making their return next year?
So from when we did them, I would say they have been successful in just giving players a lot more to play. I mean, we've always heard the feedback of like when people come to LAN events, they just want to play Halo. And side events have been a good way for us to let people play other Halo games, right? Like Halo is bigger than just one game. And that's why we try to have MCC there and Halo 5 and all that stuff. So yeah, we will be doing side events again next year.
And then, is there what do you think is the best way for the person who's going to attend a tournament? What's the best way for their voice to be heard about what they would like to see, for a side tournament? Let's say they really want to see a Halo 2 free-for-all on midship. Where do they communicate that so that it's heard by the HCS team?
I would definitely tweet at Richie Hines. He's gonna be your guy.
I love the idea of just being anything that needs to happen in HCS, let's just harass Hines about it.
I didn't say harass. Politely request.
Politely request from Hines.
Yes.
But all
Richie's a good dude. Don't you guys start harassing Richie, you're gonna have a problem with me, okay? Leave Richie alone.
I mean, Hines is awesome. You've been awesome. I appreciate it. I always love having conversation with you, Tashi, because you're very open about what's happening, and it's great to get these insights. Also, I'll ask as we start getting to the final stages of this FFA, it's a little reminiscent of the year as we approach the end of the year. Any favorite memories you had from the last year and all the HCS competitions and just the competitive Halo world in general?
Oh, that's a great question that I'm unprepared for. Let's see. I'm trying to go event by event.
I thought he was gonna snap answer, Hunter, that it was when he saw me at Worlds, the first interaction we had at Worlds. But no, I guess we're just not close like that anymore.
No, we're working on it though. Don't feel too bad.
Eventually,
it's still a fresh relationship. Let's see. Damn, you asked a really good question. I need to really think back. Honestly, probably response to the season 5 stuff. That's because that had been kind of in the works all year long, and for it to culminate at Worlds, and shout out to Hastings who made an epic trailer for us to show it all off at Worlds. And people are excited about it, and we had the cool Sentinels 2v2 tournament there that of course Shotzi ended up winning. I would say shipping the Bandit Evo.
Yeah, that's a huge one, man. Yeah, Tashi, just want to say thank you so much for joining us per usual. I hope you enjoy the rest of your holiday season. Rest up, because pretty soon be back in the blender for you
yes,
with
sir.
season 3. But no, thank you for taking the time to hang out with us and chat about all things season 3, as well as your background. Let people get to know you a little bit better, and look forward to the next time we get to hang out.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. Shout out to the whole production team. Shout out to Complexity. You've been amazing partners. And yeah, best of luck in these final moments. It's going to be kind of crazy.
All right. Thank you for coming on, Tashi. We're going to go into the last moments of our free-for-all event. Hunter.
Mikwen has a shot, dude. Mikwen has a shot. If you've been paying attention, at about the halfway mark in the game, he was up by 20. Which made me think, well, if you project that out, he'll win by 40, and then he'll win the whole thing. However, Goober has made some runs here to keep it at around a 20-kill lead. Just so you guys know, chat, Mikwen needs about 35. He needs to beat Goober by 35 in order to steal away that first place, right? And after the first 2 heats, we thought this tournament was going to be all Goober all the time. But Mikwen's really tapped into a different level these last 2 games, Garrett.
Yeah, honestly, this is almost like a Michael Jordan-esque performance if he can get this job done. Like the way that he's been methodically going through this lobby and making his comeback a reality. Oh my, that's a huge pickup right there. He was able to get the kill on Eli while Eli killed Goober. So he denied Goober killed while taking the kill that Goober left behind. That's a huge kill by Mikwen. Those little ones can add up in the end of this game.
Yeah, with about 60 kills left for Mikwen, he's got to put these kills on the board and do it fast, right? Like, he needs to get groups of kills, bunches of kills. He needs to extend this lead. Goober, every kill he gets right now is absolutely massive, and he knows that we're going to see him up the pace a little bit here, push him back towards P side. Excellent shots, man. This guy's shot has just been so consistent all day, but how many times have we seen Goober playing this Eli to perfection, right? Like, oh, but Mikwen there taking him down. That's a massive kill. Every time that Mikwen kills Goober, that essentially counts for 2 kills for Mikwen, right? It's not only killing him, but it's extending the lead against him. Mikwen 14, make that, what is that, 13 kills he needs to well, I guess it would be 15. He needs to go up against Goober. He needs to beat him by 35 to win this game.
See, right there is, I was going to say, because he gets shot in the back, right? You don't know if Goober's the one shooting him. It's like you almost want to give that kill to Gilkey. Like, just hop on the nade, because it's like you have to take. If you know someone else can kill you other than the unknown one, and you know it doesn't worsen your position, you need to take it at this point. It's going to be a very tough climb for Mikwen, but it's still definitely in the realm of possibility. I want to pull up the leaderboard one more time, guys, so you guys can see it before we approach this 200 kill mark and see where all these players are. So it's 713 kills for Goober. Mikwen riding behind at 679. That means Mikwen has to make up that differential in this last game. He has to get to 250 kills and has to deny Goober. At the same time, that triple kill is not going to help the case.
If you're Gilkey, you got to win that fight. Goober's down 3 shots and he still puts the work on you. I mean, Goober put on an absolute clinic. There it is, all the cleanups going his way. Goober trying to get back into this game to possibly take first place. He's cut the lead now to 15. Mikwen with a huge kill onto him and make that a double. This has been back and forth, but Goober really taking advantage of just how big of a lead he had after those first 2 games.
Goober. Oh, it's fights like that, right? Going in, perfect shots against the FFA world champion to get that double kill. It's the clutch factor.
That's just insanely clutch. I mean, the guy's getting double kill perfects while he's down shots weak, playing his life to a T. Look at this, the way he plays the base. Every single time, I'm pretty much picking up on so much of what he does. But if he's attacking a base and he's full shields, he goes into the base and he clears it out. If he's attacking a base, if he's playing a base and he gets weak, he drops out front the base and goes through the front door and catches that guy under the base off spawn so many times from behind. Like, he's got his set rotations that he likes to make around the base that have led to him consistently getting kills every game. Using his time in there to clean that one up. He's going to get 2 more out of it. Goober starting to put an end to Mikwen's hopes and dreams here. Now cutting that lead to only 13. Mikwen needs to extend his lead by 22 kills to have a shot here.
I got the man that behind it all at Complexity that just gave me confirmation of the stat that we needed. It's 216 kills that they're trying to deny from Goober. If Goober gets to 216, it is over. He has won the tournament. Mikwen has to. It's a race, right? Mikwen has to get to 250 before Goober gets to 216. It's going to be a tough task, still possible. But man, we're talking about clutch moments.
Not letting it go easy, right? He doesn't want to let it go at all if you're him, right? Speaking of letting it go, Flurriously has not let go of the P3 strike. He's making sure he's the king at P3. I would be so fascinated to know how much time he's got at the moment up there. Another huge fight coming in. Mikwen taking Goober down, but Goober with the death stick. Insane plays. Great trade there.
Behind this corner, Goober able to get the double kill, and this is what's devastating to Mikwen's chances. Is it seems like every life Goober's been able to string 2 together. It's a double kill, and like you said, he's so efficient at it. That's what's so frustrating. Is his ability to get it. Oh, Gilkey. That's the other thing to keep in mind. Remember, Gilkey started off this tournament with the overkill. He's been trying to rack him up, right? And that's the other competition that we need to keep an eye on. Who has the most overkills by the end of the tournament?
I'm looking at the stats here. Mikwen has to go on a 42-16 run in order to beat Goober here in this final FFA, which, if you think, that's just insane to think about. But if there's a man that could get hot enough to do it, it would be Mikwen, right? I like to compare him to like a Klay Thompson in the NBA, where any moment the guy can just get red hot, right? Go supersonic, which we saw Mikwen do last game. The question is, can you do that back-to-back games, right? Like, that takes so much out of you to have to put up those sorts of numbers. Like, winning isn't enough, right? But if you know Austin, if you know Mikwen, he's not stoked to just get 2nd place in this FFA tournament, right? He's got an opportunity, a chance to win. He wants to go all in, but Goober making it so hard. Goober only needing to hit 216. If you guys heard earlier, 216 is the number that Goober needs to hit in this free-for-all to guarantee his #1 spot in this tournament.
I was like, Goober has turned on the afterburners. Remember when we exited that interview with Tashi, it was about a 20 kill differential between the two of them. Now that number isn't even double digits. Goober has really cut down on this lead, and it's going to be Mikwen that has to heat up once again. And it's also a combination of Mikwen having to heat up and Goober having to slow down, which is just, it almost feels like an impossible ask.
Goober getting those trades. He knows his win condition. He knows what it's going to take, right? Like, this is a very intelligent individual. Anyone that knows him or had conversations with him knows this. So I guarantee you, behind the scenes, he knows every number. He knows he needs 216. He knows he needs to trade out. He knows, you know, Mikwen has to die on the map, right? And so he's doing everything he can to guarantee his win, while essentially the entire lobby, all 7 other players, are working against him.
Shots down range. Goober getting another kill. It seems like every single time. I haven't seen a life in the last 3 or probably even more than that. I'd say like the last 10 respawns where Goober did not have a kill before he went down to the respawn screen. Well, okay, you ask and you shall receive. Last shot, I think, just put him right in the coffin right there. That was a sick reversal.
Double kill.
This is big. We can get the overkill, and the overkill can be on Goober right here.
Oh. No.
Oh!
If he would have landed that Gamesager, someone kill this guy. Gilkey, stop choking against Goober. Thank you. Anyways, Goober finally goes down. If he would have gotten the ninja through the smoke. The bag of tricks is coming out here, and now Mikwen still with some hope, though, right? He needs to get 29 kills before Goober can get 7
kills.
It's not absolutely impossible, but it's also very unlikely. This is the moment, right? This is where we get to see what Mikwen is made of. He's still cleaning up kills left, right, and center, doing everything he can. Takes down 2 more every time we switch to Mikwen screen. It looks like he's getting a double, but Goober's playing Grief. I guarantee you, every time Goober's dying, he's going to Mikwen on his death cam and playing Grief. Catches Mikwen immediately off spawn. That is a massive kill to get onto him. Now only 5 kills left for Goober to secure the championship here in this Tour de Walsh tournament presented by Complexity.
And what's crazy about this is after this is all over, Goober will have won 2 flights. Mikwen will have 1 to 2 fights. It's really the margin of victory that's going to make the difference in all of this, and that just shows how dominant the first two rounds
games, yeah.
were. Like Goober really put on a clinical performance in those games, and it's been impressive to see Mikwen make this close enough to have a conversation. But that's a backbreaker, and it could become worse. The triple kill is in. The stage is set. Goober is your Tour de Walsh champion now. It's all for pride at the end. Can Mikwen get to 250 before Goober completes a complete comeback?
Yeah, and Garrett, when we look at how close the last 2 games have become as opposed to the first 2 games, we can really chalk up this tournament win to Goober's practice, right? He came into this event having practiced the game type, knowing what he wants to do on the map, and really dominated the competition while everyone else was trying to catch up and figure out what they wanted to do on the map. Now, you imagine if more players had put in the effort to do their homework, they could have had a less slow start, but Goober using his advantage and his practice to start the tournament so hot that it was basically an insurmountable comeback that anyone else would have had to make to dethrone him. Mikwen, though, really impressing me personally in the last 2 games. His ability to bounce back and have such a hot 2 games. It's now a race for second.
All right, and let's take a look at that leaderboard one more time and take a look at like maybe some of the positions that can swap, right? Because the top 4 are getting paid out right here. So Frosty's occupying that spot right now. It looks like Gilkey would have to make up a ton of kills, which he does have a lead over for Frosty. So yeah, I don't think anything's going to change within our top 4. I think we're almost pretty much locked, period, because LastShot has a substantial lead over Frosty in this so far. And not to pat ourselves on the back a little bit, Hunter, but we almost got this thing down to a T. I think we both said Frosty instead of Mikwen, but you know they're interchangeable. And oh my, Goober.
Perfect 5 for the over again. Another overkill for Goob.
Oh,
Make that a killing spree, Frosty. Get out of my face. I mean, there's so many.
That's good. That unofficial Tross.
I mean, he might still win this game if we're being honest. If Mikwen messes around too much, like Goober could still win this game and just win 3 out of the 4 and really make sure everyone knows who the best actually was. There's no conversation at that point, but man, such a impressive performance from him all day long. Really not losing any gas. Been able to sustain himself, you know, and he knew after the first 2 how good of a position he was in.
Perfect shots coming in. LastShot's been quietly having a really good game 4 as well. Just unfortunately, it's just too much to make up at this point. I think it's been pretty much secure. When we get a chance, let's go take a look at Flurriously. I mean, I think it's basically guaranteed, but we've seen it's been a race. Yeah, 180. That's 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Just standing at P3. I think he's got that one locked up. For sure. And then you can see he's been picking up this noob combo. Watch, when he gets into a fight, he's just gonna spray that thing. I do think they've been like, they came to a consensus and thought it was a little cringe how we were shooting the walls so much last round. So they've stopped doing that, but it's definitely been interesting to see the fight for the bounties.
Yeah, I think game 3 was by far the most troll, right? Like game 3 was just, you know, half the lobby shooting walls and floors and trying to secure that low accuracy and high deaths. But as we, you know, look at our final scoreboard, it's looking like, you know, the top 4 has been the top 4 from game number 1, Garrett. I mean, does that kind of establish that those players, I don't know, like that's a crazy consistency to me that the top 4 would say the same, that they wouldn't even swap spots.
Yeah, it's interesting that we really haven't seen any sort of movement there. I think Gilkey's done a great job of getting multi-kills, but he hasn't really quite been able to break into that top 4. I will say he's gotten quite a few overkills thus far. That's the other stat I'm trying to look up right now, is the amount of killing, the overkills, and then the killing spree. So far, the highest killing spree is Goober with 8. So Goober just stacking up money on money. The multi-kills are tied. There's like 6 people. I feel like half the lobby's got a kill attack at this point. So that's probably going to go to Goober. Accuracy is on Last Shot. That's what Last Shot's really playing for right now, is accuracy, right? He's been very consistent so far. Dude, what is that strafe?
Yeah, that was... How do you hit that? I mean, I'm going straight to Last Shot stream and getting his settings after this tournament's over. I mean, the shot is just too clean, right? It's got to be the sense and not the player, right? Just kidding. It's obviously the player. He's insanely talented, but... The thing that's impressed me the most about Last Shot, watching him shoot and, you know, talk about how he was going for the highest accuracy, is he's been winning fights, 5ing people from like the most disadvantageous angles you could imagine. I've seen him 5 numerous players who were directly above him, things like that, where it's like, okay, like at that point you're just gifted, right? It's one thing to 5 someone on even ground, you know, in a strafe fight, but to be in such bad spots and still landing all your shots really just speaks to the mechanical talent this kid has.
It's right there. The only other one that we haven't talked about is the amount of overkills. We've seen a lot this round. I'm not sure what it's going to stack up to. Mikwen was in the lead, Hunter. I don't know if that's going to necessarily be the case after this with the amount of overkills we've seen in this lobby. I think he's still up there. I will say it's pretty insane that he's had 6 overkills in the first 3 rounds. We'll have to see if he's able to add on. I know he's at least had 1 in this round 4, so we'll have to see where that one finishes off, as well as he's just a couple kills away to getting this one done.
He is a couple of kills away, but the fact that Goober made this a less than 10 kill game is insane. At the halfway mark, it was a 20 kill game, right?
Yeah,
so I thought Mikwen was going to keep pace. I was getting ready to be like, whoa, here, ladies and gentlemen, like we have a game. But Goober, when it came time to be clutch, he was the most clutch he could be. So
I don't even think Mikwen changed pace. I think Goober just put on afterburners, dude. Like, yeah. That was an intense comeback from Goober to tighten it up.
We gotta give massive props to Mikwen though. He won 2 of these free for alls. You know what I mean? Goober won 2 and Austin won 2. Like that's huge. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude our final heat here. I do want to give a massive shout out to the Forge team who put this insane midship remake together. Wookie Cookies, Unique, Mick Rips, and Quatsi. Thank you guys so much. This map is insane. I know I'm getting customs going on it tonight immediately after this broadcast, but shout out to Deputy Goober taking home first place guaranteed after closing out the last game in second place. Do want to give a massive shout out to Mikwen. He will be coming in second, winning 2 of his own. So we had a 2-2 split there, but Goober is just too nice with it on the FFA. You know, following them would be Last Shot in 3rd and Frosty in 4. That's the top 4. Interesting to see though. We're still waiting to find out what some of those, the final count, some of those bounties are, the medals, the overkills, the deaths, and accuracy. That was gonna be a fun one though, right, Garrett?
No, that's gonna be the one that I'm most too curious about. Is like I feel like Flurriously went out of his way to secure his bag, so I think he might be getting all 3 of those. It's just a matter of time to tell. We saw Goober officially won with 955 kills in today's tournament. An absolute performance from him. The fact that like it wasn't officially first to 1,000, right? Because we did it in these heats. But the fact that he got within 50 kills of 1,000 with how the format is incredible.
Yeah, that would have been like maxed out, right? The max that he could do is 1,000. So if we're looking at a test, like we'll simplify it. If the max you get on a test is 100, he got a 95, right? So in the FFA test, Goober pretty much got as close to perfect as I would say you can get in an FFA situation when you've got such talented players in each and every single game. So you can't shout him out enough. Also, when we heard him on, we talked about the amount of work that he puts in preparing for these free-for-alls, and so we get to see that preparation pay dividends as he's taking home the #1 spot.
Yeah, and then Mikwen just behind him, 26 kills behind Goober at 929 to end today's tournament. Honestly, impressive performance from him. I mean, the fact that we thought, oh, this is locked up, it's done, and Mikwen was able to put up such a strong second half performance to make you wonder if it could happen is a testament to his ability.
Yeah, absolutely. He heated up. He got white hot in a way that very few players can. Really made it interesting there in the end, so I gotta give Mikwen a ton of props. But I also want to give a lot of props to our other competitors. I mean, last shot was just... his shot was insane. I can't wait to see what his accuracy was on that last game, but I'm pretty sure he probably secured the most accuracy bounty for this event, as well as Frosty showing up and showing out. I saw a ton of overkills and multi-kills coming out of him. Gamesager representing for the mouse and keyboard cats, even though he technically is a mouse and controller, so he's MNC, not MNK. Eli, an absolute legend in the scene, really giving it his all, and massive props to him for standing his own in that lobby. Just a great group of people. Gilkey, great group of people, fun games to watch. But man, what an opportunity for some FFA talent to kind of get out there and put on a show for us.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give a shout out to everyone that came out, right? It's like just to like play in the tournament. Obviously there's a lot of money on the line. Like these guys are going to come home, like a lot of these guys are going to come home quite a bit richer, but that's not guaranteed, right? You had to dedicate yourself to how long have we been doing this for? Almost 5 hours, right? This was like a 5-hour commitment for these guys to play Halo almost continually, right? So that is in itself a big commitment, and for them to come here, do that, and show that sort of love, we appreciate that. You can see the final tallies. Our top 4 are confirmed right here, and you can see it was a fantastic race to the bottom for the last 3 right there. I'm very curious to see where those bounties went.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give them a failing grade. Unfortunately, 51% on a test isn't going to get it done, but those guys had other goals in mind. They had money on the mind and some of those other bounties. Gilkey gave it his all, but Frosty gatekeeping that top 4 there, beating him out as well. But man, this is a 2-horse race, and after the first 2 rounds, I wasn't even expecting that we would get any sort of competition, right? So we can't say it enough. Mikwen really turned on the Jets those last 2 games, scoring a 929. That's still an A on the test. But man, what a fun tournament, fun to cast, fun to hang out. Garrett, it's been a little while since you and I have gotten to cast together, so it's really cool to get to hang out with you and just chit chat, talk Halo.
We're just shooting the Halo, dude. It was great.
Yeah, and shout out to our guests for coming on. Obviously we had Ace, that was awesome. Massive shout out to Tashi. We had players jumping in the middle of their matches. We had Flurriously on, we had Eli on, we had LastShot on, we had Goober on. So shout out to all those guys for being willing to entertain the folks. I mean, essentially for the last 5 hours, these guys have just been our gladiator entertainment, right? It's just been blood sport. We're out here laughing, having a good time, and they're in the blender sweating it up. And so for the one last time, we do got to give a shout out to our top 3. Goober in first place, Mikwen in second, and LastShot coming in third.
I want to say I think we got the man on the horn, the first place man right here joining us. Goober, welcome back to the broadcast. We checked in with you in the beginning of round 2. You were doing fantastic, and you stayed fantastic throughout the tournament. Honestly, first, congratulations too. I mean, how do you do it, man? Like being this consistent, this good at free for all. I feel like we're seeing something special with you, man.
Just gotta stay composed. That's all it is. My legs started falling asleep game 3, but I was good to go.
So my question would be, the first 2 games were dominant. Obviously, you were up big. Does the mentality change after that point? And lastly, did you at any moment start to feel nervous with Mikwen kind of getting hot like he did?
Oh yeah, I thought I was about to lose after game 4. He was up by like 25 kills or something. I thought I just threw a 70 lead. I was kind of getting nervous, but I just kept chugging on.
I'll say it was 25, right? That's when we really started focusing in. It was like, okay, wow, Mikwen might be able to do this. He was up by 25. You were able to cut that down to single digits, right? Can you tell us like what made you get hot right there? Was it just being like consistent, like you said, or was there a moment where you got that multi-kill that kind of spurred you back to life?
I noticed I was just running around a lot game 3 and 4, so I just had to like take a breather and just like wait for a second off my spawn and like realize what's going on the map instead of just giving people free kills every time I spawn.
I want to ask you one thing, because I think right now in my mind, you solidified yourself as one of the best free-for-all players in Halo, period, at the moment. Doesn't matter pro or in the FFA circuit. If you're trying to improve your FFA game, what advice would you give to some of these players that are trying to do better at these HCS tournaments?
We have a Discord that we run free-for-alls every weekend or right leading up to the tournament. We're called the Regulators on Discord. Other than that, it's just the playlist, and just don't make excuses when you're trying to improve. That's like the biggest thing I learned. Just always look to improve and just keep grinding.
Well, I'm going to need an invite to that Discord. I'm just going to go ahead and say that right now, because that was an absolute clinic and you played amazingly, man. So again, from us here on the desk, so to speak, we just want to say thank you for showing up and showing out and putting on a show here. Is there any shout outs that you want to give to folks that are maybe tuning in, hearing about you for the first time? What do you want to say to them?
I just want to thank Complexity and everyone in here, LVT, everybody, just for hosting and having me. It's an honor to play against these legends in the tournament, and sorry for letting everyone down. I haven't won Worlds yet, but I'm going to try my best this year.
Well, we hope you don't win too soon, because you mentioned retiring after you win Worlds, and we kind of like having you around. So best of luck. But would be legendary for you to cap off that amazing free-for-all career you've had with a World Championship. So we'll be rooting for you. But thank you again for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right. That does it for Goober, first place. I believe he's also going to be taking home some bounties as well, Hunter. I think he had the highest killing spree throughout the tournament with 8 at least. So we know that one for sure. We're still tabulating some of the results in the back right now of who's going to have like the highest multi-kill accuracy and damage. Though I'm going to say I think he got damage, right? There's no way you get that many kills and you don't get the highest damage.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that makes me question, that could be a question as to whether or not he got the highest damage, is the fact that he also had the lowest assists every game. So that's the only factor, right? If you're going straight off the kill zone, obviously it makes the most sense that the person that won with the most kills gets the most damage. So it'll be interesting to see. I could see Mikwen somehow sneaking that away, because he was still shooting those first couple of games, even though he wasn't winning or getting the kills. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Really, honestly, I'm at the edge of my seat for these bounties. This has become kind of the name of the game here today, is some of the crazy ones that folks were going for. I do want to know who got the most overkills as well. That's a fun one. But yeah, Goober put on a show. I'm guessing he got the most damage.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing him update in real time, so I'm like trying not to spoil it for everyone, but I'm seeing the stats come in at real time, and let me see, there's a lot of Goober in there. So not only does he take the top pricing, for anyone that's not familiar with what our price structure is going to be, first place $1,500, so that's a pretty sweet paycheck right there for Goober. $1,500. Second, $750 going to Mikwen. Third, $500 going to Last Shot, and then fourth, Frosty going to take home $250, but also $250 for each of our bounties today. So depending on how many bounties you get, we could see that $1,500 potentially rise to $2,000 plus.
I think he minimum is going home with 2K after the performance that we saw, and it could be more. He could wipe the table with everybody and just take all of the money, right? Except for the bounties that you know which ones I'm talking about, because there was no way he was getting those deaths or least accuracy or I mean those ones. But the other ones I feel like are all over the table for some of these top players.
Yeah, I absolutely right there with you. I think he's for sure gonna eclipse that $2,000 prize pool, and then You know, the tower power was fun, I'll have to say. I don't know if we could run it back next year, you know, with people just sprinting to P3 again. But it was fun to see the battle of players just flying out in the open to see who could get to that tower power. And then it was honestly interesting to see people just playing hyper aggressive to get their deaths up as well. Flurriously really comes to mind with that. That man was out challenging anything that would fight him to try to get those deaths piled up.
Yeah, seeing Flurriously drop 200 deaths in that one game really set the tone, right? He was chasing the bottom and he was honest about it, and what a fun guy to have on broadcast with us again. Shout out to Flurriously for coming through and just keeping the vibes, you know, bringing the vibes that only he can, right? So waiting for these stats to trickle fully in so we can give you guys the final counts on some of these bounties and keep things going. But Garrett, looking at you know, the way this all kind of played out, right? Do you think that if FFA was old school, kind of how it was back in the day where everyone was playing at it, you know, at a LAN and it was like a Friday night only thing, do you think we would still see players like LastShot taking home world championships, or do you think that they would be different winners?
I feel like you'd see at least a subsect of pros that would come up and be like, okay, I can focus some time into FFA and get some money. So I feel like it'd be definitely a little bit harder, right? But I think that's where you could really see players differentiate themselves and create real opportunities, right? It's like if LastShot and Goober are able to do this like they did today, right? Both of them getting top 3 against other pro players in lobbies, suddenly their stock goes up a little bit higher. So I think it's kind of a shame for players like Goober, like LastShot, who have been in these finals time and time again and finishing well, not to have that opportunity, right? Not to be able to play against the pros, because it's almost like to them, they know they're going to win anyway. Like, they're that confident in their ability. So it's like, let them get that extra little bit of stock with having those pro players in. I would like to see at least one tournament next year where there's some sort of format that lets the pro players play in FFA. I'd say even if we're like, pro players get a bye all the way up until like round 6 or something, so that like they get added in later in the tournament, I'm totally fine with that as well, just so we can see the pro versus AM competition.
I mean, I would love to see another global championship.
Dude, just an FFA tournament, like the old school Halo 4 one.
Like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to. I mean, maybe Worlds you run Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's just the free for all. You know what I mean? Before the fours even starts, like, I would love to see some more opportunities on LAN for individuals of all skill levels, including the highest level, to get a chance to put on a show. But yeah, I mean, we just got to see a glimpse of what's out there, right? Goober, a talent that I don't think anyone had on their radar heading into this event in terms of like household names with the pros, right? But after this weekend, I think he's continuing to show people, hey, listen, like, even though I'm not involved in the 4v4 side, you got to pay attention to me, because I am over here doing my thing and I'm on my grind, and I am consistently, if not winning, you'll see me in the finals of every event.
Right, Hunter. We've gotten the final tabulations. They're in. The bounties are going in. They're checking them in triplicate right now, but I'm pretty safe to say that we can start getting through some of these.
Let's go.
Overkills for the tournament. Going to be going to our man in second place, Mikwen, with 7 overkills. 7 overkills. That's a lot of overkills. Let me tell you what. Killing sprees going to Goober with that 8 killing spree that he had. I mean, getting to 8 and a free for all is mighty impressive, and he's gonna follow that up with the highest multi-kill of the day as well, with a kill-tacular 5. He won the tiebreaker. A couple players having the kill-taculars, but look at that. LastShot was able to get that $250 with his accuracy, but to Goober with 3 categories going in his direction.
Yeah, that's a big payday. And obviously, Eli with lowest accuracy. I got to give a massive shout out to Flurriously NTing his way to $500. Quite literally, just sending it to the death insane. For $500. And honestly, he almost could have gotten the lowest accuracy as well, right? But Eli sneaking in there, getting some of those dollars. I couldn't be happier for the man, the legend, the legend with the ledge, right? The legend from the ledge, taking home the lowest accuracy with 39%, getting his money as well. What a fun way to throw a little side competition out there, right? But Goober, you tally that up, that's a nice payday for a man. You know what I mean? He put in that work in the FFA. That's $22.50. Yeah, $22.50 for Goober.
Let's go, Goober, getting that job done. I have to say, $500 for Flurriously for just entering is just hilarious at the end of the day. But that's all we have for today's show, Hunter. Hey, last things you want to say before we head on out and let these people come home?
Well, as I always say, first and foremost, my first shout out has to go to you, Garrett, and the rest of the crew here at LDT Productions. Thank you so much for being a part of this Complexity event. Obviously, with me being, a sign of Complexity, it means a lot to have such amazing talent working both in front of the camera and behind it. So shout out to you. Shout out to Brandon, LBT, 99, the rest of the crew. Shout out to Nick Ashes, even though he still won't mod me on the Complexity channel. It's just... I should shout him out. He's been typing numbers into a spreadsheet all day. So shout out to Nick Ashes as well for doing the work behind the scenes. And then lastly, shout out to you, the chat, guys. Thank you guys for watching, supporting such an unorthodox type of Halo event. And like I always say, be sure to go out of your way to make someone's day, make someone smile. Let's leave the world a better place than we found it. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
That is it. Complexities. Paradox $5,000 tour to Walsh is complete. Get your ideas what we're going to do next year, because I promise you we're coming back. That's right. I'm already confirming it now, but we'll have to see. I think this is a great thing. I would like to see it done once a year at least. Good little homage to the FFA champions out there. Go give love to your family. Go give love to Dave Walsh, because we wouldn't have a tour to Walsh without him. That does it for our tournament today. Thank you for watching the $5,000 tour to Walsh presented by Complexities Paradox.